All right. Oxygen not included, day 3. I'm gonna have to remember everything that I said I was going to do last time, but it's only been a few days, so I think I wanted to set up... Okay, I wanted to harvest the slugs. I wanted to harvest Slugma's power juices so that I could make like an actual power supply on the Pisteroid. I wanted to set up food on the Pisteroid, and I wanted to go to space. Okay, that's what we were doing. Let's hop in here. An angstrom is 1/10 of a nanometer. Yep, that is very small. It's incredibly small. Did I pronounce angstrom? I think I did pronounce that right. I don't know. I don't know how to read the phonetic alphabet because I'm uneducated. So I'm just going to have to assume that it's pronounced angstrom. Without the voice break. That it's pronounced angstrom and that I know what I'm talking about here. Okay, we think our audio is all set up, right? Okay, good. Everything should be unmuted. Alright, so where were we with this? I can just close this tab. There we go, perfect. Oil. Yeah, I would like to dig into the oil as well, as if I can. The oil is on this planet, down here. It is very hot down here, and we're not entirely geared up for that. I might be able to send them down here just to like briefly build stuff, because I still don't know how lethal it is to send them into these, like if they're just gonna like fall over and die immediately. But we'll find out at some point here. Right now, however, I think my priority is to stabilize the Pisteroid a little bit more. There was oil on both planets. Well, okay, so here's... The oil on this planet was just on the floor in front of the teleporter, which I'm assuming is some, I don't know, some world-building nonsense. Like the oil got spilled out of the transporter or something. But I don't think there's oil anywhere on this planet. I'm not sure how far down it goes. I can't zoom out more than this, but... my recollection is that in Spaced Out, they actually don't put oil on the first planet. Other than this, which there's... Did I forget to... Has she just been in this transporter the whole time and I forgot to teleport her, like, right at the end of the last stream? Oh god, I'm sorry. Okay, let's get that knocked out right now. It wasn't that long, it was only a few minutes, but I guess I forgot to actually press the button. But yeah, there's not enough oil there to actually do anything. Instantaneous yucky lungs. Literally like frame 1 yucky lungs for stepping on the Pisteroid. We have a few things that we need to take care of here. Where's the my brain turned off. Gas. There we go. Instantaneous polluted oxygen. Welcome to the Pisteroid, Camille. Have a nice one. A nice downtown LA air. They added it to indicate the teleport goes to a place with an oil biome. Yeah, that makes sense. Like, they just put a little indicator like, hey, there's something new over here. Maybe you should send one of your minions into a teleporter. It's game design. It's good game design. But I kind of like... I'm pretty sure I kind of remember this from when I played Spaced Out, like, ages ago, before I burnt out. Awesome. Yep, that's just going to be there, because I still haven't installed the mod. But yeah, I played it ages ago, and I remember that the oil was not on the first planet, so this kind of tracks. We need to crack this open and get these guys out of here at some point. There's one more thing I remembered, like, off-stream, when I was looking at the VOD briefly. It's this here. It's the fact that I fucked this up, and I never set the direction on these. And so they're washing their hands, and then they're taking a pee-pee, and then I think they wash their hands again. I don't know how exactly this interaction works, actually. Let me see if I can watch somebody use this. You forget about them, you're screaming, you send them home. How does that work? Is there like a notification? Like, I don't think she was in there long enough for a notification. Yeah, wash before you pee on your hands. Well, maybe they don't want to get like the grime like on their nether regions before they use the toilet, and then they wash their hands again afterward. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I have stepped into public restrooms and washed my hands before I fondled my junk, and then washed them again on the way out. Because sometimes those places are just wretched, and you want absolutely nothing to do with the filth that's in there. And then you have to pull the handle to get back out of the bathroom and just undo all of your hard work. Okay, she didn't even, like, use the sink. I don't know how this shit works. Whatever. I think it only matters if you have them do this on the way out, so that's what we're going to set it to. I think we set it to right. Okay, that should be the configuration we want. I don't know if these were even working correctly. Rather pee in a bottle. Well, the problem is people are going to look at you funny if you do that in a public setting. So just hide it really well if you're going to do that. Go find like an empty room somewhere first. Since it's early stream, you would like to play Barbie dress up. You know what? Yeah, sure. Okay, here's your reward for being a mod. Actually, any of you, honestly, it's not even a mod thing. If you would like me to customize your duplicate, like we can spend a little time doing that, like not forever, but I will occasionally allow people to do that. So let's go ahead and restyle this one. Let's see, restyle outfit. Alright, so I'm going to very quickly scroll through this, and you're going to have to tell me to go back. Anything that doesn't have a lock on it means that I have it. So I'm just going to very quickly like show you what I have access to, like this sick-ass watermelon jelly jacket, and you tell me what you want on the duplicate. And then we got, let's see, I just got a few various colored gloves. We got lemon gloves. I'll look at chat after I'm done scrolling through this. But we'll try to do this fairly quickly because this is not terribly interesting. That apparently you could just put them in their underwear. That's awesome. Except I don't have any of those unlocked. And then you give them these tube socks. Alright, so you see anything you like? You want the jelly jacket. Yeah, I figured you would. Alright, so let's go ahead and there you go. Oh my god, this looks wretched. A skirt is a bad idea in space. Oh, I don't know. Look, she might be wearing like pants under that. You don't know. You can't tell. Pink socks. Okay, you want pink socks as well. I assume you're talking about these ones. These are the only pink socks we got. Yeah, this is the outfit that I would be wearing to work if I like worked on an asteroid colony. I don't see anything else. Got the pink socks, jelly jacket. The picnic skirt. What is the picnic skirt? We're not going to equip it. What is that? What am I missing here? Oh, this is the picnic. It's a watermelon. Okay, so this is called the picnic skirt. I thought this was just like the melon skirt or something. Yep, you got some sick drip now, Soviet. Enjoy. Congratulations. Again, if you are the quote-unquote owner of one of these duplicates and you want some customization, just let me know. There you go. Absolutely glorious. Like, we're not going to spend too much time doing that. Like, if you keep wanting me to change it every day, I'm just going to stop doing it at some point, but I'm actually getting pretty full on food here. Okay, focus. So I fixed the toilets. Our goal was to stabilize this planet and then explore the final frontier. Except up here. You're not allowed to go up here, apparently, because there's this giant red striping area. I think this is just like the build limit, where you just aren't allowed to construct anything. It actually goes up pretty damn high. Oh, we'll figure out if that's going to be an issue later. I don't think you have to make the rockets as ridiculously tall as they used to be. So maybe this will be okay. I could be wrong about that. Alright, so let's see. The first priority, I think, is food. Gotta stick with the watermelon theme. You own the watermelon theme. That's you. You are the watermelon theme. Do I want to build here? Do I have like a spreadsheet? I do have some notes on who named the duplicates, like who the quote-unquote owners are. Hopefully people don't try to lie and pretend they own duplicates that they don't, because I'll figure it out. Hopefully I remember it like on the spot, but I do have notes about it so I can like fact check that. So I want to set up some plants. So we have these, we might as well just grow these. So they grow in 10 to 30, they breathe basically anything the duplicates do. They need darkness, low radiation. Okay, these are pretty standard. These should be really easy. And then they need piss water to drink, which we have plenty of. And we had just set this up as well. So now we have this like condensed water here. So this is what I was trying to do last time. For anyone who remembers, water normally only stacks to about 1,000 kilograms per tile. We have it at like about like 2,500, which in real life, this would literally explode if you tried to build something like this. Like, it is insane to have this much water in a tight space like this, held together by a bunch of shitty airlock doors. But in this video game, it doesn't matter. These are not able to be overpressured, so we could just put as much goddamn water in here as we want, and nothing will go wrong unless like something else opens or breaks one of these doors. And that's the infinite storage that we have. So that was the whole purpose of this, is I could put as much water as I want in these 6 tiles. Can you have a duplicate? So the way that this is working is every single one we have so far is named. Whenever I go to the printer, which happens every few days, if I choose to get a new duplicate out of this printer, I will open a redeem on the channel, and whoever like redeems it gets to basically name that duplicant. I would prefer if people who already have a duplicant didn't like constantly snipe the redeem if there's people in chat that don't have it. I don't really have a way to enforce that. One of them wasn't claimed. Who wasn't claimed? What do you mean? Camille got sniped at the very end. That's not a natural one. Somebody already claimed that one. Yeah, we got Severin, Adam, Soviet, me, Burger, Kai, Saptap, Magic Most, Atmopoo, Gene 2, Guy Fiery 2, Dreeb, Severin, and Camille, who that is not the default name. Yeah, this one got sniped at the very end and changed the 2 L's to a Y so that my idiotic pronunciation actually sounded right. So I think we're clear on that. Now, admittedly, we may not be getting a lot of duplicants very often because the more of these little goblins you add to your colony, the more you have to feed them. And it's a mess. So I'm not like taking them every like 5 cycles or whatever that this thing unlocks, but I will have the redeem when it comes up. And I don't have a way to basically lock specific people out of the redeem for like the remainder of this colony. So I'm just going to politely ask that if you already have a duplicant and there's people in chat that might want it, just like hold off for a little while before you redeem that so that somebody else has a chance to get one. Anyone who already has 2, that's fine. I'm not going to take them away from you or anything, but in the future, just try to like be polite about this. Let's be a civilized chat. Let everybody have at least 1 if possible. That said, I do not know when we're going to have one, so I apologize if you want to name one of these little buggers and you never get a chance to do it, but I'm not going to like throw the colony just for the purposes of having more of these guys for people to name. I'm trying to like beat the game, quote unquote, or whatever qualifies as doing that. All right, so let's carry on here. So we're going to open this up now because we got all the water out. And I want to set up a few drains here to get more of this water at some point, but for now this is pretty stable. So I'm looking for a spot that I could probably make these plants. They're going to be too cold up here, but this is insulated. I don't know where I want to put the power. We don't want to build out in that direction. It's too hot down there. We don't have a lot to work with, so I'm probably going to need to build into the cold areas and insulate it off. So we got a teleporter input. I'm tempted to stick it like kind of in this area, insulate it, and let the warm air from over here just kind of fill this in. So it might be too cold initially for the plants. I'm not going to use the like shitty planter boxes that they set up for me. This is probably more useful if you rush the second asteroid, but in my case I waited a while. So I think I'm going to put the plants over in this area, just for now. We can always move it later. But first we need to pump the pee-pee water out. So let's just slap one of these bad boys in here. And someone's going to have to get their feet wet for that. And let me see, how do I want to power this? We kind of have a right proper mess getting built up over here. I don't want to use the big wires though, so I'm going to set up another transformer in here just so I can have a small wire. That is not a transformer. There we go. Can I dig through this? 300 and... Okay, I think if I have them dig out these tiles here, the water will go low enough that I can just dig it over the top. So I'm going to do that real quick. Are you guys gonna... I'm making sure they don't get stuck in here. Because what could happen here is they could dig out this block and then not build the ladder. And then someone could get stuck. Awesome. Okay, they should be safe. Ooh, these guys are gonna get out though, actually. So hold on, I want to put a door there first. You try to give people a chance. Yeah, you waited when you got your second one, so I have no problem with that. I mean, at this point, we could honestly just leave the redeem open until someone claims it. But it's kind of honor system. Oh, hey, Neosa. Some natural gas over there. Yeah, this down here. It's in the hot, disgusting oil zone. We're not going down here just yet. We're not ready to do anything with the oil, even if I open that up. So right now, I don't want to do that. I want to stabilize this colony first because it's not awful or anything. I'll get some idle. I have a lot of idleness actually. It's not awful or anything, but there's some like pending issues that we're going to be facing here because I'm depending on food imports from the other colony right now. Bug sug ranching is a bit advanced. Well, I'm up for the challenge here. I'm sure something is going to go wrong if I try this, and That's half the magic. Alright, so let me go do what I was gonna do here. Build this. I built this in quite possibly the worst way that I could have, but I think we could salvage this. We gotta go up and over. And then over here, and then down like that. And then let me set up the pipe. Plumbing. And then I want to run it into this tank down here. There is no organization scheme for these pipes at this point, so I'm just gonna put something down. And again, I'm going around the dirt because in this game, if you build a pipe through like natural terrain, they will excavate the terrain to place the pipe. And I don't want a giant hole in this place. So I'm trying to be careful to not do that. That's a rookie mistake, and surely we're not going to make any of those during this stream. Plug sug. Okay, I read that already. You use the chain mod now for that. I don't even know what that is. What is the chain mod? Have you told me about this? When one of your wires break in the future, check spoilers. I have no idea what you're talking about. Hey, Sheldork. Yeah, I'm getting really annoyed by this. That notification suppression mod is looking more good every day. Because apparently, Chad, I'm a bad player, so I accidentally broke this battery that I've literally never seen in my life. And that's my fault. And it's going to keep telling me that that's my fault until I do something about it. Sufficient oxygen. I don't know which planet that's on. A little brainless society. Okay, we also have an emote now for anyone who cares. I don't know how much this one's going to come up, but we have this. So knock yourselves out. It's a follower emote, so you don't even need to be a sub to use it. Have fun, because we got plenty of idle duplicates right now. This was more relevant during the first stream, but then they took forever to even approve it during the second stream. But there you go. Enjoy. Like, I just found, like, just the default pose of them just standing there, like, looking out into the void. And we have a lot of idleness going on right now, and ideally I'd be preventing that. This is part of the reason why we haven't been getting more duplicates, is specifically because they're just sitting around doing nothing a lot of the time. And I should be keeping them busy, because otherwise it's a literal waste of time. So I wonder actually what I can have them doing here. How much clay do we have? I wonder if I should be making some ceramic, because we might want insulation later. A good insulation on the pipes. So let's, how do I do this? Right, I want to see the clay. Okay, we don't have that much clay. We have a decent amount. How much does it take to make ceramic? How does this work? You need a little bit of coal, which we got plenty of. We can make like probably like 10 of these. Just something, just so I have it if I need like a really well insulated pipe at some point later. What the hell happened here? I thought I took care of all the melting water here. There must have been some ice sitting on the ground that I missed. Let me get rid of this real quick. The chain mod allows you to specify the dupes to build in a strict order independent of priority. I almost feel like that takes away half the fun of these idiots building things in the wrong order. If I'm being completely honest, I almost don't want that. Because how else are you going to get them to just randomly trap themselves in rooms when you're not paying attention? It's frustrating, and it's stupid, and you don't want that to happen, but it's also kind of funny. So I think for now we're going to leave it the way it is. Alright, we have like, oh my god, we have 4 of these. I guess I brought a bunch in. I'm going to leave the other ones just kind of wandering around the base. I need to make this a lot bigger at some point here before I put more of them in here, because they're probably going to, like, stop laying eggs or something. Yeah, they're not going to lay as many eggs because they're just stuck in here right now. Alright, so we got the piss water on its way out now. We can actually see that working because they just finished it. So once this is drained out, I can try to construct some like farming stuff in this area. Meanwhile, I could probably delete this, unless I have one that I could drain into here. Okay, there's a little pocket of like polluted water here that I'm going to like just kind of let it out and let it drip down over into this area. I think they can reach all these tiles without getting themselves killed, so that'll like spill out into that room. This over here, I think we could probably get this one too, but I think I'll just put a pump here for this one. What is this hooked up to? Yeah, okay, that's not gonna overload, I think. Is it? Yeah, this wire should be fine. And then eventually I'm gonna want this to be connected anyways. I forget why. Oh, I had an airlock door here because I was like venting out this room earlier. Trying to specifically get one tile of gas in that little square right there. Yeah, it's useful when you're over it. I could see that. Like, you're at the end of the game and you're just trying to build something, and your idiots just keep getting themselves stuck because they built the ladder in the wrong order. For now, though, I'm not going to be using that. I'll just raw dog it without mods, and we'll see what funny issues arise. So that should work there. That'll drain out this little room. And then what I think I want to do here is temporarily block this off, and then spill in some water from above. Why is it? I guess I can't use this as a copy when I press the, like, last building blueprint, whatever, button. Using recent building selection. I guess this counts as a different one. Are there blueprints for these and I just don't have them? I guess not. I don't know. It's weird. Why? I don't know why it's showing me the mesh like blueprint when I click on these tiles and then just offering nothing because none of these seem to exist. I don't know if I'm missing something here. Oh, what did you mention this earlier? Change material. Does change material hot swap the building? So like there's never a gap here. It just becomes the new material without having to actually make a leak in your base, because that's awesome if that's how that works. I hope that's what that does. Alright, so once they're done building this, I'm going to poke a hole in this. Actually, do I want to poke a hole in that? I could poke a hole in this one here. I don't know if I want to kill all the fish. I want to keep some of the fish. I'm actually not sure how I want to do this now. Maybe we'll drain out some of the lake. Okay, I think I know what I want to do. I'm going to get rid of that tile. Okay, why store the pee-pee water? Yeah, I think Kai got it. Basically, it's useful. You actually do things with it in this game, so you don't want to get rid of all of it. You want to turn it into water if you need water. Otherwise, you hold on to it because it has some properties that are useful. It's also a good coolant because it doesn't freeze as easily or boil as easily. It freezes at -20, boils at 120 instead of the usual for water. So it has a higher range, and you could use it for a few things you wouldn't normally be able to do. Hello, Captain. Alright, I'm waiting for them to build this tile, and then what I'm going to do here is I'm going to spill all the water here down into this, like, chamber down here, and then from there I'll figure out how exactly I want to dump it down into the pumps. It's just a deconstruct and rebuild it. Okay, so it does poke a hole then. Oh, it's a convenience then, I suppose. You learn that the hard way. Alright, well, I thank you. I don't have to learn it the hard way now. I like to learn from others' mistakes. Guys, why are you not building this? Do I need to send somebody else to this colony? We have idlers over here. Is there anybody in this colony I don't like that I could send over here? I'm thinking now. I only have some skill points. Let's see, how are you? You literally have no negative morale whatsoever. What am I missing here? Skills learned. Oh, I guess this is the new one. Okay, I guess I really didn't do anything with her. I just immediately sent her to the piss droid and then forgot. So let's see. Let me get my bearings here. What was I trying to accomplish? We had construction. I think I wanted a mech engineer. Yeah, that's what I wanted. I wanted this. All right, so that's the path that will take you down. So let's see. You have plenty of morale. I don't know which of these is more useful, honestly. I'm just going to hold on to the skill points for now, because I don't know what exactly I need. Alright, thank you for the hydrate, Adam. Ah, it's the stuff. Alright, let's see here. So, Guy Fiery is a chef. And he also mines on the side, I guess. His morale's a little bit rough, so I'm not going to do anything with him. And, oh god, Gene, what is wrong with you? Why are you just sad about everything. You barely even... No, I guess, you know what? Oh, it's probably this. I shouldn't have done pyrotechnics. I wonder if I should honestly reset him and take this one away, because I literally still don't know what this is. And I'm pretty sure I'm just like wasting like morale on that. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. Meanwhile, let me see who else. You're getting a little bit rough. I don't think we really need anything from you yet. I probably need to just improve their quality of life before I give them more skill points. So then, okay, let's go back to what I was thinking about, which is who's the 6th sucker that I want to send to this wretched place? So we have a mech engineer. We got doctor, we got research. We have a chef, a farmer, and a rancher. I wonder if I want a farmer and a rancher. It's kind of probably something I could do here. Maybe get like somebody else to do like more farming. Oh, cue ball. Okay, so which of these suckers is going to get sent over here? Who do we not need? This might actually be easier if I look at the priorities, because it'll highlight what they're good at. And that's probably roughly what I have them doing anyways. So we have a lot of operators. How many farmers do we have? Okay, I think this is our rancher, so we don't want to send you. You're our chef. What about me? What does me do? Let's go back to this. It's easier to look at it on this screen. Okay, so you're farming, ranching, and then just some generic tidying. We have cooking and ranching here. And we have more ranching. I think me might be the sucker that we send over there. The only problem is you have some really high morale needs, which is concerning. But you like most of the things that you learn how to do here, so it might not be too bad. You're gonna lose the nature reserve though, which is gonna push it kind of close. You know, we could always send him back. Alright, I think we have our last sucker. I'm just gonna make a decision here. Never mind. Okay, well I can't do it right now, but when this thing is done recharging, we're gonna send one more over there. And then we should have a decent amount of labor that we could send over to this place. So in the meantime, they finally finished building this, so I'm gonna go ahead and kind of like carve this out. Like that. Actually, they should be able to reach this whole thing. They're gonna get a little wet, and you know what? That's okay. They'll get over it. You know, I don't know if I want to spill out too much of the water at once. Yeah, because this is gonna happen here. So I'm gonna do it a little bit more slowly. Yeah, I'll let this first layer drain out, and then I'll cut down the second layer. No, don't get that in the bedrooms. That's gross. I wonder if I can prevent this somehow. If I dig out this tile here, it's gonna drop those blocks. That's okay. Hopefully they'll be smart enough to dig all these. No, they won't. Of course not. And then give them another tile there. Actually, not right there. Right there, maybe. Okay, that should work. That should prevent any water from spilling back into the base if I do it like this. And we don't need to drain that or mop that up. Where's this going to wind up if I let it drip? It's going to end up all the way down here, which could potentially be an issue. So let's see, we don't need this pump anymore. I don't think there's any more clean water, actually. Well, I guess there's some up here. I don't think they've been using that pitcher pump or anything. I don't even have them cooking. They're literally just living off of supplies on the other planet. Did I ever build... I thought it was... Oh, I made a grill, right? And then I never did anything with it. I guess I had them making swampy delights, right? I guess they must have just run out because there's absolutely not enough food here for this right now. Yeah, I gotta get on top of that. So let's finish our little water draining project here. How's this going? Yeah, this is already overpressured. This one's fine, but I might fill it up again later. And then when I spill this out, there's a risk of it falling into the pit with the fridges. So I think I'm going to make this tile a little taller to reduce the odds of it doing that. I don't think I'm going to be dumping enough water for that to happen. Alright, so I think we can open the floodgates now. I'll take a couple tiles out there. I still don't remember why I built this ladder like this. I could have just gone up all the way here, but whatever. The right door. What? I'm scared. What happened? I'm frightened. It's in all caps, and now I'm worried that I did something wrong. I put a lid on it. All right, good. Yep, whatever it is, I definitely knew what I was doing, and I had this figured out ahead of time. Like, I think I got this right. I'm just trying to make sure that the water doesn't spill back over this way and make a gross mess everywhere. I don't know how they missed those 2 tiles there. But we really don't want pee-pee water in the bedrooms, because they're just going to get sad every time they go to bed. And then somehow sleeping in a bed that's above the water just counts as being in it, so they'll just get upset while they're in bed as well. And we should have plenty of height here for all the water. Alright, so I'm going to do this, and then the fish are going to accumulate down here. Is that really piss? I mean, look, it's polluted water, but it comes from the toilets, among other things. So, I mean, it's whatever you imagine it to be. Y'all, look at this power. I think. How much do these guys make again? I mean, enough to charge the batteries, apparently. I don't know where it says this information. I think maybe the power overlay shows it. 400, 200. You know, why is it different? I don't know why one of them is producing less than the others. Oh, because this one's elderly. Okay. I'm going to assume that's the reason for that. No, it's based on their tummy contents. Well, never mind then. Looking for... I don't know what food they even found. One of them must have eaten, like, the single tile of cobalt I, like, dug out over here or something. I don't know how they found food, because I intentionally removed it all from the room. I don't know, maybe somebody ran through the room with food in their hands. Yeah, these guys have way too much to do. And then the people here have nothing to do, apparently. Speaking of things that do. Yeah, we have way too much labor right now, so I'm not getting more duplicates at the moment. So we're just going to get the sand. There will always be other opportunities. Oh, this thing is active again, so there's another project we could do. When is this thing going to go dormant? Okay, hopefully we'll get the opportunity to actually tame this thing. I don't know why, but I don't know, it might be fun to try to do it. They have a 1/4 of metabolism. I know about that. I'm just wondering why one of them had less power output than the other ones. I know that when I tame them, these guys will produce way more power, but they have to eat constantly. I think they actually, like, die if you tame them and then don't feed them. They get greedy. What happened with this ice? How did this, like... I guess this must have melted and then just refroze for some reason. Whatever, not worrying about that. Alright, so how's this project going? They finally dug this out. So I'm going to have them go in here and place a tile to kind of push this up. Might as well just have them dig these out while they're at it. So I don't know how this hydrogen is here, and I think that might be all the no, it's not. Okay, there's some piss water in here. I'm trying to find like all the readily accessible liquid and just consolidate it here so that I could just free build. And then this here, I'm going to eventually clear this out, but they need access to the pitcher pump to fill these right now because they have to do that manually to put the polluted water in. Eventually, we'll replace this with like a little outlet that comes from this tank. Because for some reason, you have to, I think, put the water, unless there's a new contraption in this game, you have to put the water under a pitcher pump, and then they can take it out of the pipes like that. I don't think there's a way to directly take water out of a pipe unless they change something, or there's like a new toy I could play with. Speaking of new toys, I don't think it's going to be anything accessible here, but let me see what I could do in the meantime. We have spare time at the other base. We're not ready for oil yet. Is there anything more useful I could get, like, right now? Germ sensors. I still have not had, like, any problems with germs so far. I could get some rocketry. I think I probably want radiant pipes first. Yeah, let's go down that path first. That's going to get us the aqua tuner as well, so we'll have some tentative control over, like, heat problems. And the tapidizer, which is overpowered as hell. Wait, what the hell was that other thing? That was new. Hold on, what is this? Conduction panel. Allowing extreme temperature exchange with overlapping buildings can function at... Okay, so this is... You don't have to put your buildings in space, like in a pool of oil anymore. Is that what this is for? Like, this thing is just able to directly touch the buildings, quote unquote. Awesome. Okay, good. I'll have to remember that's in there now. That's way less tedious. There's a bathroom here. Okay. If you want to go to the bathroom that's just like negative 30 degrees Celsius. What's going on here? Why is... What is this, like a perfect insulator? What is going on with this tile? This is just a normal tile, right? And it's extremely cold. Why is this room like... I guess why is the drywall? Does the drywall just not interact with like the heat sources in here? Why is it like just full temperature drywall, except for this one down here? Is this just like funny level gen shenanigans? I guess I don't know if drywall like actually conducts heat properly. There's the empty pipe task. Yeah, okay, I know about that, but I mean like automatically. There's no way to have a piped pitcher pump. Okay, so you have to do this then. You have to have one of these. How did this get in here? Whatever. Okay, so you have to have one of these. That's why I wanted to confirm. Less than 1 gram of atmosphere, so it's super slow. It must be incredibly slow because we loaded this atmosphere, like, or this planet like hours ago, and it still has not lowered the temperature of this by even 1. Assuming that 20 is the default. I guess yeah, okay, I guess that is really low milligrams. Okay, that makes sense. So if I let any of this air in here, this will probably cool off pretty quick. Yeah, I don't think I want to crack open this bathroom just yet because I don't want to let it get too cold in here. That's the most likely problem we're going to have with this asteroid, I think, is the cold. The heat is well contained, but I need to make some space over here, and I really don't want it to get too cold until I have better ways to make heat, which I'll have with the tepidizer at some point, but let's just keep it simple for now and not do that. So let's see here. Looks like they finally drained all this out, so let's have them mop it. I'm going to clean up this mess. Yeah, just barely. Just perfect, just as I calculated it. Filled to the brim, and not more than that. So we're going to let some of this water, like, flow out of here now. It should go all the way down to this pump, and then it should wind up in our, like, infinite, like, piss water storage. And then we'll pipe the piss water back up to the plants at some point. But while we wait for that, I think we could start farming the plants. Unlike the original base, I don't really have like a height grid or anything for this one, so I'm just going to kind of slap this down wherever I can. I remember mumbling something earlier about wanting to move these over slightly, so I'm going to make this like... sorry, voice break. I'm going to make this chamber like 5 wide instead of 4 wide. We'll slowly adjust that like as time goes by. So let me just kind of place a door here and start like sort of scaffolding it out. We actually want to use insulated tiles for this, and I'm going to build a farm very similar to the one here. Breathability. Oh boy, it's this again. Did I run out of algae? I ran out of algae. Okay, we're going to have to prioritize that a little bit here. For now though, let's just put a band-aid on the issue and come back to it later. So the temperature... We can get the algae down here, it looks like, so let's go ahead and do that. This is a nature reserve, but I can just dig into this room for now. That's almost not even worth going for that. Is there a better pocket of algae? Probably this here. I don't want to go in here because it's hot. How close is that heat? It's getting there, but I don't think I have to worry about that right now. Let's just get this algae for the time being. We'll have them mine all that out. We're gonna have them take all of this as well. I'll come back for this algae once they've finished out the ceiling area. They should be able to reach this. They can reach that one. I think they can get that one as well. I don't want to dig out all the plants. I still don't know where I want to put these nature reserves, and we don't have access to pips, so it's a huge pain in the ass even when you have them to actually make these. And for whatever reason, these nature reserves give you a huge amount of morale, just having them in the base. So I don't want to destroy those until I know exactly what I'm doing with them, because that's like probably the only reason the morale in this base is not a problem that we're having. You know, almost vacuum is as good as a vacuum. we'll be doing more with like vacuum insulation, I think, in the late game. I mean, I think you could probably get away with just 2 layers of insulated tiles, but if you want a super insulator in this game, you literally just use a vacuum, and absolutely no heat can go across it, like literally none. So that's a very useful thing to do. The problem is it takes a lot of space to kind of make like a vacuum pocket between tiles. We'll see if I end up doing that or not, or if I just use like a bunch of ceramic or whatever that super insulating material is that you get in the end game. I don't know when you get access to that. I think it might just literally be called insulation, and it's almost as good as a vacuum pretty much. So it might be overkill to make a vacuum pocket. If anything, we're going to use vacuum for water locks probably if I need to prevent temperature exchange. No, not super, the exact opposite of super coolant. I think it's just called insulation. It was an endgame material like in the base game. And I think it was literally just called insulation, and it was like almost as good as abyssalite at not exchanging heat. But I think what we might need a vacuum for is making like double liquid locks where we don't want heat to exchange across the liquid lock. So you just have a liquid lock and then a vacuum and then a second liquid lock, and that allows duplicants to get in without actually exchanging any heat through the liquid lock. We might end up doing that at some point. I'm keeping an eye on this, by the way, to make sure that they finish what they're supposed to be doing. It looks like things are stabilizing a bit. I think I'm going to stop pumping oxygen over to this planet for now because we're having problems, and I think part of it is because we are sending all of our oxygen over to this planet. So I'm going to basically make this a problem for the Pisteroid instead. We're just going to cut that for now because they're doing fine. So we'll let this problem develop over here, and hopefully it'll be stabilized in the main base by the time it becomes an issue here, and then I can pump more over. But like, if I'm gonna have a catastrophe, I don't want it to be in the home base. Like, we can have a catastrophe here, and it'll be tragic, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make, is losing the Pisteroid and having to recolonize it later. I don't want to lose the home planet. That would be bad. So we're gonna be careful about that. So how's this looking? It looks like they finally got the algae in. We have a hint of breathability developing. This plant has not been doing so well. Some pockets of oxygen. I'm also looking to see if there's any easy access, like oxalite. Like, we could crack into this potentially, but it is below a bunch of water. And I want to set up infinite water storage here as well to replace this nonsense. They're actually running out of water. Okay, I'm glad I looked at that. Okay, I have a question. Is there a way to get this pitcher pump to extend its little dongle further down, or do I have to rebuild it? I'm assuming I have to rebuild it, because that's how it usually works. But I need access to the rest of the water here, so I need to kind of dig this out. And I mean, I'm sure there's a mod that could do this, but I just want to know if there's a way to make it do it automatically. I'm assuming not. So I just had to reconstruct it. How far do these go anyways? Adam, what are you doing? Okay, they go down 4, so I'm gonna have to lower it 1 tile to, like, right here. I'm gonna wait for them to finish the ladder first. Really, this is the area that doesn't have any air. I mean, the whole thing will stabilize in a little while here. We need to start turning water into oxygen, I think. We need an electrolyzer, because this is starting to become an issue. On the Pisteroid, we kind of already have oxygen coming in from this thing. I mean, it's stink oxygen, but they're used to that right now. They're immune to it. They're not immune to food poisoning, apparently, though, so I should probably get them proper toilets. Cough, cough. Look, you're not even on this planet, so you can't complain. You'll be fine. You're on this one, which, I mean, it's a little hard to breathe here, but at least it's not full of just, like, stink gas everywhere. Remember, it could always be worse. You're on the planet with no air. Would you rather be on the planet with air, but all the air is just gross and rancid? Like, would you rather be breathing fart gas or just have, like, very little gas, just in general? That's the trade-off that you have to make here. You can live on this planet where all the fart gas is down here, where only a couple people ever have to go. Though I should actually probably fix this, because I don't think I want this anywhere. Like, for the most part, this is pretty good. I'm gonna have to distribute a few more of these, like, air cleaning things. I should probably just do that now, honestly. Let's just put one down here. Put it right next to the source of the polluted water until I can wall that off at some point. This one shouldn't be overloaded. Okay, this one's actually getting a little bit heavy on the consumption, but it'll be fine for now, so I'll stick another one down there. Yeah, there's a machine that removes CO2. We have it right here. That's not the problem we're having with the base, though. It's not like the existence of CO2 that's causing issues. Like, that's completely fine. The CO2 is just pooling up down here because this thing is here. The problem is we just don't have enough air. And then they breathe the air and they output CO2 and it goes down here and it gets turned into piss water. And then this is not outputting nearly enough polluted oxygen to like refund all the air that we're removing from their environment. So there's just not enough air. And then our poor plants are just suffering as a result. And I guess also the duplicants. Alright, so this is looking better. That's gross. What are you doing, Kai? Come on, Kai, finish the job. At least, like, finish your cooking. You don't just leave. You just left the food, like, sitting out in the danger zone so you can go take a nap. My God, no work ethic whatsoever. Union rules. God damn it. It's goddamn unions. I want to run this place like Amazon does. Why do you guys get to have breaks? That's ridiculous. It's cutting into productivity. They're running low on food again. I might need to give them another shipment. Okay, so let's see. I got distracted here. We wanted to build insulated tiles and give them a farm. So I'm just going to put that here. Because now that we finally drained all this out, I don't see any more piss water that I want to put in there. I could just drop a pump in here if I need to. So I'm going to go ahead and start building the farm in this area. So let's get them to mop. That's not the mop option. Let's get them to mop this. Some of this water might get out if the mud falls. I'm not really paying attention to what's there. We're eventually going to put a door here, but this whole area is kind of a mess right now. So just pretend it doesn't look as awful as it does. We want the ladder to go up here as well. These guys I have to move at some point, but I don't want to move them. Like the CO2 scrubber. Are you on like a delay or something? Is something wrong with the CO2 scrubber? Or are you answering something Soviet asked for? Because yeah, we have the scrubber. That was the answer to that question. We have one in this space. It's this thing, the carbon skimmer down here. You're on McDonald's and okay, that explains a lot. I literally answered that question like 5 minutes ago. But yeah, I understand if you're on like crappy McDonald's Wi-Fi or some functional equivalent of that. I don't know, refresh the stream. You might get ads. So actually, you know what? You decide what you want to do here. I don't know if you want to refresh the stream. It's been an hour, so you might get ads. I'm giving you a proper warning. I can get rid of these. Where'd the water go? Okay, they mopped all the water up, so I think we're clean on that. Let me get rid of this pump. I do want to run the pipe up this way, however, because we're going to want to pump out both of these, like, reservoirs. Let's see, the clean water. We have a lot of clean water in here, so I think I'm just going to get the piss water out of here first. So to do that, we're going to have to dig through these tiles. We already conveniently have a pump in that other area, so I got to get them to dig this out, and then I can place the pump. So it's going to eventually be connected there. And then for whatever godforsaken reason, the wire connects at a different spot, so we have to put the wire there instead. Okay, something like that should work. This is a very roundabout way to do this with the wire, but I don't really care. The perfect chat memory. Exactly. And that is true. For anyone who doesn't know how like turbo and like subs work, the streamer basically gets the ad revenue as though the person watched the ads, but they don't have to actually watch the ads. So like you're not denying the streamer like any ad revenue, like especially the streams that like people who actually make a living off of streaming and they need the ad revenue. Like subbing to them doesn't deny them ad revenue in exchange for the sub money. They literally just get both. So they get the sub money and the ad revenue. So it is a very good deal if you want to support the streamer to do that, unless they have like a direct like donation somewhere. If they have like a Ko-fi or Ko-fi or however the hell you pronounce that, Like, you could do that if you just want to hand them the money and they get a bigger cut. But if you want to do it through Twitch, you're not like denying them anything by having Twitch Turbo, because they get the revenue, and then if you sub to them, they get the sub, and I believe they still get the ad revenue. For sure with Turbo, they still get the ad revenue, and I think they do if you sub as well. Should be ready to harvest. Oh, there we go, okay. So yeah, I want to open this up and give them access to a couple more plants. They killed PayPal tips. PayPal is like a dangerous thing to even unlock. You thought Turbo took away revenue? I think... I don't want to say this with 100% certainty, but I'm almost certain that Turbo gives them the revenue. Anyways, and like that's what Soviet is saying here too. Like, you could probably look at like the info page for Turbo, and it should say that the streamer still gets supported. And Neos is saying that too. I think the consensus here is Turbo does still give the revenue. So that should be completely fine. Did that just melt while I was looking at it? We should probably like slowly insulate like this last little corner here. Just because there's a lot of cold coming in from like the constant supply of like snow meteorites. And I'm assuming that snow meteorites don't actually damage tiles, because it looks like this has been completely fine here. So I would like to insulate this off when I can. This generated really weirdly close to space, so I think it normally wouldn't even be like this. Let's see. I think Severin might be talking about the chargeback thing, right? Yep, chargebacks. That's what I was saying before I got distracted again. Chargeback from PayPal are insanely dangerous. Like, if you're an aspiring streamer and you want to open up like a form of revenue that isn't like Twitch donations, be really, really goddamn careful about using PayPal. Because there are chargeback scams that people could do to basically just fuck you over and charge you a bunch of money. Because PayPal is kind of a shitty service. So like, I would highly recommend something that has chargeback protection. So something like Ko-fi or Patreon or whatever. I know there's like Patreon controversies, but whatever you choose, pick something that has like chargeback protection of some form, or you might just get fucked over by like a really toxic person. OnlyFans probably has chargeback protection. So if you're into that, you could probably make an OnlyFans account as well, and that would work. But yeah, just be very careful with PayPal. Yes, anything through Twitch has chargeback protection. Like, if somebody chargebacks Twitch, you do not see any of that problem as the streamer. And then I suspect that Twitch will like fuck your shit up if you try to like chargeback them too much. Like, they'll probably just ban your ass if you start doing that. So like, you stand to lose a lot by trying to troll through Twitch with chargebacks. So like, people just don't do that. It's not a thing. If the streamer gets the money from Twitch, I'm pretty sure they literally will never take it away from you one way or the other. And then Twitch like deals with like the legal consequences of chargebacks and other such nonsense. Again, always fact check on this stuff. Don't trust like just dumb idiot affiliate like Cosine256. I'm not a partner. I don't like know the full financial situation for how to deal with Twitch, but it should be way safer to do it with Twitch. Now we can get rid of this now. Like, Twitch should be a way safer way to get money, but of course they take a big cut. That's the trade-off that you make. What are chargebacks? Chargebacks are essentially a mechanism where you think somebody it's a form of fraud if you use it wrong. Like, the idea behind a chargeback is somebody else stole your financial information, like your card, and made a purchase. And then you can perform a chargeback to get a refund on that, like, quickly. I don't know like what all the details are of this. There might be other like intents or uses for it, but like, you're supposed to use it if a fraudulent purchase was made in your name that you didn't want. But the problem is, people can just make chargebacks after they themselves deliberately purchase something. And the scam is that somebody will donate $1 to you through PayPal, and the streamer will get the $1, and then they will file a chargeback with PayPal. And because PayPal's a shitty, evil company, what they'll do is they will charge the fee for the chargeback, which I think is something that comes through from like the bank or whatever. Like, there's a fee from the bank that like, I don't remember how exactly this works, so somebody who knows more could tell me, but essentially a fee manifests itself from like the bank or something if you do a chargeback on like a credit account. And what happens is PayPal will just charge the person who received the money the $15 or whatever for the chargeback fee, which is ridiculous. You might be sitting there thinking, Cosine, what the fuck? That doesn't make any sense. And yeah, it doesn't make any sense, but PayPal doesn't give a shit because they're too big to fail. So the result of this is, actually, I don't want to open that door. I don't want these guys getting in there. The result of this is that essentially people could give you $1 donations and they charge them back, and your PayPal account loses the $1 and then gets fined $15 for the chargeback under the assumption that you like scammed the person or whatever, and then they were like, oh, it was fraudulent. And it's like, it just gets abused the wrong way. Somebody may have a better explanation of this than I do, so I would highly recommend looking this up if you're concerned about it. But like, essentially, it's just like a way to troll somebody. And PayPal just doesn't care, because PayPal probably gets charged less from the bank to like process the chargeback, and then they just make the streamer or whoever like foot the cost of the chargeback as a result. Actually, I only want a single door here as well. Sorry, I'm losing track of what I'm doing here. So just be careful. If you're a streamer or aspiring to be a streamer, just be really careful about opening a PayPal account for donations. Highly recommend you take another service, even if they charge like a 10% fee or something. I don't know what Ko-Fi charges. If anybody knows how to pronounce that, by the way, please let me know. But just be very careful if you're going to do that, because if you make an enemy on the internet, which is probably very easy to do, especially if you stream like Fortnite or something, you may have some like just shitty like goblin troll just try to fuck you over with a bunch of chargebacks. It's a thing that could happen. I don't think PayPal has done anything about it. There you go. That's your lesson in like financial security here in our Twitch ecosystem. Alright, so what do I need for these? These guys need water, so I'm gonna need to give them hydroponic farm tiles. And here we are. There's really no reason to build regular farm tiles, is there? I guess they're cheaper is the only benefit. But like, once you have hydroponics, like, even if you're not using a hydroponic plant, or a plant that needs liquid, you probably just want to do it anyways in case you swap it out later. Alright, it's pretty cold over here, so I should try to get some heat into this room as soon as I can, because the plants are not going to grow in this temperature over here. So I need to insulate this off pretty quickly wherever there isn't abyssalite already. I don't know what like the ratio of like consumables is. Speaking of consumables, they're gonna die, so I need to send them another shipment. I don't know how much they need on this planet to stay alive, because I really don't know what the ratios are for any of these plants. So for now, I'm just gonna slap down as many as I can fit in here, and we'll figure it out later. Oh, hey, look, food. Alright, so what do you guys need? Where's the teleporter? There it is. Which plant? The bog buckets is the thing I'm interested in. I want to have 6 duplicates on that planet, and enough bog buckets, or whatever the hell they're called, to feed them all, assuming that I cook them. Yeah, I'm gonna cook them all. I'll wait like 4 hours for your McDonald's internet to get you the thing I just said. But actually, you responded pretty quickly, so I'm assuming you refreshed and watched the ads. So thank you for supporting our sponsors. Alright, so let's see. How do I do this again? I need to allow manual use. What do we want to send them? I could send them the bristleberries. We don't have as many as before. Yeah, I'm going to send them the bristleberries. That'll at least hold them off for now. So let me keep an eye on this to make sure this actually happens. And then I'll get back to what I was doing over there. You're using mobile. I mean, don't waste all your data. Have a slower Twitch delay. Unless you have like a limitless plan. You're going to bet on gloves. Wait, what are we... I probably said something and then forgot what I was talking about again. I apologize. What about gloves? Is somebody gonna do this? Okay, there we go. Come on, Adam. They need food like now. Was that all of it? That didn't look like all of it. Yeah, there's a little bit more. I'm waiting for one more shipment. New blueprints, thank you. Oh, I see. Okay. The ratio of bog buckets is 3-to-1 if you cook them. Okay, thank you for that. So I need to make 18 of them. And in the future, we'll probably get better food supplies. Alright. Honestly, I want building skins more than anything else. Oh, hey, look, building skins. That looks wretched. It's a flesh-colored water cooler. I'm gonna absolutely put that in the break room. And that's all we have so far. I guess more are gonna unlock later, so get ready to alert me again. Awesome. Cool. Good blueprint. Wow, nice. Was that good? Did I get something expensive? Can you even trade these on Steam? I don't even know how that works. Are these like Steam market items? Like, can I actually like spend my shekels on getting these? I don't know how they like set that up. Oh, by the way, how's the algae looking? This looks decent. Let me go ahead and roof this off here. Hopefully they don't get themselves stuck trying to build all this. They function just like the DST ones. I don't know how the DST ones work either. I guess maybe you can't trade them. Relaxing salmon-colored water cooler. Ah, yes. It looks beautiful next to the dead plant. Who beeped? What happened? Chat, did anyone see what beeped? I have no idea what beeped. Oh, shit's starting to rot. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna send them more food because we have a surplus. So what else can I give them? I'm gonna give them the swamp chards as well, just because they're used to those. They have a taste for those already. Put that on me. Oh, Kai, which item did you want? Alright, where the hell are you? Why don't I just click on the goddamn UI and do this to find you? This is much easier. Which item did you want? Click. Lay it on me. Did you want that weird ass looking like suit that I got? It was this thing here. Alright, awesome. There you go. Enjoy your swag. I think it immediately applies it, right? Where the hell are you? Oh, you're looking awesome. You're looking so dapper. It kind of works. This is like a fancy like chef outfit, honestly. I kind of like it. It kind of looks like something a chef in like like just a Michelin, like however many star restaurant. I don't remember how that scale works. Whatever the maximum number of Michelins is that you can get, that's what this outfit looks like. This is something you would see in a restaurant like that. But I'm uncultured, so I don't actually know how many Michelins you can get. And I know they're not called Michelins. That's just the name of the like rating or whatever. 3 Michelins. It's, once again, I've lost track of what I was doing. So how's the oxygen situation? Good. Okay, so we'll have to worry about that later. We have another pocket of algae we can crack into if we really need it. So let's go back over here and figure out the food situation. You know what I could do? I can continue to let this happen over here until I take care of the food problem. So for now, I'm going to let them keep sending food over here. Hopefully someone is going to go pick that up. I think that's what you're doing. Oh, you're not looking good. Yeah, storing food. Okay, so I'm going to let them keep sending over gristleberries specifically from the other base until we deal with the food problem here. I'm just going to let that be automated. So they can't reach any of this. Give them some ladders because this game doesn't have a step stool in it. So, we can start building these. I'm putting mesh tiles in here because I want any water that winds up here, I want it to fall all the way down so I can deal with it later. I do have to be a little careful about like non-polluted water winding up in here because it might block the pitcher pump. Because I think this tile right here is what the pitcher pump draws from. So if that's water, they just won't pull polluted water out of it anymore. Very soon, however, we won't have to worry about that because we're going to be using the plants. We're going to be using these plants rather. So we're going to automate the watering of the plants. I'm just going to use this as my polluted water pipe because that's what it's already hooked up to anyways. And we'll change this to be the output at some point. However, before I connect this, let me go ahead and drain out this water pool right here. How can I give them access to this? We have like this and a ladder, and I think they'll be able to reach the bottom if I do that. And then I want to pump all the regular water out, and then I will hook this up. So meanwhile, down here, I'm gonna do that. I know I could just use the snippers or whatever, but I'm lazy. I'll just have my duplicates do it. The P goes directly to the plants. Yep. Look, it doesn't matter. The plants will figure it out. Plants are magical like that. They can take whatever nasty ass water you give them. And apparently the plants delete the heat as well. There's a little pocket right here. I might actually just intentionally spill this because I think it's going to wind up in here anyways. I'm just going to spill this like right now and just let it flow down because it should wind up where I want it. Yeah, they don't transfer. Yeah, I think I knew about that one already. The plants will delete the heat, and if there's any germs in the water, they just delete the germs, right? Like, that just isn't a thing. That transfer doesn't happen. So I don't have to worry about that. Insufficient. Oh, we're out of sand. Okay, let me have them crush some more rocks. What do we have the most of here? Not very much of that. What was I crushing earlier? Was it sedimentary? Yeah, it was sedimentary rock. Alright, let's just make like 99 of these. We got tons of this available to us. Alright, so let's go ahead and have them mop this. And it all winds up down here where I wanted it. You've been feeding Bristle Blossom's refinery water. Yeah, it's really hot, I assume. We might end up doing something like that here. I gotta keep that in mind, that I can just delete the heat by doing that. This guy's not looking too hot. So we drained that out. Let me go ahead and mop all this. This guy is going to sit in here for a while until I figure out what to do with that. We can get rid of all the piping. Which I need to keep this pipe here. I know this is the way I'm doing this is kind of silly, but just bear with me for a moment. Okay, so we'll hook that up. Do something like that. They should be able to reach all of this. And whenever this starts pumping, it is going to go all the way down into this water reservoir, which is the clean water. And then after that, I think we only have this to deal with, which I'll worry about later. And we're not going to be opening this up just yet because I don't want to let all my air out. So we're going to leave this ice water alone. We'll probably need a more like refined way to deal with all the snow here. I might put a roof over all of this at some point because I think that the snow meteorites aren't doing any damage to my buildings, but that's for later. We're not running out of liquids right now, so we'll be fine. And I might intentionally let the hydrogen out of here at some point because I don't have any use for that at the moment, so I might just let that go out into space. It's not worth tiling all the wall to prevent the dirt from polluting the air. The baby steps here. We don't have a surplus of labor on this planet, so I want to focus them on doing this, but yeah, I would like to do that at some point. And I guess I could dig up specifically the polluted mud was the one that doesn't off-gas. I think the dirt will, but this will at the very least let them move it somewhere else. Honestly, I probably should have built one of these earlier. Hold on, where is it? We're just gonna compost this for now. Actually, hold on, wait a minute. No, this is the composter. I'm dumb. What does this thing use? Yeah, never mind. Okay, I'm dumb. This is the composter. So yeah, they're going to keep bringing it down here. What I should probably do is put a storage container down here. So they'll automatically take it to this area where I have a couple of these deodorizers. So it isn't sitting around the base making a gross mess everywhere. Because this thing takes specifically dirt, not mud. I don't actually... Oh, there's like a press station or something, isn't there, to deal with the mud. Yeah, the sludge press, I think, is the one that uses mud. We'll worry about that later, but for now I'm just going to accumulate all the stinky, like, materials in here. Actually, you know what? Hold on. New idea. I'm actually going to make a little pocket of water to put it in instead so that it can't off-gas. So I'm going to stick it down here. But yeah, it is worth tiling the walls eventually, but we're not doing that right now. That's not our current priority. Yeah, Camille has been green, like, literally since she came here. She took a breath of the stink gas and has just been like this for, like, the whole goddamn time. Like, I know that's food poisoning, but just in general, she has been diseased ever since she came over here. You know what? I can actually unlock this because these guys don't have access to it. Things are not looking good here, and I need to fix the toilets, which was why I did this, but then I forgot about that, and then they started running out of food. You have a skill point. Congratulations. You could be even more miserable. There you go, enjoy. Yeah, I've got a lot going on at once here. So I was told I need 18 of these to deal 6 duplicates. Let's see, we have 10. Do we have anyone that could destroy this yet? Skill required. They need demolition. I think we have someone who knows demolition. Whatever, if we don't, we'll find out. I think it would be red if nobody could do it, though. I know nobody can reach it right now. Yeah, Yucky Lungs was the thing that happened, like, immediately upon coming in here. Alright, so we're gonna destroy all this. And that'll give us enough room, and I'm gonna quickly insulate this off, and hopefully it'll warm up enough that I can put some plants in here. What makes me a good demo man? Well, let's see, who is the demo man? Everyone here's a bad demo man right now. Who is able to do this? It's this one right here. Okay, I think we have a builder who can do this, right? Yeah, we do. Okay. Severin Beta is the one who's able to do this. So we have somebody who can take care of it. So it is you. You are the good demo man. Congratulations. Or demo woman. Where are you right now? What are you doing? Okay, you're just having a nice snack with your yucky lungs. I have really got to get on top of this. We're out of power. Why are we out of power? We just don't have enough labor here. Can I send? Who was the sucker that I was going to send over here? It was me, right? Yeah, we're gonna have some problems. Oh, speaking of problems, yeah, I need to make the skill scrambler. Where is that building? Okay, there's just enough room for it. We need to make this building, because I think we're gonna start having issues here. Because this place sucks ass. And I need to make sure that Gene 2 doesn't throw another tantrum, because they've been having a lot of problems lately. So how are you doing? Yeah, you're still a little stressed out. I think there's enough counters to the stress that it hasn't become an issue, but your morale is not looking good right now. I think it just resets the skill points. Like, I basically have never used this thing. Yeah, I know Camille has food poisoning. I'm aware of that. We need to set up proper toilets and sanitize things. Congratulations, you dreamt about learning a skill point or something. We have a lot to do here. I want to get the food situation. I need to stay focused. So if I build this incrementally, they should be able to reach these structures. So I'm just going to slowly build this out. Something like that should do it. I don't know. I don't think I'm intended to use this farm. I think this is just here because it kind of looks cool, I guess. But we're not going to be using this. This is a mess. Alright, so we have 10 of these. We're going to plan for exactly the number that we need. So this is going to go out all the way there. Stair. Oh, I got idlers. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, let's send me over. Alright, so I'm gonna actually watch this time. Can you just run over here and do this now, please? Where are you? Are you sleeping? What are you doing? Oh. How did this even get here? Okay, that must have been the algae that caused that to happen. Okay, so no one was able to even get in there. There we go. There you go, buddy. Enjoy your brand new home. A on-screen celebration. No, whatever. Thank you for the bits. Enjoy your idols. Beds. Yeah, right. Okay, I need to add one more bed. Let's see. I can just make this room a little bit bigger. I don't intend to have more than 6 here unless I need it, so for now it's kind of what we're planning for. I didn't really design this properly to begin with, so all the rooms are going to be like off by 1 now, which is infuriating, but I'll have to deal with it. Thank you for the hydrate. Okay, so we're going to put this here. What the hell is this? What is this upbeat ass music? I haven't heard this one. Okay, never mind, it's over. I don't know why that music played this time around. Oh, it's like a celebration. Alright, I see. Congratulations, player. You have reached cycle 100. Your reward is this upbeat jingle, and then it just goes back to the usual. New blueprints. Thank you. Someone's paying attention. This is so subtle. I'm like never going to notice this. What did I win? Alright, well, if anybody wants those, I'm gonna duplicate. Let me know. Cycle 100 confetti. I didn't even... Was it confetti? I literally didn't even, like, look at the thing that happened. Okay, they built this now, so let me make a drop-off real quick. This is just a shitty temporary, like, pit that I'm gonna make. I'm gonna have to move all this really soon. And this might not be here for long, but I'll put some water here for now. This is just to put a container here so that it stops off-gassing. Honestly, this one container is probably not enough, so I'm gonna have to dump it and like do sweeping with it. I don't know how do I delete specifically these blueprints and not the pipes? Yeah, whatever, I'll just go delete the pipes. Or not the blueprints, the what are these called? Drywall, that's what it is. Yeah, the blueprint was socks. We unlocked some new socks. I could probably put some of these plants in because it looks like they'll survive. We have plenty of seeds as well, which I didn't really consider that, but that should be fine. So I can start doing this. And if, I mean, the plants aren't gonna like uproot, I think. They'll just not grow until I actually get the whole temperature thing under control. There's a checkbox for background. Okay, background building, that's what these are called? Alright, got it. I will forget that in the future, but thank you for the information. So we have exactly as many of these as we need. Right up to the end. I want them to build that first, see if we get lucky and they actually do that. And then I'll build the wall up here, build a roof over the top, and that should take care of things for a while. I hope. They can dig this out, I guess, in the meantime. And not that tile, actually. I don't want a bunch of... Well, there's oxygen up here. They can dig this one out as well. It's not that much CO2. Okay, so in the meantime, I can go ahead and mop this up now. So much stink coming in here. Yeah, I really should wall this off until I can deal with it later. So that drained out. I want to dump more water down there later. They're already crowded in here anyways. I mean, I don't need to dump this water out right now. Like, there's plenty in here, I think. Yeah, there's 5 times the natural density in here, so this is fine for the time being. Oh yeah, I wanted to do this a while ago. I forgot about this. Yeah, they don't have access to water anymore, so that prevents them from making some of these. Do they need water to make this? Where is it? Okay, they don't need water for this one, but they need water for the lice loaf, I think. So yeah, I need to get this fixed like right now. Diluted oxygen is as good as regular. Look, they all have yucky lungs. I want to do them a favor. They've already been suffering quite a bit here. I'm gonna deconstruct that so the water just dumps out. It'd be easier than actually doing anything about it. Alright, so I need to drop this here, and that'll get far down enough for them to use it. What happened to that pile of water there? How did that drip out? It must have gotten, like, pushed by some overpressure. Somebody exhaled into it or something. We are going to be having a water problem fairly soon, so I need to tap into this. Like, sooner than later, I reckon. Okay, what I'm going to do for now is I'm just going to give them a way to, like, just use a pitcher pump or whatever that's in this tank of water, and then at some point we'll try to, like, make proper water storage. And we've got some up here as well, so it's not urgent. I think I gotta go for the food. I still don't need more duplicants. We're just gonna give them the food. And so they'll eventually deal with this. This is all built up, so we have access to water. And then this pump is feeding all of these, which looks like this is going quite well. We got plenty of extra seeds if I really want to industrialize this whole thing. Or maybe do something with pips to set up natural plants later. But right now, labor is really not the thing we're running low on, so I'm not too worried about that. God damn it, water got in here, and I didn't want water to get in here at all. I guess it floats on top, so it's not really a big deal, but I don't know how this even got in here. I'm just going to assume that some ice, like, somehow managed to melt and find its way down in here. All right, so let's do the rest of these. So that's all 18 of those. Half of these are too cold to actually grow. I'm thinking if I want to have a second floor, they need darkness to grow. I don't think we really need to future-proof this right now, so I'm just going to go ahead and just build the one floor. And at some point, I could come back to this later and make a second floor, but this is really all we need right now. And this will make a smaller area to, like, properly fix the temperature on. I think this is probably going to, like, warm up properly pretty quickly. Once I start sending the water in here, I think the water will bring in enough heat to warm the whole thing up, because the only other thing in here that needs heating is really the air. And then the plants will be fine and happy. And I'm pretty sure they can breathe all the gases that are in here, so that should be not an issue at all. And let's see. I probably want to, like, block this off just so I don't have cold air seeping in while I'm not doing anything about it. And tile them walls. Alright, you know what? Let's tile the walls. This is probably causing more problems than I realized. So just for now, I'm just gonna patch that up. This is gonna drop a bunch of mud and some polluted water. Where's that gonna wind up when I open that? That is going to end up in here. It'll eventually wind up in this pump, which is going to go into the correct water tank. So I'm just going to go ahead and let this out. I'm just going to dig this all out and let the mud just do what it will. And I'll clean it up afterward. Salt. What about salt? Over here. I mean, at some point we'll go in here and get the salt, but I don't even know, like, what food you can make with that or what else it does. Are you're going to tell me there's some, like, ridiculous, like, molten salt contraption that I can make, but, like, I don't think we need the salt right now. One thing at a time. I want to finish this farm and get this functional, and then I wanted to, like, look into how to tame the plug slugs and use that as our power source in this base, and that should free up enough labor that we don't have the idleness problem that we are constantly having here. Rather, I should say that will give us the idleness problem. And then from there, we can actually have them, like, construct new things and have them, like, make industry on that planet. But right now, I don't have enough labor available on the other planet to do anything. The idleness here is sporadic at the very least. Hrothgar already beat that molten salt horse. Well, if I find a way to use molten salt for something, I'm going to do it because it sounds awesome and it's a thing that happens in real life, apparently. But right now, I'm not exactly going out of my way to use the salt for anything, so we're probably going to end up cooking with it. And you make salt with salt. Is that, like, which machine does that? Is it this one? I don't even remember. Yeah, salt to table salt. And then from there, I think maybe they're able to add that to their food on their own. It makes them like it a little more, or it doesn't spoil it. I don't remember how that works. But I'm not ready to send them in there to do that at the moment. I guess we have salt on this planet too, right? Is there salt in this biome? I thought there was. No, there's sugar in this biome. Which one has the salt in it? Maybe we don't have it on this planet. Okay, it must be the other one. I don't know. They moved some of these biomes. Molten salt's like a refrigerant, but in reverse. Yeah, there's some ridiculous industrial application for molten salt in real life, and I don't know what it is. Yeah, we got a little bit here. I guess it's this, like, horrible rust biome that has some salt in it. Yeah, they are overworked over here, so they're not actually doing anything. Or they're not building these walls because they're just, like, prioritizing other stuff, which is fine. That's not really a high priority task. This, however, is high priority. I need them to do this, like, now. So that's what they need to be building. Good job, Sovereign Beta. Alright, so we took care of this. We've pumped out almost all the water. Once that's done, I could start pumping water into the plants using that same pipe, so I don't have to build a second one. So we can deconstruct this. It is wretched in this place, my god. So the reason we have this door here is to keep these guys in. I'm going to try to move that door down to this area, and then they can wander around here, so they might be a little less cramped. It looks like that actually fixed the cramping issue when I opened this up. So they'll be fine for a little while. I can actually give them a little more real estate to wander around in. How much sand do I have? I don't know. I had them make a bunch of sand. You can see it right here. We have some, so we're not running out just yet. But I have to make it here because there's no natural sand. Hey, look, diamonds. Oh, let's go. We can make a diamond pickaxe. And gold. I literally didn't even notice this was here. Let's just get this on the table just in case we need it for anything later. Just have it on the ground. I think we have somebody who can mine this. Obsidian. Yeah, they can get that as well. Let's get some of that like loose on the floor so they can work with it. Yes, of course you have an emote of a diamond pickaxe. I would have been disappointed if you didn't. Alright, so I wanted them to build a door. Like right... Where'd my tiles? Like right here. I just want them to slap a door down so that these guys don't get out. And the instant I do this, yep, they're just gonna go up here, aren't they? You know what, whatever. I'm just gonna have them move these guys if they're stuck in this room. That guy might be on the way out. Where are you pathing to? Okay, hold on. Can you just, like, stop building this for just a second? Just a second. Alright, good. Awesome. They're stuck in there now. So I don't have to worry about that. I didn't need the yellow alert, but I wasn't sure if he was going to go back to build it immediately when I clicked on the button. So these guys are still stuck in here. Looks like one of them died and made an egg, so I think we have 4 of them in this room. I'm just gonna build this out like a little further, just in case they decide to hang out over here. But they seem to be pretty good about sleeping above these wires, so I'm not too worried about like potential losses from that. Okay, this ladder is like an absolute mess, so let's go ahead and rebuild this a little bit. We don't need this. I'm gonna tear all this down at some point, but I need to be ready to plug the hole like before I do that, so I'm just gonna leave it the way it is right now. I will, however, get rid of the pump. So we can take all this out. We don't have any more water that we need for now. And then we can connect this. And then once that's all good and done, we could finally attach the polluted water to it. And then we should have like an actual food supply, I think, because I think the temperature was kind of stabilizing. I do not have a plan for any of these pipes, so I'm just going to run it like this, I think. Let them do their thing for a little bit. What are you doing with that gun? No, don't hurt the Mogus. No, I like that emote, even though it's just an inside joke that nobody gets if they didn't watch that one Power Wash Simulator stream. Don't hurt the Mogus. Idleness, yes, of course. What have I been feeding them this whole time anyways? Are we running out? Sandstone. I'm gonna assume we're fine on sandstone because these guys are doing just fine. Okay, they are groomed. Yeah, they're all tamed. They're crowded, however. We're gonna have to come back and deal with that. We have a lot to do. This is a game where you really don't get any downtime if you're playing it correctly, so I think that means I'm doing a good job. Because I constantly have things that I could work on. So let's see how this is going. This is not working. Because they're not irrigated. I think... Okay, a few of them have the wrong temperature, but again, I think the irrigation is going to take care of that problem. So let's just make sure this pipe is isolated. Hook it up. I think at this point we could just delete this. Oh, this is all the mud actually that fell into this room. That was from the ceiling. So we can get rid of that. We can dig this out. I'm gonna poke a hole in the floor so this just... Oh, hold on, there's a wire there. I'm gonna poke a hole in the floor so this just kind of falls into this room. Goes into that pump. That pump is going to place it in the correct spot. I need to be very careful not to pump the wrong liquid into one of these tanks because I am like never going to be able to get it out if I do that. So I wonder if I should honestly put like a filter. You know what? No, that's planning for failure, and we're not going to do that. So what I could do here, for any, I try to pretend occasionally that there's someone in chat that doesn't know what I'm talking about. So I could build a liquid filter, and what this building does is essentially you can filter one liquid out to a secondary input, and then the rest of it goes straight through. I could put one of those in front of these like vents to make sure I don't accidentally put the wrong liquid in. But I could also not do that because the liquid filter uses energy. So in theory, if I don't beef it, if I don't screw this up, I shouldn't need a liquid filter to begin with. And that's what I'm like hopefully not going to need. Because it will cost me energy every single time I send liquid in here otherwise. So I'm gonna like assume that I'm doing this correctly and that I don't need a liquid filter, and then you can all point and laugh when I inevitably get piss water in the clean water tank, and it's just sitting there like waiting to get pulled into the pump at the worst possible time. So I have to drain the tank and then get the piss water out, and it's gonna be a huge mess. We'll see if that happens. Just want them to get rid of that now so that I can delete that tile. There we go. Alright, do that. Put a floor here. So I'm gonna, I said it, like I said earlier, I'm gonna start like moving these outward a little bit. So I'm just gonna put the doors like over here. We should probably just stop using these entirely at this point, because this is just using labor that we desperately need elsewhere in the base. Put some more doors. This whole thing is gonna be 5 wide. I'm probably gonna have to move the ladder at some point, but not right now. Oh, I forgot, I built this like hours ago. By hours ago, I mean probably like 30 minutes and just forgot about it. So what I wanted to do here was have them put polluted water in this little pit so that these don't off-gas. I guess it only needed to be 1 deep, didn't it? Because I think only the bottom tile is where they off-gas. Whatever. So I need to keep an eye on this to make sure that I turn it off after they do 1 delivery to it. So if they will deliver it... Alright, so I need to watch this until they, like, deliver one thing of water. Someone gonna do that? Okay, see, somebody's picking them up off the ground. Okay, how much are you bringing over? Pile of interest. Is that what that's called? Like, I always regard this as, like, the origin tile. Like, most buildings in this game seem to only interact with the environment through, like, a single tile. I don't know if it's like that for heat. Does heat transfer on every tile of the building, or just, like, the bottom, like, center tile? The tile of interest. I don't know, like, how heat works exactly. So I think we could do this. In fact, I think... How much is in here? It's off the bottom of the screen. Okay, that's plenty. That'll prevent off-gassing, so let's get rid of that before they dump more water in there. So the whole point of this is now I can put things that off-gas in the storage, because things that off-gas will still do it while they're in storage. So I want to put these in here. Slime off-gases, right? Polluted mud does not off-gas. Slime off-gases when it's in item form. So I think I just need these two. Most buildings, it's the whole hitbox. Okay, so I'll just probably forget that later, but I understand now. Is there nobody who could do this? Okay, 1 person could do this, but their priorities are all messed up, actually. Did I ever set her priorities? Hold on. Probably not, because that was the new one at the end of the last... You literally have had food poisoning since you came here, haven't you? I should probably do something about that. Alright, so that's going to be your priority, then. So you should definitely cook, you should farm. We don't really have like an urgent need for any mining. So I'm just gonna kind of let them roll with the skills that they have right now. Yeah, that is one of the traits. Let's see. Duplicant 8 sea-grown foods, which boost radiation resistance. That's a thing? Okay. What is it, all the heavy metals that you get out of, like, the tuna? Is this, like, just, like, an allegory to real life or something? Let's see here. No, I have no idea why she is literally sick all the time. I don't have an explanation for this. Lol, what? What, the comment about tuna in real life? Because tuna will, like, bioaccumulate, like, heavy metals and other garbage that gets in the ocean and microplastics. And I don't know, maybe the microplastics make you immune to radiation. I don't know how it works in this game. It just seems like something that the devs would have used as a rationale for this nonsense. Alright, so let's see. Does rot pile also off-gas? Hold on. There's no rot piles in here. Is there just no category for... Okay, whatever. Does rot pile off-gas? You store your Paku in mercury. Oh, really? That's perfect. Just make sure that they're full of mercury so that it makes sense when the duplicants eat them. I'm assuming raw pile's off gas, so I'm going to take all that stuff out of this specific one. In fact, honestly, we don't even need this one. I'm just going to destroy it. This was just my, like, backup reserve, but it must have filled at some point while I wasn't looking. And then specifically these items that I'm pretty sure can off-gas are going to go in here. And included mud, for some reason, just doesn't do that. They don't off-gas, but they will turn into dirt. Okay. You never know with this game. Gives you a chance to remove them from a vacuum. They turn into polluted dirt, I assume. Oh, if that's the case, I guess I'll... So you're saying keep them in here because they'll convert? So I should keep them in the water, is what you're telling me. So they turn into polluted dirt, right? Not regular dirt. So, how's the temperature looking here? Let's see. I'm trying to think, how could I heat this up faster? I could use some thermal plates, like temporarily. Let's do that. Let's toy with this content. I don't think we've used these yet. Do I not have them? God damn it. Hold on. They're called like plates or something, right? Temp shift. I have no idea what category these were in, so let's pick something kind of conductive. Thermal, okay, I gotta remember the difference between these two things. Isn't there a... I thought I guess there's a mod or something, right, that tells you the exact stats for the buildable material. I don't know why that's not a thing. Instead they give you this useless ass, like, resource effects summary, but you have to actually go look at the material to see the raw stats. But I think what we want here is high thermal conductivity. The temp shift plates are so broken anyways, I'm not even sure how much of that I need. But let's do this. These are going to be temporary. This is just so that I can stabilize the temperature in this room until, like, everything is roughly the same temperature. And then from there, I don't think we're going to have any more cold problems. Yeah, temp shift plates are finicky. This is another situation where I might need the experts to tell me if I'm doing something stupid. Yeah, polluted dirt. Okay, got it. They convert in the bin. Okay, even if they dropped out of the bin, though, they would be in the piss water. So it would be fine. We have a lot of this stuff. I actually think I'm going to make a second one of these. Okay, just build it over the tile. I'm going to put 2 of these in here just because we have an awful lot of this stuff right now. Eventually, I need to fix all this. Let's finish our farms, though. So that doesn't need to be there. I could probably start, like, tearing all this down. Yeah, I'm going to just kind of incrementally, like, rip all this garbage down. So I'm going to also put insulated tiles here. There'll be a little bit of like an air leak, but temperature doesn't exchange through air very fast anyway, so it'll be okay the way it is there. And we'll probably end up making more farms here at some point if I find some other like natural resource I want to use. Maybe these things. I don't know, we have a lot to do here. One thing at a time. Finish this. So unfortunately, they're taking goddamn forever to make these. And it's just because they're overworked, I think. So I should probably, like, P6 these, just to get them to do this first. Because once the farm is ready to go, I don't think we need to import food anymore. And then that'll make sure that I don't have to, like, be dependent on the home base for anything. Because I think they're pretty self-sufficient on everything else right now. Like, their oxygen situation is... I mean, it's not very pleasant oxygen, but it's stable at the very least, which is the thing I care about. How are you guys doing? Okay, so they're fine again, but yeah, we gotta prioritize that. We gotta fix the oxygen situation here because they're gonna run out of algae again. Sooner than later, I think they're actually running pretty low on the stuff, and then we're just gonna go right back to them running out of air. So that's gonna be a pretty high priority as well. So I want to farm the slugmas. And then I want to go over here and fix the oxygen situation. So I might like bounce back and forth on those 2 things if I can multitask this correctly. So meanwhile, though, I'm going to clean this out a little bit more. I just want to straighten this out so that I'm kind of ready to set up the plug slug area, which I'm probably just going to put here because that's where they are anyways. And we'll just sort of work with whatever disorganized mess I end up constructing. So first and foremost, they should build these. They are extremely slow at building these, apparently, and the fact that they're suffocating here is not helping anything. Yeah, the air pressure could be better in this space. I should probably crack this open. Though I need to make sure the slug moths don't get out. If I do that. I guess I could, like, poke a hole in the ceiling right here and let the stink gas in. That would at the very least alleviate the problem. What's that being built out of? Okay, cobalt. Yeah, that's the material we want to use for most of this. There's airflow here. They finally finished building these walls, at least. This is not ideal over here, though. This is all just kind of a wretched mess. Honestly, I think I should just stick the pump in here and not activate it, and then just I have it there later if I have like a crisis. So let's go ahead and just assume that we're not going to need this pump down here anymore, because I don't think I'm going to actually do it like this. So let's get rid of all this nonsense. I'm probably never going to use this fridge either, but I'm going to leave it there for now, just in case I decide it's a good idea at some point in the future. I think they're still storing the food in here. They just don't have enough food for any of it to actually go bad. Sort of, except the meat. How do they have meat? How'd that happen? I should be cooking that. I guess some of the animals must have died. Yeah, we should be definitely cooking meat. Consumables, let's see here. We don't want anybody to be eating raw meat. Or cooked fish, for that matter. Can I make cooked fish? What do I need for that? Literally nothing else. Okay, yeah, we don't want them to be eating the raw ones, because those are really good foods. But those give them, like, insane amounts of morale if they get to eat these. So I should absolutely not be letting them eat the raw version. So we're going to do that. We're going to do that on the home planet as well, because I don't think they're doing that here. Okay, you need to make that, and then if they ever get their hands on this stuff, make that as well. Just in case they get a hold of this, I'll also have them make that. I don't think that's ever going to turn up over here. We really just don't need more duplicates. Another red icon of the grill. Look, at some point here, I'm going to get that notification. This is always going to be like this, no matter what. At some point, I'll break and I'll get the mod that turns this off. I don't know why, like, this has to be a red icon. It's like, yes, I know, it's insufficient resources. I just want them to do it the instant that they're capable of doing it. But for some reason, that's not how it works. So let's turn this off. You guys are not allowed to eat, or you can eat that. Not allowed to eat either of those things. Where's the... Am I dumb? Where's... Oh, okay, it's all the way over here. Oh, they don't like eating raw meat. Who'd have thought? So I think this makes sense. They can't eat any raw ingredients that can be cooked into something better. And if we don't have enough cooking power, I'll just, like, increase the priority of that. Okay, that should be good. Okay, so what overheated? What do you mean? I mean this overheated. Unless you're memeing about the notification. It's a stupid battery. I've got a million you know what? Okay, hold on. Let's clear out some of these notifications. Okay, I did that. I wasn't paying attention when I did that, I guess. I know my research is done. I can't close any of these. Alright, well, we're stuck with it now. And what overheated? Oh, I have no idea. Oh, building broken. Oh, shoot, it's the battery. Thank you, game. I had no idea that happened. How kind of you. What is going on here? Oh, is this one? This is one of those funny tile-based physics interactions. Okay, I need to get rid of that so the gas can escape from this. Apparently, you can build farms around this premise. Yeah, running gags. It's even funnier when the streamer forgets about it. It's, yeah, a bunch of, like, gas is blocking this fluid from flowing off the edge of this tile, because that is just how this video game works for some reason. So there we go, we can pump the rest of this. Because I want to get rid of this pump at some point here. So maybe I crack this open and let that flow out. We got this one Paku down here, but I honestly don't care if this one dies. We have a pretty sustainable fish tank over here if I need it later. So I do want to set up power for this. Sort of. I want to have the power, like, ready to go. Yeah, something like this. I want to have the power ready to go when I feel like turning that thing on. But for now, we don't need it. So I just want to have it prepped. Mop that up. I'm not going to mop this yet because I think I'm going to be doing a little more with this. There is more liquid. Trapped? No, okay, it's not trapped. It just looks thicker than it actually was. The visuals for this are very hard to read. So that's hopefully enough storage to take care of all the polluting, like, stink. Because I really need to deal with the stink problem in this base. I think that's... Just everybody in this goddamn base has yucky lungs, and I want to do something about that. Oh, I need to make toilets. How's this looking? That's a little cold still. I wonder if I should try to draw some heat up. Maybe from the rock crusher area. I mean, this is just warm air. It's not going to be very potent. You know what? This is only going to get warmer. I think we can go ahead and get rid of the temp shift plates. I think this has done its job at this point. Do these not count as background buildings? Oh, it just wasn't showing the icon for some reason. Didn't I try to connect them? Alright, so Zarek will inevitably correct me if I'm wrong here. So my understanding of the temp shift plates is that they, like, are effectively a 3x3 building with a single tile. So, like, these temp shift plates are overlapping in this gap right here is what they're supposedly doing. So they can exchange heat even though they're not touching each other. It's very janky and weird. Yeah, okay, I'm getting confirmation that I'm correct. I looked this up. I would have never figured this shit out if I hadn't looked this up. But they're, like, effectively a 3x3 for the purpose of the heat exchange. I don't know if they get, like, a functional buff to their, like, thermal conductivity. I don't know how to read this number. I don't know if that's high thermal conductivity. Like, for the insulation, that's really low. So that's a 2. These are made of a metal, I think. No, I made them out of sedimentary rock, apparently, even though I told them to use cobalt. So I think they ran out of cobalt halfway through. Okay, the cobalt one has ridiculous thermal conductivity. Whatever the case is, they're 3x3. So they're really good at moving heat around in a large area with a small number of plates. Yeah, adding more increases the heat capacity, but I don't think it really moves the heat around much faster than you would get from this. So the point is, though, they did what they were supposed to, which is they very quickly pulled the heat over into this area. So the only problem we have now, really, is there's hydrogen in here for some reason. They cannot breathe that, so I need to... how do I get that out real quick? I guess I just need to pop this open. So I'm going to delete this tile. Actually, I can just replace this with an airflow tile, because I don't need to insulate it from this side anyways, so let's just drop that there. The ladder here is for when I tentatively make this taller, but for now I'm just going to let this out. Would have just had to do P on it. Look, I'm trying to make this, like, have some semblance of being a civilized base, alright? We're not going to make, like, duplicate piss bases, like, just yet. We have not reached that level. It'll happen at some point, but we're just not there yet. I'm trying to pretend that I'm, like, playing like a normal person. It'll happen at some point. Don't worry, you don't have to panic. But just not yet. We're just not, like, ready for that. So once I've got all this squared off, I could probably put the ranch for these guys. Let's see, how do I want to do this? Okay, before I start entombed, what? Oh. Alright, before I start doing this, let me make sure that this planet is stable. And one more buildings. They're making this look way more urgent than it actually is. So how are things looking here? Oxygen is good. Everything's breathable. Temperatures, this is not terribly pleasant, but I don't think it's an urgent problem right now. We have plenty of, like, cold that we could tap into if we really need to prevent a crisis. This is a little bit chilly, but again, I would say this is urgent right now. I can just insulate this off here just to kind of postpone the issue until later. I know some is coming in from there, but I do want a little bit of cold near the machines, especially if we set up a refinery later. So then there's this thing, but honestly, we don't need anything from this right now. This is another way we could get salt, but I think we're stable on this planet. We got tons of food, and they have food there, so I'm going to go ahead and turn this off as well. So we don't need to ship food over. Alright, so it's just the pressure. Guys, come on, build this. Get the hydrogen out of this room, please. Yeah, it's a little thin. So if I open this up, that problem should go away, but it's not getting out through here very, like, readily. I think I just need to build the room for these guys, and that's going to, like, even out the airflow a little bit. So I'm going to leave room up here to build, like, maybe I'll build the toilets over here, or maybe over here or something. So we'll leave a room there. And then we're going to have, like, a floor in this area. So let's go ahead and start carving this out. And then they're going to be in a room like this. And that is where we're going to learn how to ranch these guys. So while that's getting built, what do we need? I'm actually going to leave the floor here so they can build the ceiling first. What do they need to survive? How do these work? Let me discover this and see what mistakes we encounter along the way. So let's learn all about our good friends, the plug slugs. Go all the way up to the top. For some reason, the default one is just at the bottom. So I will look at the morphs, or whatever they're called, later. I don't remember what these are called. So the default ones, the ones that make power, the ones we have now, that's what we want. So what do they eat? What do they do? Alright, so they eat raw ores by the look of things. We have a fair amount of that. They will eat refined metals as well. They secrete hydrogen. We probably want to do something with that, because that we can also use that for power. I mean, this is a decent amount of hydrogen. Alright, so it looks like they just eat, like, basically any metal is what I'm getting from this. Any, like, reasonable metal in this game. Honestly, it looks like just about everything could be eaten by them, except, like, some of the high tier ones. Okay, so we'll have them on cobalt initially. I don't think there's any inherent advantage to giving them refined metal, so that'd just be a waste. So we're gonna give them cobalt. They will produce this, and when they die, we get some meat out of it. And they just produce power for us while they're tamed. Yeah, they don't need steel. Niobium, yeah, that's actually the one I was trying to think of. Like, the high tier stuff like niobium. Because otherwise, that would be unfortunate if one of those wound up in the room where you were storing that on the floor. I guess this is a reason to put things in chests. Okay, so how do we get the morphs? I specifically don't want that to happen right now. So how do these guys, like, evolve? Is this explained somewhere? Am I missing something? How do I get the morphs? What are these called? What's the correct word for this? Like, the different, like, variations of it. Where are the egg-laying chances, I guess, is the question. Is that just not documented here? Devs, please. Why does the like, the wiki, quote-unquote, still suck? Where is it going to tell me, like, what eggs they're capable of laying? Okay, here we are. Probability increases when the creature dwells in unbreathable gas, no space. And then they get this one when they're in a liquid. Well, we don't have to worry about the liquid. So I assume unbreathable gas means a gas that duplicants can't breathe, because I think these guys could breathe, like, any gas. Alright, so it looks like as long as I get the hydrogen out of the room, they're less likely to do this. Okay, they are called morphs. Increase in egg chance if they are raised in either smog or underwater. Well, I don't know what smog is, but I think hydrogen counts as a smog, if I'm understanding this correctly. So what we need to do is make sure we get the hydrogen out of the room, like, more quickly than not. They would need oxygen masks, but usually people don't ranch them. I want these guys for power right now, so I'm only going to worry about their functionality as far as power is concerned. So let's just make the biggest like ranch possible, and we'll put the appropriate number of them in that room, and the rest of them I'm just going to keep them wild. Idleness, of course. So let's see here. What's the room overlay? What do we need for this? Stable. Where's a greenhouse? Oh, it's for farms. So 96 tiles. It's going to be... The room doesn't have to be 4 tiles tall, but I kind of want there to be a good pocket at the ceiling for hydrogen to accumulate in. So I'm just going to go for the default build, like, size. I'm sure I could make, like, better sizes and shapes for specific creatures, but let's just keep it simple for now. We're going to make it 4 tall, 96 tiles. So what is that? How wide is that? 64. And my brain's not working. 12, I think? Yeah. Or no, 24. Oh, that's huge. Yeah, 24 tiles wide. Okay, that's gonna go out pretty far then. So I could make this room 24 tiles in width. And let's see, how would that look if I actually built it? All the way out there. Okay. So we're gonna actually dig this out, put some walls up. Like so. That could be a door. Might as well just get rid of all of this, honestly, so let's dig that out. 8 plug slugs are enough to power a city block. Is that the... How much space do they need? We're gonna have 96. What do they need to be happy? Let me guess. This information isn't here. I have to look in the database. 12. 12 per critter. Okay, so that's the sustainable size. Okay, yeah, so we can have 8 of them in here. Why is that not... Oh, apparently I set to the background buildings earlier and never changed it. So we'll do that. This is moderately upsetting. I think I'm gonna lower this down by like a tile. So let's deconstruct all this. And then on the left side, I'll leave it at that height. This is kind of gross and messy, but I'll live with it. Well, eventually they'll get around to doing that. So we need a door in that spot. Actually, I was going to build it... Alright, I was going to build it in this block right here. So this is just going to be an empty room. I was going to build it one higher than that. That was the plan that I had in mind. So let's actually do this correctly. We want to have it something like this. Stick the door... Did I say it was here? How big is this? Yeah, sorry, that's the size. Okay, so this is where I wanted to build it. So let's go ahead and carve all this out. This lower room, I'm not sure what I'm going to put here yet. What am I going to do with the babies? Probably unalive them at some point. I don't know yet. We'll burn that bridge when we get there. For now, I just want to set up the room that these guys are going to be in, and we'll figure out what to do with the byproducts when the time comes. Because apparently it's easier to automate the ranching process. So hopefully I'll be able to put them in like another room somewhere if I have a surplus of these guys. Let me just start by building the room for the time being. I'm gonna leave them a few tiles to stand on so they can access the ceiling. So they're not gonna be able to get through this room properly. No, whatever, that's fine. I'll work it out as I go. Actually, I don't want to ruin this, because this, I think, qualifies as a nature reserve, so I don't want to tear these plants up. I might as well just make this the nature reserve, like, right now, actually. Just so I, like, remember. Just so they have one of these. If they accidentally go through this room, they are nice. Yep. I didn't even have to check to see who it was. Alright, Gene, that's it. We need to skill scrub your ass, like, right now, before this becomes a problem. So let me see, what skills did you have? I'm probably going to take away pyrotechnics and put it into, like, one of these instead. Crop tending, maybe, and then we'll just wait before we get Gene more skills. Do you even need plumbing, actually? Do we have somebody who could do that? I know they also get strength from that, but we already have somebody who could do that, who isn't a crybaby. How in the world do you have 19 morale? Good meal. Okay, well, we can't count on that. Okay, so we're gonna have Jean get reset here. I thought I powered this thing already. Oh, nothing has power. Okay, well, let's... You're having a good time. You are literally diseased all the time. How are you... Jean, can you aspire to be like Camille here? Like, look how happy she is, despite literally being diseased ever since she visited this colony. And meanwhile, Jean over here is just constantly on the verge of just like emotional breakdown. Like, why can't we all like follow this role model right here? Still thrilled to be here, just happy to be alive despite objectively miserable circumstances. I don't know what is wrong with Jean too. Unbelievable. So I need to wait for this thing to get moved down a little bit. And we need to not break our wires either. Alright, hook that up. Eventually I wanted to use the slightly better power transformers for this. So for now we'll just slap that in there. I think these wires are... Yeah, they're fine. I'll probably have to make another one down there later. Artist working as a plumber. You know, that's fair. Probably not exactly what he aspired to do with his life. Or aspired to do. So I think as long as there is a breathable gas down here, they'll be fine. So I think the problem here is the gas is just way too thin. Quick rundown on the transformers. They're robots in disguise. These transformers, however... The idea here is that certain wires will break if you like overuse them, if you have like too many things that could draw from them. And the transformer's purpose is to take like a high power source and then like convert it into a limited power source that I could put through a smaller wire, so I don't have to run these hideous, expensive ass wires that don't go through like walls everywhere in the base. So the idea is I put power into these wires here, and then I use these transformers periodically to power shittier wires that have fewer machines attached to them, and then the shitty wires can go through walls. And it's just a better way to like organize your power supply and not have to run heavy wires everywhere. Speaking of power supply, I think we have a problem here, so I'm gonna split this out to something like this. Actually, I can just use, I keep forgetting, I just use these. So this is going to be disconnected for the moment. Wait, did I just kick him out of this building? No. Okay, well he got partially scrubbed and then I cut him off, but we'll finish that when the time comes. So I'm going to set up another one down here, so this is on a separate part of the network. There's not much attached to this, but the kitchen might end up on this one later. The hell's... oh. Probably should deal with this. Recall failed. If you're making fun of me for more idlers, I'm working on it. We got a lot to do here. I don't know how this thing even got in here. I actually really don't want these guys in here. I'm gonna have to get this one out of this room. Right, we got a lot to do. So let's see. I think we can open this up now. So I'm gonna crack this room open here. So that'll give them a bunch of space. Still entombed. One. There. I mean, this is entombed, but this is not blocking anything from working correctly. Okay, so... Okay, you stupid now? Excellent. Oh, he's already pissed off. So let's see, how are you... Why doesn't this just open the skill menu instead of showing me the duplicate who had the skills reset? Alright, Jean. So we're going to be very careful about what we make you do here. So we're just going to put you on... Just these. That's it. That's all you're going to do. I'm not going to give you anything else. Let's see how your stress is looking. It's high, but I don't think he's going to overreact. It should go down, so hopefully we've averted that crisis for the time being. Nothing else is entombed, right? I think we're fine. This is another one. I don't know why this just doesn't open this menu. Oh my god. This guy's very good at farming, but we don't need more duplicates, so I'll just take the shine bugs and they'll do whatever it is. They'll just disperse themselves around the base and spread lovely radiation wherever it's needed. Okay, back to this. So I know about the max stress, that's fine. I think we've taken care of that. I just gotta wait for the hydrogen to make its way out of here. It looks like eventually, I think this one tile of hydrogen is going to get out of here, and it looks like we have no irrigation. What happened? Uh-oh. Oh, I must have accidentally deleted that. Whoops. Or they just make the dupes wake up because they're right next to the bed. I thought I fixed this problem. Oh. Oh shit. I'm just gonna delete this bed. You can reassign to a different one, whoever you are. Yeah, I should probably do something about this whole arrangement later. But I don't like this setup. I want to give them individual bedrooms at some point. Yeah, you're having a really good sleep. You don't gotta worry about the damn shine bugs. Why don't I just put your bed down here? Okay. So I think we're good on that. Back to this. Breathability. Why are we having that problem? Yeah, there's a variety of reasons. All our hydrogen is up here. Comm crust. Any second opinions on the comm crust? Stream preview looks fine to me. Let me know if anyone else is having problems. I could set this up as a nature reserve now. Fake news. Well, I mean, that doesn't mean someone's not having problems. I just want to make sure that it's not on my end. Am I dropping frames? Let's see. No, we're fine on my end, so I don't know. Refresh, do due diligence to see if you can get it to go away. I think we're fine on my end. I don't mind people calling this out because, like, I'm not going to notice if nobody says anything in chat. But I'm just verifying. I don't think I'm the one having the issue right now. Where's the park sign? That thing. There we go. Just put that there. There you go. In the event that they happen to go through here for any reason, they'll be happier or something, I guess. Because that should do it now. Yeah, okay, good. We have a nature reserve. I would rather that it was, like, over here somewhere, but I kind of trashed the place, so that's not really an option. Well, the inspiration for that emote was because my ISP was absolutely just, like, fucking my shit up. Like, every single stream, something was going wrong in the middle of the stream because of Comcast. So, like, you're allowed to use that emote for whatever, but, like, if you post it in the chat, I am probably going to interpret it as Comcast causing problems for my stream. So, like, that in a sense, that is, like, what the purpose of that emote is. It's not like I'm going to ban you from my chat for using it wrong, but that's the lore behind it. And I have taken that emote to basically mean that somebody is having problems watching the stream. But if you just want to use it because it looks funny, like, that's understandable. But now you know the story behind it and what I use that emote for. I love that emote. Said ban. Oh, no, 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 no. Put that away. Put that away. We're fine. We're absolutely fine. I'm not going to be able to save any of these plants, so I'm just going to get rid of them. And then I need to get these guys into this room here. I'm probably just going to wrangle them if I have to, so I'm just going to build the walls and deal with the consequences afterward. I don't need any of this nonsense. We don't really need any of this room. Let me just delete all this. Gene, come on, calm down, dude. I made you stupid now. You can be happy. Yeah, okay, the stress is going down. He'll be alright. Should ban. I mean, if you want to get banned, I have a mod who is more than willing to do it. You two can negotiate it. You like that emote? I mean, if you just want to use it for the memes, you can, but don't, like, use it in a context. Is my only request is going to be, like, use it with a kappa or something, and then I'll understand. Like, it's unfortunate, but, like, the emote has enough of a meaning that I will get confused if you use that emote at a weird time, because I will assume that you mean that my stream is causing problems. There you go. Congratulations, you got banned for, like, a second. I don't know what that does. I usually just time people out. I'm not sure if banning actually, like, turns anything off. You're using a specific emote, but you won't tell what. Alright, well, Apparently we have a corrupt mod, so good luck everyone. Don't use the forbidden emote, whichever one that is, because I have no idea. Don't worry, I promise I'll unban you if you get banned for using the forbidden emote, because even I don't know what the forbidden emote is. What is their comfort range? 10 and 40. Okay, so really we just don't want this base to get lower than 10, and everything will probably be fine at this point. So let me set up a wire, like along the entire ceiling, just to make sure that they always find a spot to use it. How else do I want to do this? I will get this guy out of here later if I need to. I'm trying to think, how do I construct this without making a huge mess, but I think honestly I should just let them out and wrangle them later. Alright, well, Kai is asking for a ban right now by the look of things. That's like all of them, I think, or most of them. Which starts flagging certain accounts as harasser. Okay, if that's a thing, just time people out instead for the memes. Just time out for 69 seconds if somebody is being naughty or asks to get banned or something. I usually don't like to do bans because I do worry that like Twitch interprets that as something else. I wouldn't be surprised if like bot accounts will get banned automatically if like literally dozens of streamers just like ban them back to back. So I don't know what exactly the threshold is for that. So yeah, my recommendation would be to not do that. Just time out people for the memes if you want to like have a funny. I don't know exactly what Twitch is doing in the background, but it's always a risk. And I'm pretty sure timeouts, like at this point, they know that it's going to be fine. Like they're like, yeah, streamers just time people out for the memes, so they're probably not going to do anything about that automatically. Get rid of this, I think. It's not even one of mine. Okay, well, it's probably a Doug emote or something, so viewer beware. Make sure you don't say something like too ridiculous. You might have the wrong emote in it. What are you guys? Uh-oh. Are they cold? Oh, they're shivering. Hold on, what's triggering that? Why are you shivering? What in the world did they do that was too cold? It's fine. They weren't up here, I think. I don't know, maybe they went in here to get like some metal or something, that's why they're cold. An additional prompt instead of doing it immediately. I don't know, you click the button, it immediately happens. You click on like a pinned chat message button by accident because it pops up when you mouse over the message, it just immediately gets pinned. Wait, does it block the stream? Wait, are you talking about the ban? There's an option as the streamer that I have to like prevent you from watching the stream while you're banned, but I don't have that turned on because it's pointless, because you could just log out and watch the stream anyways. And I get a free viewer even if somebody who's banned in my chat is watching, so I don't care. But I don't know like if it blocks the chat specifically. Yeah, I guess there might not be a way to turn that off. So you can't even see the chat with people making fun of you, which is kind of upsetting, honestly. We don't really need the critter drop off right now. Like, I would almost prefer it if you could still watch the chat. It's like somebody stuck outside looking in through the window. Or it's like that Squidward meme of him like looking out his window at all the chat members having fun while the band player is not allowed to interact with anybody. Like that's the meme that I envision from that. I'll probably stick the batteries in this room because we need to heat this room up anyways. So it doesn't really matter where I put them. I'm just gonna stick them in the back. Actually, there's the jumbo batteries. So the jumbo batteries are more efficient per unit of space, but they do leak power more often, and we have a lot of space. So my judgment call on this would be that I probably shouldn't use the jumbo batteries. Oh, I just remembered something I was going to do like an hour ago. Where's the hydrogen generator? We need to get rid of the hydrogen somehow. Do we have it already? It's not these. Wouldn't it be under power? Where's power? Power's up here. We have it. Okay, so we have the hydrogen generator. I might as well start researching oil because we have spare time in the other base. Bug slugs are one of them, really. Is there... What advantage would I have using these? I guess the higher capacity if you need the space. How much heat do they leak? You know, they do output less heat overall. I'm going to go ahead and use them then and assume that the power loss is not going to be substantial for the time being. Because yeah, I guess they leak less heat overall because the same heat loss per building. So this is going to be half as much. Yeah, oil. We'll be living the American dream at some point here, just not quite yet. Yeah, something like that with the wiring. That'll be fine. Baby sluglet. Do we have a sluglet in here? Oh, that's adorable. Do these ones produce any power? I'm assuming that they don't, right? The baby ones just don't do anything until they grow up. You can make them out of steel in a steam room and reclaim that battery heat, but don't do that. Yeah, you don't have to tell me twice. That's not on my to-do list right now. Again, we are making just what I would describe as a soy base, like just very simple, very tame, nothing ridiculous. And we'll see later if I want to make something absolutely unhinged. So we're deleting a bit of power with this, but that's okay, I think. Hopefully I don't move these batteries around very often. So let's get rid of this. I think I can remove all of this and they could still access the building at this point. And I'm just going to let these guys out. I'm just going to wrangle them and put them back in. They don't, but they will eat. Well, they're supposed to eat, right, if they're tamed. I mean, they're pretty diligent about finding wires to hang on, so I appreciate that. Oh no! Chat, oh no, I have an overheated building. Oh wait, it's just this one. My bad. We actually have very few warnings here. How's this planet looking? Oh, I guess the warnings are shared. Okay, we actually don't have a whole lot of warnings. Oh, I'm not gonna complain. These guys do need food though. What is the problem they're having here? Are they not cooking this fast enough? What is available to them? Why is this showing for the... Okay, I don't know why I had to mouse over that again to get it to update. Am I missing something here? I know these have been growing. You know what? I bet these haven't done their first growth cycle is the problem. So they haven't had time to provide food yet. So if these guys hold out for a little bit longer, like another cycle, I think they'll be okay after that. Yeah, it'll be like a cycle. Okay, I'm just gonna wait on this because I think these are doing what they need to do now. We finally have enough gas pressure in there because I opened this up and it helped pressurize the rest of the base. So this is still not exactly what I would call ideal. I probably need to make another sublimation station. Yeah, let's drop another one of these down real quick. I'm just gonna stick it up here somewhere. And then I'll put one of these stink deodorizers like right next to it. How's our power draw? This wire is pretty good. Well, this is a proper mess, but I just ran it through like this for now. Okay, that should postpone this. How familiar am I at calculating from kilojoules to watts? Isn't it... I don't remember the... It's a very simple calculation, but I don't remember what it is. Hold on. I don't know if they're telling me anyway. Whatever, just tell me in chat what the conversion rate is. Like, I understand the concept, but I don't remember if I have to, like, multiply by 1,000 or something. Ew, gross. What? Okay, apparently this can happen too. There's just slime, like, falling from the void of space. Oh, it comes with disease too. Wow, what a wretched place this is. Slime happens indeed. Hello, Arp. I see pinned a message while I wasn't looking. Thank you for that. Just watch out, chat. You never know which emote is gonna get you banned. Apparently it's not one of mine though. Get rid of this. Yeah, I don't remember the conversion rate on that. I wonder if they tell you. They explain this anywhere. Power, maybe. Power is measure. Chat. Power is measure in joules when stored in a battery. It is measure. Power produced and consumed is measured in watts, which are equal to joules per second. Okay, so The kilowatt, it's 1 joule to 1 watt, and everything I think is measured in kilowatts. So like I have a pretty decent amount of power storage here. Well, I guess what I would end up needing to do at some point, I would need to run the numbers. So like these guys are going to produce some amount of wattage, which I need to be able to store overnight or whatever, or rather over the day, because I think they only sleep at night. And the reality is I'm probably just going to wing it and just add more batteries if it looks like I don't have enough. But like theoretically I could actually like crunch the numbers and figure this out correctly. So we might end up doing that later. Carefully, I need to delete these wires as well. This is it's not quite a circuit actually, so that's going to cut off the base. Oh, I probably shouldn't have done that. Okay, you know what, let's just get rid of all this. This is in the way. Hopefully I don't get anybody stranded at some point while doing this, but we need to like finalize this sooner than later. So I'm going to have the plate right here. That's going to run it through the wall. Might last 75 seconds. Yeah, if you just want to tell me the numbers for 8 of these or however many I was going to have in there, I don't mind you doing the math for me. It's not terribly interesting. It just means I have to go look up a number. Yeah, we're just going to take the oxalate. So I'm going to focus on this for now. I'm just going to tear all of this down and desperately hope that nothing goes horribly wrong because of me doing this. And then I'm going to build the floor out. Now, this one could be a vent tile. So I don't want vents on the top because of the hydrogen, but I do want them on the bottom. So we'll put that there, build that. Now, we don't need any of this. I don't know why this one wire is here. I'm surprised this hasn't overloaded by just sitting here. Maybe it has and I didn't notice. I really wish you could like pre-build stuff in spots like this, because I'm just waiting for these idiots to remove this wire so I can like progress with the build. Oh well. So I'll put a door there. Slime meteors are really great. Yeah, you seem to enjoy literally every wretched thing that this game has to offer, and I'm sitting here like, oh good. Oh good, more polluted oxygen for my stink planet. Perfect, this is just what I wanted. Except mine is sarcastic. We have plenty of stink right now. I know that this could be used later, but I'm currently not ready to be doing that. Okay, so that should be good. What is the power grid looking like? So this one is powering this area. We're probably going to want one up here. Like this. That'll replace this one here, which is broken anyways, because it's floating. Don't need any of this or that. I don't know why I didn't delete that tile. I must have missed that one. So we've almost got this all boxed in. And then we will be able to move them into the room, and hopefully, even if I don't tame them yet, they'll just be confined to this area, and they will produce power for me. Even if it's for free, but I kind of want to tame them. I might have a second room with the free ones. Is slime lug spreading from the slime? I don't think it can get in here, and it looks like it's going to die pretty quickly anyways because it's getting irradiated. Maybe pretty quickly isn't the word I would use for this, but you can see the germ count going down. So like right now, it's not really getting in here. So I'm not concerned about that. Like this is all sealed off. Yeah, there's also a wall of hydrogen. So even if the slime lung was getting in here, I think it's taken care of. I'm not worried about the slime lung right now. So I don't know why it wouldn't let me delete that earlier. I tried to dig that tile and the game just wouldn't do it for some reason. So once we've got that hooked up, I think our power is going to be back in order. So if you guys could just do that like immediately, that'd be swell, because we have very little power elsewhere in the base. 50% is probably fine. And whatever, if they're using those too much, I'll do something about it. Idleness, yep, act surprised. No research focus, don't care. I know what I just researched. We're not doing anything with fossil fuels right now. I'm just kind of waiting for them to do this. Guys, can you just do this now? Like, just do this now. I need this. This is important. I can actually just stick a door here instead. And once this is built, I could start, like, wrangling them and putting them in this room. And even if I don't start taming them yet, at the very least, they're going to be, like, always producing power. So I'm going to start moving them now, under the assumption that it's going to take my duplicates so long to do it that they'll just get around to it eventually after the walls are done. So I'll grab this guy. Actually, are there any in a bad spot? These guys are blocked off under the water. This guy, I should probably dig this out. Alright, we're gonna grab this one. So I was able to have, I think, like 8 of these in here, right? I think that was the number I saw. Just grab those ones for now. I'll probably find more somewhere else. Can I get access to this room real quick? And we'll put this guy in here. Can I put them in the air? Are they even able to do that? I think I have to put it on the ground. It's looking good so far. Oh, thanks. I'm sure everything is going to go perfectly fine. So, I'm wondering how to do this. You know what occurs to me is if I put a pump in this room, so I should probably have like a specialized room for the hydrogen, right? And like a way to like detect if there's enough hydrogen in it that the pump is going to grab that. Because otherwise what's going to happen here is the pump is going to keep grabbing other gases and not the hydrogen. So I probably need to do that. All right, let's set that up real quick. And then we're just going to put a hydrogen generator like right next to this because I don't have anything else I could do with it right now anyways. So let's get rid of that. Deconstruct that. I'm just going to individually get rid of the drywalls because I don't want to deal with the UI for that. So remove that and that. They should be able to access most of this stuff. Put some floors here so they can get to the rest of it. Is there drywall behind this ladder? I think it is. Get rid of that. If I'm going to place drywall, I'll just put it back later. I don't need any of this. This is slowly starting to shape up. Like, we slowly got a base here. I assume that this is forbidden because they can't reach, like, whichever one is... this guy. Yeah, they can't reach this guy, I guess, because he keeps moving around. Okay, that guy can get out of there and just isn't doing it for whatever reason, so I'll just wait for that to solve itself. Eventually, somebody will be able to, like, wrangle that one and move them. So far, we have wrangled 0 of them, however, so you know what, just literally the second it becomes possible to do that, I want them to run over and do that, because this is the last thing that we're waiting for here. And then in the meantime, what I want to do here is set up like a little box for the hydrogen to float into. So let me think about how this is going to work. I want to make sure that there's only hydrogen in the box before the pump attempts to do anything with it. So let me see if I can think of a way to do that. I want to avoid using filters if at all possible. Food decayed. I'm assuming that happened on the other planet, not here, but let me have a look. These, I think, are doing fine, so it's probably the other planet. We must have a surplus. We do have breathability. Who's trapped? Wait, what? Oh, God. Oh, boy. 1 or more duplicates are trapped. Who? Oh. Wait, you're not trapped. Hold on. Major eye irritation. Idle. Severin, why the fuck are you standing here? You're not trapped! You can literally leave at any time. You have chosen to stand here. Oh, you are trapped. Okay, never mind. Nope, okay, I see. You could be over here instead. Alright, I see. You're trapped, but not in the sense of, like, you're gonna die, but in the sense of you chose to stand specifically over here in the hydrogen gas. And now you're miserable. Okay, alright, we're fine. We have breathability problems on both these planets, though. Oh, God. How long have I been streaming? I'm going to do a BRB soon, so I think we're going to... I need to set this up, and then I need to, I think, get oxygen set up instead. I don't even know if we're going to have time to make rockets today. But I think we're going to do a BRB pretty soon. They're eventually going to move these guys over here. I need to deal with the various problems that we're having with, like, just gases being everywhere, because this is wretched. And then how are things going over here? They ran out of algae again. Oh, boy. Real quick, let me dig out a little bit more algae, preferably not where the sand is. Have them go down here to get this as well. And then I'm going to do a BRB, and then we have a lot of problems that we need to solve, like, pretty soon here. I might have to crack into this, so let's just do that now. We're going to have to crack into this at some point. And then I think, how many ladders do they need to get to all this? I don't know, I'm just going to give them, like, I'll just give them 2 ladders. This is definitely enough for them to access the whole thing. Yeah, okay, we got a lot to do here. Alright, so we're going to do our BRB now. As usual, I'll run 3 minutes of ads. If you need to go take a break, then now's the perfect time to do that. So let's just go ahead and get that set up. And meanwhile, I don't know, you can look at this sluglet. It's kind of cute. It's adorable. Alright, so let's see, we're paused. Do that. The audio. One of these days I'll have like a single button I could press to get this all set up. But I will be back in a few minutes. Go take a break if you need to. And until then, listen to the elevator music. Where's the elevator music? Or now whatever this one is. Alright, here you go, chat. I'll be back in a few. Oh, God, this song slaps. I don't want to end the BRB until it's over. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Animation helps. I'm happy to hear that. Like, I had been wanting to do that, but I think you were the one in chat who just said that it looked like the stream was frozen, and that was like what pushed me over the edge to want to just do something, and I am so happy with how it turned out for how little effort I put into making that. Like, this is why you learn math in school, kids. It's not so you can actually, like, just solve problems with apples and oranges, it's so you can make cool shit like this. This is what I wanted to do with mathematics. This is my favorite kind of thing. If you know the algorithms, you know the equations, you know what functions you need to use, you can make something really neat looking without really a whole lot of effort, because this is ultimately just a combination of sine waves and multiplication functions. Like, you don't even need to know like high-level math to do something cool with it. And Spaceman, I see the follow. Thank you for that. You just pee on the floor and let someone else mop it up. I mean, that's what people do in like actual like public settings, I'm pretty sure. I would hate to have to clean public restrooms, but I'm trying to avoid having that happen in my colony. Nerd. Welcome to the stream, thank you. I am a nerd, and you know what? I embrace it. That's not even an insult. It's an honor to have somebody call me a nerd, because it means I'm doing things exactly the way that I intend to. Stop shilling for big math. Look, I'm just saying big math is the future of our society, and people need to stop pretending it isn't. The meek shall inherit the earth, Soviet. Or something, or the pen is strong, mightier than the sword. I don't know, you could find a lot of like stupid epitaphs or whatever that more or less support my argument. Let's get back to what we were doing here. Let's see, the volume back. All right, I think we're all set to go here. All right, awesome. I don't think I missed anything else. All right, so where were we? We were having an air problem here. I did get this set up. It's at max gas pressure though, probably because the room I put it in is very poorly ventilated. In retrospect, this might not have been a very good spot for it. Let's see. I think we have a pretty good surplus of like polluted dirt based on the situation I'm seeing here. I should probably make a sludge press at some point as well. But what I'm thinking is maybe I stick another one of these somewhere else. This is not urgent. You know what? Okay, let's deal with the air problems on this planet first, because they are in a way more dire situation. So once again, we're out of algae is the issue that we're running into. And I need to do something about this. I can't keep depending on this. So what solutions do we have that I can like whip up in a reasonable amount of time that isn't just getting more algae? I'm gonna P6 this so they just do it now at the very least. Let's see. We probably need to electrolyze. Yeah, that's what I think we're gonna be doing here. Give them, well, I don't want to give them the hydrogen. I'm thinking how I want to set this up. We can give them some power. Like, I'm not going to make like a self-powered one. I just want to whip up something that I know will work for the time being, so I wasn't going to make like a self-powered one at the moment. So maybe just a room with an electrolyzer that just lets it drift up to the top, or I just pump it into a hydrogen generator. That might just be all I want to do right now. Alright, so of course I don't know where this is. Here it is. Alright, so electrolyzer. Gee, it's in the power tab, or... No, it's in here. Okay, here we go. What are our options? Polluted dirt and oxygen. That one, it's not that good. We don't have that much of that here. Electrolyzer converts water. We have a pretty decent amount of water. We can tame this to get more water later. So that's tentatively what I'm going to go for. The algae terrarium is basically just the oxygen diffuser, except it just removes, I guess, some carbon dioxide. Rust, we don't really have much. Yeah, it's looking like electrolyzer is the way to go. Some people add them to the plug slug setups. I mean, I could always move a plug slug over here, but I don't want to deal with that right now. I almost don't want to transplant a lot of these things between the planets, because it kind of takes away the uniqueness of the base I build in each planet. So for now, that's not going to be something I do. Now, electrolyzers, I think, make heat, right? So I probably want to keep them near the cold area. Yeah, they do output some heat. They're going to be running for a while, and this is going to be the air that we pump into the base, so I probably want to cool them. I'm going to build this setup over here, I think. Just kind of in this, maybe in this area. I don't want it to get too cold, but at the same time, having too much cold is rarely a problem, I think, in this kind of base. Can they get to this? Yeah, they can access this, right? Yeah, they can. I feel like things getting too cold is not going to be the problem that we have at any point in the near future. So I don't want to destroy another one of these nature reserves, but I got to accept at some point that they're just in the way. This could be overkill for the amount of farming that I need to do, so maybe I should just like shorten this down a little bit. Because at some point we're going to get rid of the mealwood, and I could put a different like type of plant there, but... And then what have we got over here? We have a big pool of... Is this cold? Temperature is this? This is very cold. So this doesn't have to be close to the base either. I could build it like over here. I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to stick it over here if that's where we're going to build it. And we have some water to kickstart it like right at the beginning as well. So they'll run through this nature reserve, and this is where we're going to have them put it. So that sounds like a plan. So... I wonder how tall I want to make it. Let me think about this. So we're going to have hydrogen. We probably want to have some verticality to the build, so I might stick it over here. That'll give us some room to expand these. I actually wanted to expand these anyways to even it out a bit, so I'm going to do that. Just to get a clean lighting on the ceiling is the only reason. No. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Is this not... Do you not like my plan of action here? Would you like to suggest something, chat member? Because I think this is what I want to do. Okay, that should be good. Unless you're saying no to something else I said, in which case my answer is basically the same. And I need them to make sure they do this first, and then that. Do you just want me to make a better plan? Well, I'm sorry to say this is the best I could come up with. So if you don't got anything better, this is what I'm rolling with. So I'm going to stick it over here, and the design is going to assume that the hydrogen is going to kind of float up to the ceiling, and then I will pump it in. I'll probably just honestly leave it right next to the hydrogen generators. And then I don't really have access to cold at all, so that idea didn't play through at all. But at some point I can just run some PP water through this area to like make a coolant pipe. So we might get to see that later, depending on how bad it gets on the base. We might make a coolant pipe that just leaches, I guess it dumps heat into this area is technically what it's doing. So not right now though, we don't need to do that quite yet. We have 1 million idlers on this planet usually, so they should be pretty diligent about getting this built. So how do I want to do this? I wonder if it's time to make a liquid lock. So it's gonna have oxygen. Yeah, we really don't want any of the wrong gases in here, but then again, if I do this right, I don't have to get them into the room to begin with. And it's not the end of the world if I pump something that's not oxygen into the base, because it's like that anyways, as long as I don't pump hydrogen in. And I could use some like pressure and element sensors to detect if that's going to happen before I do it. Okay, so I think I know what I want to do. We're gonna insulate the room as well. So let me build it like this. We're going to go ahead and insulate this room, because I may want to regulate the temperature in here. The issue you had was eventually everything was oxygen, so it stopped making hydrogen. Yeah, I don't think I'd be able to depend on the hydrogen for power unless I get rid of the oxygen, which space is actually really far away. I could dump the oxygen, but I have like backup power. I have the hamster wheels. Eventually I will probably make coal power, but I am aware of that. I can't depend on just that for the hydrogen generation, so I will not be making that mistake, hopefully. I don't know why I didn't just put tiles here earlier so I could get rid of just these here. These have been bothering me for a while. Okay, so they're going to eventually build this. I guess I don't really need to P9 this build here, but whatever. Well, they'll get to it at some point. They can reach it. Food poisoning, yes, I know. Maybe I should go back over there and build them some toilets so they stop eating with their, like, their poop fingers. So let's see, the ladder here is mostly just for construction. I'm not sure if I'm going to give them a way to get in here once I'm done. I can always just open the door. So this is actually also going to be like that. We'll have eventually we'll have an airlock door or something here that I just like seal off. I'm just gonna build it for now, and I can just set it to be open at some point. I mean, I might as well make the fast airlock door just in case. It doesn't really matter, but I will have power running over here, so it doesn't hurt to do that. And this one is not the end of the world if they come in here, so I'm not terribly worried about that. Because all I have to make sure is that the hydrogen doesn't get, like, tainted. It doesn't really matter what's in the bottom half. It's just gonna get pumped back out into the base at some point. So let's see here. Let's run some numbers. So electrolyzer. I'm gonna put them like up top, sitting on some airflow tiles. Let's just place one for now. What are the stats on this thing? So it's gonna output. What is this? This is like 9 part. This is like 8 parts to 1 or something, I think. So how many gas pumps do I need to maintain that? I think it's 2. Pumps. Yeah, okay, so I need 2 pumps for 1 electrolyzer, roughly. Eventually it rounds off to something else, and I think we're gonna have... See, I'm gonna have to expand this later, but I think I'll just make a couple for now, with the intent that I might expand it out to the left later. Build these too high. Yeah, I think I know what I want to do, so I'm gonna start, like, blueprinting it out while they build the rest of the structure. So we'll do something like this. We get some free iron from this at the very least. So I don't know if this is going to be enough in the long term. It probably isn't. I guess technically I could stack the gas pumps to make this more efficient. Like just 2 gas pumps vertically stacked like that. We have a lot of height to work with. Yeah, let's do that instead. Let's future-proof it a little better. So something like this, and then 1 above each. Like I might be overbuilding this, but I think I have the resources to do it, and it just won't operate all at once if it can't operate. So I think this will be all right. And then up at the top, I think I only need 1 pump for the hydrogen on the ceiling. $100 pipes. Pipes are 10. They're 10 kilograms per second, right, for pipes? So this should be enough. Yeah, 10 kilograms per second. So that will be enough for the pipes. I can just run 1 pipe through all the electrolyzers. So that works. Let's check the settings on that. I don't like the ceiling being like this with the wire poking out, but at least this is evened out now. My OCD is not killing me as much. It's not really OCD, it's just me being a perfectionist. And I gotta get out of that comfort zone sometimes. So let's see, we're gonna want... I want like a little bit of space between the pump. I'm thinking about how I want to do this. I kind of want to make sure that no oxygen manages to like peek up into this top area here. So I think what I'm going to do, I'm just kind of winging it on this design. Something like this, and then I'll tuck the pump off to the side a little bit like that, so that I can have a couple sensors here to make sure that this room stays pressurized. Because if I pump out all the hydrogen too fast, oxygen will start seeping up into this room. You sure they won't suffocate before building this? Well, I gave them the algae, so they have algae. They should be able to survive. Like you see here, they should be able to survive for the duration of the build. I dug out a bunch of algae right before the BRB. So I should be fine. Why not have less pumps and then filter? Well, the filters use energy, so my thought process here is, if I could do this without needing the filters, then that just eliminates the problem entirely. Like I don't need to use energy to do it. I could just have like a single sensor here that just makes sure that I have a proper ratio of like oxygen to hydrogen. Now I'm thinking if I want to give myself room to do that, I have room where the ladders are. So what I would probably want to do is... do I want an element sensor? Well, that's great. That's awesome. Why are we making a mess? You're not... Okay, look, dude. You're not stuck over here, are you? Oh, you're stuck in here, aren't you? Adam, come on, dude. How did... Adam, how the fuck did you get in here? Adam, how did... There's a tile here. How did you get in here? What? How? I don't understand. Did you... You must have, like, come up through the bottom, I think. Oh my god, how do they do this? How do the duplicants find a way? You came up through the floor and built yourself in. Idiot. Alright. There you go, you can leave now. No, you can't. No, you can't. There you go. Alright. Alright, we're fine. Cool. Awesome. Good job, Adam. Excellent. Excellent order of operations on that one. I'm real proud of you. Okay, so hopefully that'll be fine. At least it's not like abyssalite. I think I could have gotten someone who could mine abyssalite to come over here before it was too late. Or if anything, just destroy the floor to get back out. You have to stand in Adam's pee. Well, don't act like that's my fault that happened. Go yell at Adam for that. I didn't do nothing. It is not my fault that they always find a way to do this nonsense. Alright, so anyways, the thing that I'm thinking about here is how do I make sure that these pumps never pump hydrogen? And only oxygen. And I'm just... It's not the end of the world if they pump hydrogen, so I might have to just improvise a little bit with this build until I find something that works the way that I want it to. I'm thinking maybe some arrangement of like gas element sensors to make sure that there's like... Or maybe even just air pressure and element sensors combined to basically say there is oxygen at a specific pressure in this area, and then I could say it's probably safe to pump if that happens. This thing is, I think this is hella overbuilt for what I need right now, honestly. This is probably way overbuilt, but I'm just gonna leave it the way it is. So like the rule would be there has to be oxygen in like this tile right here, and then the pressure down here has to be sufficiently high, and we can just tune it like as needed to get the job done. And then up here in this area, we have another combination. There are probably better ways to do this. I could go on the internet and I could look this up and figure out how to do this correctly, but I don't want to is the thing. I don't want to look up every solution, every problem. I kind of want to figure it out myself. So this is definitely not optimal, but this is the way that I am going to try to do this. And we're going to see if that works. And I need to leave a gap in the ladder here so that they're capable of actually getting like up there while I'm building this. So this is what we'll build for now. 4 electrolyzers could support 32 dupes. Okay, plus whatever else I need to do with the oxygen. So this is absolutely overkill. I could probably pump oxygen to the other planet in the meantime, and we may like produce like rocket fuel and other stuff here, which I'm pretty sure oxygen is involved in that process in some capacity. So let's just roll with our overbuilt like contraption for the time being. How much power do these use? They use 240, so I should probably just use the better wires. So I'll just use these. I think this will work for all of these. And then I will swap it out. I'm probably going to need a dedicated transformer to run this thing. But this is where I'm going to be producing power. Then these are going to need a different wire along with this pump here. How much of these use each? My 120. Okay, so these are a little bit lower, but this distribution should be fine. I'll have a couple of things to power them set up. I actually didn't pick out a spot to place my power apparatus. You think just run heavy watts through? You might be right. see. I do have room for that. I do have to deal with the insulation tiles, though, for the heavy watts, so I could just... So yeah, actually, I need to build the hydrogen thing. Like, once I've got this built, I don't think they ever need to maintain it, so I could build the hydrogen, like, setup. Like, the hydrogen generator into this. So let's see, what's the ratio for that? So we're producing almost a kilogram per second of hydrogen, I think, from this hot mess. Yeah, so about a kilo per second. Maybe exactly. It's like 8/9, whatever, it's close enough. So let me... What is this... Where is it? What does this thing use exactly? What are the numbers? Oh, they use very little. Oh my god, I overbuilt the shit out of this thing. Oh my god. Maybe I should cut this down. I'm trying to think, like, what are the consequences of this going to be? If I can't get rid of all the hydrogen, I mean, eventually it's going to cap on either oxygen or hydrogen. You know what? I think I'm going to lower the build on this thing a little bit. So let's reduce the build size a little bit. This is overkill. I'll leave enough room to potentially build it up more. I'm not going to reduce the size of the structure, but yeah, this is like way overbuilt compared to what I need. So let's cut it down to half. That should be plenty for my purposes right now. Like, I just don't have the infrastructure to deal with this, and I need to set up a ton of hydrogen generators. So let's just cut it down to the original idea. I'm going to leave this gap here, and I'll put the sensors in there. And I think this means I can run the whole thing off of one wire now. Yeah, no oxygen because hydrogen is full. Though I think I can just essentially delete the hydrogen by making power that nothing is going to use, if I recall correctly. Or I can just vent it into space. You can always just dump it into space. We don't need more duplicates. I don't know if we're getting more dupes on this stream, because that is like not the thing that we need right now. So this is fine. So now 5 hydrogen pumps should be enough to cover this. Make 440. I think it's 444. I don't know, like, what the... I don't know if they're rounding it on the UI or if it's actually 112, but the gist of it is I need 5 of these hydrogen things to be able to handle all this. And I think I'm going to do it up in this area here. So let's go ahead and square this all off. And I'm just going to kind of stick them in wherever I can fit them, like on this part. So I can just replace this with actually normal tiles. I still want these to be airtight. Like, I only want the hydrogen to come through this area here so I can detect it. Yeah, storage is insane with how much they store. Yeah, I was made aware of that. I didn't know that they had done that previously. Now, we don't need to use... We just use the abyssalite for now instead for those tiles, because it'll be a better insulator. Eventually, I think I'll swap them out. I'll just have to make sure to turn off this pump whenever I have dupes in here to make sure that they don't breathe into the hydrogen supply. But I don't think we're going to have any, like, critical failures of the base as a result of duplicants getting into this room, so I'm not exceptionally worried about that. Damage overheated, yes, I know. How are things going here? We actually have idleness over here. What can I have them do in the meantime? So this is up and running, except for this one apparently. They still have not managed to move this fucker for some reason. They could definitely get up here. I don't know why they haven't moved this guy yet. I don't know, I just wait for that to happen apparently. It's priority 9. I don't know why they haven't moved that one yet. Let me set up the taming station for these guys real quick. Maybe some plumbing as well, actually, before I go back over there. Where's the taming station? Grooming. Okay, let's go ahead and do this. I'll stick it right next to the door. Okay, you don't need to cool it, just the O2, unless you're feeding it water greater than 70 degrees. Yeah, this one doesn't delete heat anymore, right? They changed that at some point. You use one instead of like 5 separate ones. I'll see how I want to store the gas. I might want to store the hydrogen at some point, but for now I just kind of want to... I want to set it and forget it. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a hydrogen tank somewhere over there just in case like the demand is not met. And then when that tank fills up, we can figure out what to do with it. Or break the tank and let the hydrogen out and hope that nothing bad happens. You can't move if it climbs on the ceiling. Or they can't move it if it climbs on the ceiling. Try wrangling it first. Well, can they wrangle it on the ceiling? Yeah, whatever. I'll just set both actions. Hopefully they'll figure this out. Hopefully somebody will deal with this damn thing. I don't even know if they can get it on the walls then. Maybe that's why they've been unable to do this whole time. Well, now they can't get down there at all. I don't know how this game works. Whatever, somebody get in there and move that damn thing, please. Alright, so anyways, what was I doing here? I wanted to keep these guys busy for a second, so... Alright, good. Gene, you're doing your thing. Where's your hat? Dude, what happened to your hat? Oh, I got a lot of skill points. I'm not giving Gene any skill points. I guess I just never... You know, maybe he's been sad because he doesn't have a hat this whole time. Maybe that was the problem. Oh, does that take away the hat? Okay, alright, yeah, that makes sense. I knocked his hat off while he was in there. So... I mean, I don't have the morale for a lot of these duplicates to give them more skill points. You can just do some mining, I guess. I'm not gonna give you any. Definitely not. You can have something. What can you learn how to do? Honestly, she already has like most of the useful skills at this point, so I could just use strength or mining or something. Yeah, I'll just give them strength. I feel like there's never really a reason not to do that. They can all just move things around in their spare time. I should probably set up like a low priority sweep initiative. Okay, you have a lot of morale. You can just learn how to do this, I guess. You have pretty high morale. So you can get suit training. I have all this suit training set up and nobody actually like needs to do it yet. We do not need hazmat digging at this point, so I'll send you down this path as well. And I don't really want to push my luck. I don't know why me is so stoked to be in this base right now, but whatever. And we're not touching... Okay, you two can have something. Let's see here. I'll just put you on the carrying path. And digging. Okay, yeah, having another miner here for this is probably not a bad idea. Yeah, at some point we'll get suits. Supplying gives the bonus carrying capacity. Yeah, I know, that's why supplying is better, but like strength is still not a bad thing. Like, it's not bad to have it. So I don't know if it's worth, I guess, using that as their like extra credit skill if I got nothing else to put them on. So that's why I'm kind of not spending a lot of the points as well, even if I could. So I'm gonna leave them as they are for now. Anyways, what was I doing here? I wanted to set up food for these guys or they're gonna start starving to death. We got lots of cobalt on this planet, which I'm sure is going to change soon. I'm going to just leave the... I think I got 6 of these guys in here. Well, it's going to be 6 whenever they get around to moving this dumbass. There we go. Alright, finally. Gene, you finally did something useful. So let's see here. We need a... where is this? Farming? Stations? Food? Critter feeder. Alright. Slap that bad boy down. Slugma, my beloved. Why is... Did one of these fuckers, like, drop the one that was going in here and it just moved? Why is this still a thing? Why does this still happen? Oh no, break time. The Union says I get to go on my break. I'm just gonna drop this thing in the mine shaft and go eat lunch. Lazy ass workers, never done anything in their lives. None of these guys ever done a hard day's work. This is why I don't respect them. Okay, well eventually that's going to happen. I want them to build this now so I can set the filters on it and then go back to what I was doing. Union mandated lunch break. Drop everything. My god. People have no work ethic. Why do you think like corporations like to like manipulate their employees? Because the employees would be doing shit like this. Unbelievable. Lazy, all of you. What are you complaining about, Severin? Get back to work. My God. Let's see here. I hate how this is filtered. What are these guys called? These are just like plug slugs. There they are. Alright, have some cobalt ore. That should be enough to keep them busy for a while. So we have... I mean, this looks like it's fine. I will retune the numbers here if we start having issues. But for now, this seems to be fine. I don't know what this spaghetti even is anymore, so I'm just going to, like, just redo the wiring here. See if somebody gets themselves stranded on these ladders at some point, too. Let me just carefully build the ladders in such a way that they definitely will not get themselves stuck on them. There's a search bar. I didn't remember what it was called, is the problem. Good catch. Alright, so that's taken care of. Oh no, a broken battery. Whatever will I do? So I think they're good to go. Oh, you know what I could do? I could give them a low priority sweep order. What am I storing in here? Metal ores. Yeah, this was just to get the metal ores out of the plug slug room, but at this point I don't think we need this one anymore. So I'm going to go ahead and set up the double, like, sweep only bin, like, thing that I was doing earlier. Actually, this was already set to that. Oh, I guess I just haven't been doing very many sweep operations. Alright, so here's what we need to do. So we, turn that off. And set that, and then we're gonna do, like, a low priority sweep of, like, basically everything in the base. So I'm set to, like, 4 or something. So they'll, or maybe even 3, they'll just only do this when they have nothing else to work on. And that should keep them busy for a very, very, very long time, because we have not done this a single time in this base. So grab all that. I'm sure I'm going to sweep something that I didn't mean to, but whatever, that's a problem for the future. You notice a pattern here. When I encounter a problem that I know is going to happen, which is I will deal with it later. Future me could take care of the problem when the time arises. Present me doesn't want to handle it. So let's grab all of this. They're going to fill up those chests like a few times over, I think, but that should be good. This will at least consolidate some of these item stacks, so it'll cause less lag, because I am occasionally, like, having my frame rate drop. That should be everything they have access to at this point. Okay, while I have the tools selected, I'm going to go to this planet and do one as well. I should probably set up like a seed bin at some point. They're going to have to do more sweeping in this room later, but for now, it's fine. I don't know where they're going to put any of this stuff. I should really set up a storage, honestly. Okay, grab that. Take all of this as well. Yeah, you guys could take a dip in the water. I'll show you it'll be okay. Looks like we're almost filled up on food here. Maybe I do need to get more duplicates and just find things for them to work on. And yes, I know that I could just do this. The reason why I'm not doing this is because if I visually see something that I don't want to sweep, I need to, like, avoid doing that. I'm not sure what might come up for that situation. I kind of also don't want to put sweep orders on stuff like in here, for instance, because I don't want them going into the cold-ass water to pick things up. So there is a reason why I'm doing this piecemeal instead of, like, all in one big chunk. That said, I could probably just do it all in one big chunk and deal with the consequences later. It wouldn't be too dire. But, oh well. Okay, I think that's everything. So we have a billion, like, low-priority sweep orders to keep everyone busy. There should be no more idles for, like, the rest of the stream, unless these fill up, which is probably what's going to end up happening. Yeah, they're already, like, running out of room for stuff. I might want to set these to be sweep only at some point. Yeah, whatever. Okay, what was I doing? Let's see, I wanted to give these guys work. Just have them carve out the ceiling, I guess, as well. Okay, so they'll be busy for a while. Back to this. Let's see, how to proceed. I do, by some miraculous chance, have just enough room to do what I wanted to. I do have piss water up here, though. This is going to get out. I need to do something about that. So, it's hot in here, but I don't think it's going to hurt them. I don't think it's hot enough to do that. So I'm going to build a ladder up here, and I'm going to pump this out. Have I used the automatic dispensers? I have. This is like... We have a very long to-do list of things that I want to finish that I just haven't had time to do because I'm currently working on like life support. They've got oxygen now, but they're going to run out of algae again, and we are running out of surplus algae by the second. So I need to deal with this now before I make like a proper storage facility. So I need to pump the piss water out of this area is one of the priorities here. So that's regular water. Let's see, I've been dumping it in there. What's the fastest way that I could get it down there without destroying any tiles? Honestly, probably through here. So run it down like that. Over, we're just gonna go through this room. And I think I can just stack it. Or is this gonna end up where I want it to? I think this will work. I think this will just run it through there and it'll find its way out here, which is where we want it. This is getting dangerously close to being overfilled. Let me dig it out a little bit more. I gotta set up a proper storage for this. My god. Yeah, Oni. Yeah, we got way more pressing matters than nice things. So unfortunately, this is what we're stuck with doing right now. Alright, so let's see. For now, I'm just gonna set up a shitty wire to run up here because I need to rewire all this at some point anyways. So I'm just gonna do that. Just get the water out of there so I can build it all the way up. And we needed 5 natural gas generators. I don't think I'm gonna like overclock them or anything like right now. I just want to stick them down, let them do their thing. So it's gonna be like that, and then like a stack of a few more here. Yeah, I could just build it like vertically like this. I'm probably gonna have to tear this all down and rebuild it, but when I like scale it differently. So for now this is fine. Let's get them on priority building for this. I need you guys to do this like now. Natural gas. I don't even have access to natural gas. Like there's a pocket of it somewhere on the other planet, but this is hydrogen gas that we're gonna be messing with right now. I don't even know if I have a geyser nearby. Or a vent or whatever they're called. We have this. Wait, did I place it? Oh, I'm a dumbass, thank you. Yeah, no, they're the same size. My brain didn't recognize it. I would have figured it out eventually when there was no way to actually put the hydrogen in it. Yeah, good call. So we have that. Yeah, we'll eventually be using natural gas. I can't really pre-build these, but I can start constructing the floor. There's kind of no downside to just building this like a tile higher, since this room has to be pretty tall anyways. So just reduce the odds of accidentally grabbing the wrong gas of this thing. I'm just gonna move it a tile higher. Alright, I was not gonna build those there. So we'll do that. I'll wait until this is pumped out. We're gonna have 2 more right there. Some floors. And then right here, this is how we're going to be doing this. I think I'm just going to uproot all this. I don't care that much about these plants. Like, I don't need another nature reserve over here. I'll just leave the one that's not in the way. Apparently I have not been auto-harvesting because I forgot to toggle that on these. Huh. Did these guys find their way up here? I guess they did. They found their way up all the way from this. They used to bother you when you started this game. Now, why is that? Something fundamentally wrong with them? You just not like how they look, because they're kind of weird. I don't know why the hydrogen is like a pink slime when you use them. I'm not sure really why they designed it like that. It's supposed to look like a drinking bird or whatever, but it's a hydrogen generator. You can always make nature reserves. I don't have access to pips unless there's a new way to do that now, so it's going to be a while before I get that option. And it's also a pain in the ass to do it unless they made it easier. Like, I don't want to do it because I'm spending an entire stream trying to get them to actually cooperate. we're definitely not going to be able to do it soon, so it's not like high on our to-do list to like set up nature reserves. So I need to keep the ones that I've got if I want to keep the bonus. What's wrong with you? Cool, awesome. I'm glad I zoomed in to watch that happen. God, I love nature. That tile there is going to bother me if I don't mop that. Alright, so... I mean, honestly, I'm just going to insulate this off because it looks ugly the way it is. It's only 5 tiles. So this is looking good. I'm going to move the pump up a little bit. Ventilation. Gas pump, just stick it as high up as it'll go. I will figure out the wiring situation later. I don't think I like it the way it is right now. Yeah, they aren't burning it. Why is it a pink slime? Yeah, it just deletes the hydrogen. Conceptually, it's kind of an underwhelming feature, I guess would be a good complaint for it. It's just like, yeah, you just put the hydrogen in and it magically just works. Which, I mean, I think real hydrogen generators output water, so like you need to put the oxygen back in it. I see what you mean now. I remember when I first figured out how that worked, I didn't really care for it either, because it's kind of, even in the spirit of this game, it's a little bit weird that you can just split the water into hydrogen and oxygen and then delete the hydrogen somehow and get energy from that process. Like that somehow that whole process is just like energy positive, and it doesn't make any sense because in real life that's not how it works at all. You spend a shitload of energy to electrolyze the water into hydrogen and oxygen, and then you get it back by bonding the hydrogen with oxygen again to make a hydrogen engine. But like you invest the energy into separating them to begin with. Like that's how that works. But in this game, apparently it's just free. You just delete the hydrogen and it somehow magically produces energy. So I'm not sure how they came to the conclusion that that was the right way to do it. Why is this not pumping? Oh, they're not done with the pipe yet. We need that water out of there now. If you guys could do this, please. Thank you. Okay, so let's see here. I was going to move these. So I want the element sensor, like, I'll just stick it like over here somewhere. And the atmos sensor. So they should only operate if they like have a sufficient pressure and the correct gas in this area, is the rule set up for it. I can move these around if I think of a better arrangement. So congratulations, chat. We're using automation. So I think the way that these work is if they're attached to an automation cable, the signal has to be true. So we need a couple AND gates for this one here. So we'll just slap one. That's a good spot. I wish you could like flip these as well, because sometimes the default rotation's annoying. And we run a wire like that, like that, like that. I will configure these later. We'll do that. Something like that. I could also turn off the electrolyzers, but I don't think that's what I want to do. So yeah, this seems like the right idea. Maybe it's like fission. I mean, that would... I mean, that doesn't... That makes even... Well, fusion, I think, is what it would be. Yeah, fission's uranium, so that would be fusion. But, like, that doesn't make any sense either, because you have to, like, put a shitload of energy into a fission reaction to initiate it. So, like, these are just video game magic, I think is the only thing I could describe these as. I don't think it makes sense. There really isn't a proper explanation for how this would work. Yeah, electrolyzers being overpressured is the stop gate. I think this is the way that I would do this. Again, I am not looking this up. I'm going to learn from the error of my ways. So chat member, you have two choices here. You can either tell me if I'm messing something up to streamline things, or you can intentionally not tell me if I'm messing things up, and I will have to figure out the hard way whether I done goofed. The choice is yours. The only request I make, like, throughout these streams is that you don't tell me things that are wrong. Like, you don't like lie to me about a game mechanic, because that's just not fun. That's just annoying at that point. But beyond that, you are not like, you don't have an obligation to tell me if I'm messing something up here. Just don't give me misinformation, and you can just watch the world burn, and I'm completely fine with that. I don't want to be like ultra backseated or anything, but I'm not gonna like get mad at people if I screw something up. If I had built like natural gas generators in here, like I'm not upset about being saved from that mistake, but it would have also been funny if you had allowed me to do that, so I won't be upset either way. Yeah, I don't mind like advice that's just like passively like, hey, this option exists. And none of you have been pushy about this, so like I'm completely fine with this. Like nobody has been like obnoxious, like what are you doing, streamer? What are you doing? This is clearly suboptimal and you should be doing it this way. No one has been doing that yet, and I appreciate it. All right, how long until they're done pumping this? It's getting there, a couple more minutes probably. Yeah, I appreciate getting the tedious information. We're having to figure out ratios where half of the information is in this UI and the other half is in here. But it's a pain in the ass. I don't know why it's like that. I don't mind people just telling me what the number is at that point. Okay, so they're going to be working on this for a little while here. I have to wait for the water to get pumped out. In the meantime, let's see. What configuration do we want for this? What is the overpressure for these? Let me guess. It doesn't tell you. Hey chat, I got something tedious for you. What is the overpressure on this? 2K? 2K of any gas in the output slot, I assume, so it'll probably be oxygen that overpressures. Okay, so knowing that information, let's see what we want to do here. This only operates if there's oxygen. I guess, honestly, no, I think every other gas is going to sink anyways, as long as I don't let any stink gas into this room. Well, the stink gas will get pushed down. I think what's going to happen here, as long as this room primarily has oxygen in it, it will eventually filter out like any carbon dioxide that gets in here while the duplicates are doing things. The only thing I don't want is for this pump to grab the wrong material. And what I will probably be doing is turning it off whenever I have somebody in here to do something. Ideally, this is zero maintenance, and I'm going to lock the door. So I'll try to make sure that this is just not running while they're in here, so if they breathe CO2, it'll fall down to the bottom before I turn it back on. That's kind of what I want to do. Top left of it, wait, is it top left for these ones? Is it like visually tied to this spot here? I guess it varies for each building, doesn't it? Yeah, it absolutely does, because I remember the petroleum generator has like a specific tile that spawns the polluted water or whatever. Yeah, I guess I just got to remember which one it is, because they don't tell you which tile it is, so you just have to figure it out. Thank you, Clay. Alright, it looks like this is done now. So let's get all that out of there. We're gonna high priority, like, clean all this out. Do they not have anywhere to put this? Okay, I need to give them a spot to dump that. I think I destroyed the one that was here earlier. So let's just do something like this. Plumbing, bottle emptier. You guys just do this like now, please. Tiles of interest. That's like multiple tiles of interest in that building, I think. I don't know, maybe not. Whatever, I will consult the experts when I need that information. That's another thing where if chat could just tell me which tile is the output, then it just saves all of us a bunch of agony of me just having to go look at the wiki to figure it out. Alright, so I want them to just automatically take... not sweep only. I don't know what this means. Non-standard resources include clothing, critter eggs, and sublimators. Okay, well, none of those things produce liquids, so I don't feel like we have an issue here. And we don't have auto bottles, so they should just pick up all the sweep water. And I'm actually going to high prioritize that, so they're more likely to do it. If that's even how that works. I still don't know how prioritizing cleanup operations works in this game. Yeah, you need developers second. Based on the problems we've encountered in this game, I mean, I would argue this game engine is marginally more functional than Don't Starve's, but not by a lot. It's got its own issues here. I can delete this now and start building these. Actually, they're going to build these in the wrong order, so let me just dig it out like that. Just get them to sweep it immediately. I don't know where this shine bug is going to end up, and I kind of don't care. Output tiles are where buildings expel resources. Tiles of interest are where deliveries and heat... yeah, okay, so they are different. I mean, they probably can be the same, but in some cases they're not. And for electrolyzers, I'm assuming that the tile of interest is the bottom left and the output tile is the top left. Because I think the rule is it's like it's biased, it's a bottom tile that's biased to the left, if I understand it correctly. So like this right here is the tile of interest for this hydrogen generator by default, if I understand how this works correctly. And if I'm wrong about that, let me know if I make any assumptions based on that. Mouse over the tiles of the task, it shows a list of affected errands. Wherever the cursor goes when you go to place. Yeah, okay, so it is right there, that's what I thought. I think that's the how it usually like places it though. That's the rule I've been going off of. Like pumps, I think, happen to extract from their tile of interest as well. I think gas pumps also extract from this tile right here, which sometimes matters. Like primarily, I think they can grab from like... Pumps can grab from like any tile, or is it only this like 5 tile plus over here? I'm not entirely sure like how that works, honestly, if somebody knows the answer. But right now we're not doing any builds where that's actually important, so I'm not too worried about it. I think for liquid pumps, there has to be a liquid here. It's just this single tile, if I recall correctly. Air pumps are a plus on the automation tile. Really, you're saying it's up here? Or is it down? I thought it was down here. I could be wrong about that. And I think for regular pumps, it's just this tile down here. I don't even know if this one here works. Or maybe it prioritizes the left one. I'm not really sure. I'm doing this slowly, by the way, chat, because I'm trying to get them to, like, build this correctly. We can get rid of all this, however. I want to wall this off and not have to worry about debris finding its way into that spot, like over here, because it's going to agitate me if I can't reach it. Oh well, we'll worry about that if we have a build where it matters. This should be okay for now. So, how's our temperature looking? This is fine. A little toasty over here, but it's not really causing any issues. We have idleness over here, so that must mean the chests are full. Okay, let's do our ritual. So we do that. I should just be using the damn hotkeys. And then we do that. There we go. Okay, so they have plenty to do now. Tile, 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 tile. Yeah, we're talking about tiles a lot. Very, very fascinating content we've got here. So once they're done with all this nonsense, why are they not sweeping this? Maybe they don't have anywhere to... You know, they probably don't have anywhere to put it. Yeah, that's what the issue is. And I know my printer is active. I'll do that in a second here. My game lags every time I click on one of these chests because it has so many items in it. I definitely got to do something about like all the loose debris we have everywhere. A barbecue. I'm not even looking at the other options. I'm taking the food. Delicious. Okay, there we go. Yeah, they're gonna pick these up now. So I can get them to empty this room out faster if I just do priority sweeping on everything in it. So come on, guys. You're gonna run out of oxygen. Let's hustle. Let's get a move on with this. So I'm gonna P6 all the sweeping. They'll do a little bit more over here. Meanwhile, I can start placing the hydrogen generators. So we'll stick them in like that. Pile. I'm trying to think if anything's gonna go horribly wrong if I do this. I think this will be fine. So once they take the time to remove this, which I don't know why they still haven't removed it. I guess I overwrote the priority. There we go. Guys, please just remove this so I can build the damn wall. Somebody's probably coming over to grab that. Food poisoning. Yes. Yes, I know. Is the food poisoning here? Who's food poisoned? Yep, okay. It's on the piss steroid, the shit steroid, whatever you want to call this place. We need to make them a toilet, honestly. Why is every single one of these red? I guess it's all the polluted mud. I guess they don't have a spot they can put that. I must have filtered it out on this. Hold on, let me add that, because that doesn't off-gas for some reason. Polluted mud, specifically, is something I'm allowed to put in here, apparently. So, now they can pick it up if they need to. I'll figure out what the rest is later. It's probably this stuff, honestly. And I am just not going to worry about it right now. So I think they need a toilet. So we've got bedrooms. I mean, this is honestly a good spot for that. I'll want to move this at some point here, but I think this is honestly a good spot for that. It's already stinky in here. I could just move this thing down. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to move this thing downstairs. Put another deodorizer next to it. So that'll take care of most of the stink gas that comes out of that thing. Go ahead and get rid of this. Just didn't even give them a wash basin. Look, I'm gonna fix it, alright? That's what we're working on. They're gonna get nice things. Just give it a moment. Actually, let me make an airflow tile there. So, wait, do I want to move this all over one tile? Actually, I want to move this all over. I remember, I was making this a little bit wider. So, get rid of all that. So the height on this whole, like, this whole shindig is a little bit weird. I think what I'm going to do now, is I'm just going to make the floor 2 tiles thick, because I think I'm going to lower this upper floor down when I have more industrial stuff in here. So for now, I'm going to set it up like this, and just keep the usual height for this room. Just because I prefer to have it look like that. And let's set up, let's see. We're not going to have that many duplicates in here, so I'm going to do 2 sinks and 2 toilets is what I'll do for this. And I'm sure, like, there's something suboptimal here, like, well, actually, you don't need to give them sinks if you run polluted water through this or that, or you spray their germs or something. And I'm just going to give them the sinks because I like how it looks. I like the aesthetics of it. We can hyper-optimize things some other time in the future. If only I could remember where the sink is. It's in medicine. Let's see, how did I do the spacing on this when I was here? Okay, I left a gap, I think, to put like some potted plants or something. Game, why are you deselecting the sink when I switch planets? Come on, devs, there's literally no reason you have to deselect it. Just leave it alone. Right, so let's do that. It's the ore scrubber. Is the ore scrubber still ass? Because I remember the ore scrubber being completely fucking pointless. Because there was like no way that they could get infected or something, like based on just the way the mechanic worked, so there was like no point in using the ore scrubber as long as you refined them. I don't remember the exact detail, I just remember that item being like completely useless. Like I built one and I found out you could use the ore scrubber to clean food. That's awesome. I almost want to use it now. You like hand sanitizer. I like hand sanitizer in real life, but we have no chlorine. I don't feel like figuring out how to use the rust deoxidizer, so for now we're just going to use sinks. I need to make sure I don't delete all their toilets. So actually, this is a priority 9. You guys need to have toilets, like, immediately. Do this as well, please. Thank you. How are things going over here? Max stress. What do you mean max stress? Who's pissed off now? I mean, I already know it's Gene 2, but the question is, why is it Gene 2? It's not Gene 2. Who is it? Who did it? Uh-oh. What you were doing... you know what? I made a mistake is what I did. I leveled you up while you ate like barbecue or something. That's probably what went wrong here. I don't want to scrub you if I don't have to. Use bleach stone. Don't you have to like make bleach stone out of chlorine or something? You've seen someone use it in their dining hall, but when you cook food it's sterilized. Yeah, okay, so we won't be using any ore scrubbers anytime soon. How bad is this? Do I have to deal with this now? Maybe I should just make a massage room, honestly. I keep forgetting I could do that. You can now. It used to not be able. Okay, well. Squeaky Puffs. Don't get me started. Okay, so you got some strong opinions about this game too. I see. So we have a couple of avid oxygen not included enjoyers, don't we? With strong opinions about buildings that are garbage in this game. Well, I'm a very supple and influenceable mind right now, so be gentle. Or I might just think something is bad without actually trying it. I'm gonna probably try things that are suboptimal just for the hell of it. So your stress is getting pretty high here. I think I should just build a goddamn massage table. So where can I do that? We have an empty room here. Let's just do it right here. Your puffs keep dying. Are puffs just like stupid and their AI just like doesn't pathfind correctly? Because I remember there being a lot of problems with that. where they would just sit somewhere and starve to death because they refuse to go to a gas, or they get stuck in an animation or something. So how do I make a massage room? Massage clinic. So we need a table, a decor item, and no machinery. That should be easy. And I'll just use a potted plant or something. Let's see, stations. I'll just search for it because the categorization doesn't make sense. I don't know where this is, and I will probably never find out. I think I only really need one of these. And I'll make the building a little... How big does it have to be, actually? I was going to go for 4x4. So minimum size 12 tiles, really. I'll give him one more tile just in case I want to put another plant in there or something. Or what other decors do I have? Did I research... like the tier 2 like statues and stuff yet? Maybe I should do that. Okay, I did research these. I don't even remember doing this. Give them some art. I could give them this path as well. We don't have plastic, so there's like no point in even getting those right now. And whatever, give them some Renaissance art. Oh, Renaissance. Actually, I can't research that, so never mind. It requires the yellow science, whatever that's called. Alright, so we'll make do with what we got. Maybe our artist is going to get to actually make something right now. So let me see what the priorities are. Are you set to be the artist? Who was our artist? Decorating, it was Gene. Yeah, Gene's the only one allowed to art. Congratulations, Gene. You're going to get to actually make something. Furniture. Metal block. Oh, this is going to be great. What direction is this facing in my defaults? Is it to the right? I think I want to... I guess I'll find out. It's going to be facing the wrong way, knowing my luck, but I'm going to stick it right there. Your art major is finally paying off, buddy. Why is there water everywhere? Oh, no. Oh, there's been an incident. We actually got saved by the goddamn mud cave-ins. Yeah, you rotate the statues to face it in the right way. The mud cave-ins actually stop the water, like, from getting everywhere. The true unsung heroes. Okay, we need to fix this, so I'm just gonna fix it the best way I know how by plugging up the hole and dealing with it later. I think they can reach this. That should be fine. Let's see, it's not that cold up there. Oh, never mind. No, it is that cold up there. Oh, boy. We gotta insulate this. Okay, I have something important I need to deal with, like, right now. We need to insulate this before it becomes an issue. This door looks a little bit cursed like that, but for some reason, Clay will not give us one tile pneumatic doors. So this is the best that we can do. You think it was an addition? I mean, even I knew that you could rotate these, so it must have been in the game for a while, one way or another. Because back when I played before Spaced Out, I knew you could rotate the statues. Yeah, I know there's a mod for that. I'm probably not going to play any mods that add buildings. I would only do, like, functionality mods that do, like, quality of life stuff. I don't know yet for sure. So is this thing prioritized? I thought it, like, requires learned skill. Gee, you went to college for this. What do you mean? Oh yeah, I didn't give him his art back. I took away his art major. Whatever, just gonna make a shitty statue. Or mediocre. He'll make a mediocre. I'm not gonna give him masterwork, but he'll make a mediocre statue. Water in the power room. Yeah, this is completely safe. There is absolutely no hazard involved in what we're doing here at all. And let's see. So let's go ahead and dig this out. Where is this water going to wind up? It's ending up down here, and it's just kind of sitting here. This is a mess. Oh, I gotta be careful with this pump. Okay, hold on a second. Let's disconnect. Let's disconnect all the pumps from this for the time being. Because I don't want anything accidentally finding its way in here. So let's go ahead and just disconnect all this. Because that was a disaster waiting to happen. So we're gonna turn all that off. I am not sure where to put the water. I think I'm just gonna dump it down here, and I can set up a filter for it later if I need to. So I'm just gonna dump the water down there and deal with it later. Is that mud? That's mud. There we go. Okay, so I don't want to break this, like, build if I can avoid it. What a right proper mess I've made. That tile there is just to keep the water from, like, flowing back. So I think that'll work. Putting water on your batteries is the strat when putting them in space, yes. This is a video game, that's for sure. There was a building, right, that allows you to not have to do that. I don't remember where it was, but I saw the building where you can actually, like, cool things in space or whatever. I think it was cooling and heating. I think it just, like, equalized the temperature or something. Maybe I'm mistaken. I don't know. Induction panel. Okay, that's what that's called. How exactly does this thing work? Induction panel. Extreme temperature exchange with overlapping buildings. Okay, so it's just a fancier, like, thermo exchange plate, whatever. I don't know what those are called. So once all the water is out of here, I will mop this up and delete that mud tile. Let's see, I'm just going to do this. I'll collect all this scrap that's lying on the ground here and then clean that up. We need to deal with this. Idleness. Okay, hold on. Let me pause for a second. Industrial ingredient. I'm missing a bunch of stuff, actually. I guess these didn't exist when I set these filters. Like, honestly, just put everything in here. I kind of wish that these tabs would just, like, always be checked when it starts off. There's organic and I think like liquefiable is the only thing I don't want to put in here right now. Anything that has like some negative effects to having it in here. Yeah, okay, that's the filter that we'll go with. And then we need to empty this one. Okay, so they can do this again. Gene 2 made a little alien fella. Is it Morbid time? Oh boy. When did that happen? Was there a notification about that? You enjoy the placement. Look, surely they just can look the other way, alright? I know you can see through these doors. Surely it'll be fine. Where's the morb? I don't know how to find anything in this damn game. I know what you guys are talking about. Where's the morb? I'm confused. Once per cycle, each morb has a low chance of 0.1% to morb. Morbing all over the place if triggered. The duration is indicated by the status tooltip morbing time. That's real, isn't it? Like, they actually programmed that into this game, didn't they? How do I find the morb? Is it a resource? I ain't never seen any resource like this on Earth. Not a resource. I don't know how to find the morb. Help, chat. I literally do not know what to click on to find the morb. It's the statue. Okay, I thought somebody like made a morb out of one of the shitters. Okay, alright, we're fine. We're fine. Quaint. Okay, I was extremely confused. Like, where's the morb? What happened? Did somebody, like, create one out of one of these? I thought that's how that works. Honestly, I don't know how morbs are created. I don't feel like I've ever seen it happen. I've just had them generate with the world. The Canadians really liked Morbius. Everybody liked Morbius. You all saw Morbius, right? I know I definitely loved Morbius when I watched it. The part where he morbed all over the place, like, that shit was just iconic. Like, peak cinema. How overloaded is this one? Are Morbius memes, like, just not funny anymore? Or has it, like, wrapped back around to being funny again? I'm sorry, chat. I'm uncultured. Let's go ahead and put a light in here as well. Just because it'll look nice, I guess. I don't know. Were they ever funny, I guess, is the real question. What is the difference between a light and a lamp, chat? Because God knows I don't know. Thermals are a great way to look for critters or dupes if they haven't reached equilibrium. So what you're saying is there's no way to find the goddamn morb, if there was one here, which there probably isn't. Thank you, Clay. Very cool. Alright, so this problem is taken care of for now, and as a bonus, we're occasionally going to have free water, like, pulled up in here. You like when Morbius morbed, then Doctor Who morbed, then they fought each other. Was Doctor Who in that movie? I don't even know. I have no idea. So this is looking good. I think we can mop all this now as well. Let me check in over here to make sure nothing is going horribly wrong. Okay, so they did finally clean this out. So I'm going to set a top priority sweep so they empty all this nonsense out. And I think we are just going to use heavy watt wires for this, because this is stupid the way I'm currently doing it. I'm not so worried about the insulation that I need to make a insulated wire exchange, so I am just going to run it through the wall and just like set up the battery bank over here somewhere. Because we don't really have a proper battery bank anyways. It's literally, they're just sitting here making heat right next to the duplicates on the running wheels. That has to be absolutely miserable. You hate voles for... Wait, what? What are we talking about voles? What, the shovels? Wait, hold on. What? Do shovels do something that I should be worried about now? We haven't seen them yet, so I'm not terribly concerned. Let's see here. Where's the wiring? How much? Let's see. How does this work? So 20 kilowatts. We're not even close to that. So I don't even need the good wire. I could just use this version. Shovels are evil. I know they like rebalance them so they're not just free meat farms, but that was a while ago. So you know what? Just let me find out why they're evil. I'm sure it'll be hilarious when it happens. So now let's hook all this nonsense up. Do that. There is probably a way to do this that uses like one less heavy watt wire, but this will be fine. Evil. If you don't know why I said evil like that, you're too young for this world. Alright, so let's see. Now that we've drained this out, I can delete this pipe. Every villain is lemons. Somebody understands. The show is still on air. Do they even do they even replay episodes? Does anybody even still watch cable TV? I mean, unfortunately, people do. I don't know if it's kids, though. Okay, so we're gonna have some water running into here. I don't want this starting until I'm actually ready, so I will cut the cable here. And that'll be like how I turn this on when I'm done. Anyone eat a Krabby Patty from Wendy's? Oh god, is there a sponsorship going on? Is Wendy's being hip and lingo with the kids, as they often do on Twitter, or the platform formerly known as Twitter? So they should have enough materials to build this. Why are they... Oh, never mind. How long have I been ignoring this? Whatever, just take the rust. Under the sea meal. Right then. I mean, maybe it'll be good. As long as it doesn't devolve into like the Szechuan sauce situation, I'm sure it can't be that bad. No, honestly, knowing Wendy's, they probably want that to happen, so we'll see if they get lucky or not. Oh, yes, Soviet? I'm thinking about how to place the batteries here. EV Insider. What? Okay. I'm clicking on this. Does it tell you which episode is going to play? Oh my god. Dude, this was just not a thing. Back in my day, I know we had this conversation at the start of the stream, but I'm gonna go at it again. Like, you had no fucking idea what episode of SpongeBob was gonna air, like at a specific time. Like, you just knew that SpongeBob was going to happen, and then it was just like, yeah, you just got whatever episode. Who knows what they were gonna run? Unless it was the Panty Raid episode. That's the forbidden episode. No one's allowed to watch the Panty Raid. And now we just have this. This is the future. Like, here you go. Here's every goddamn episode of which season, which episode it is. My god, you kids these days and your nice things. Future. Future indeed. Now, where are the batteries? I want to move these. Actually, which one should I build? Can I get the batteries that don't suck yet? Hold on. There's a better version of these that I might as well use. Or did they nerf these? Power. These ones that are for some reason in sound amplifiers. I have a question. Does anybody know why this is the sound amplifiers tab when it contains exactly one sound amplifier? It has the smart battery, the jukebot, and the power control station, and therefore the technology is sound amplifiers. That's it. That's what they went with. Not as bad as advanced caffeination. Where is that? Yeah, that makes sense. I honestly, every time I like get my coffee in the morning, I associate that with large liquid fuel tanks. Like, I'm just reminded of rocketry when I think about like drinking coffee. You know, this one makes sense. There's nothing weird about this whatsoever. Thank you, Clay. Sensible as always. Frosty, the advanced caffeination also has a mercury lamp. Devs, you could just add like another option and make it cheaper or something. They don't all have to cost the same exact thing. Like, you don't have to do it this way. There's no rule that says you have to do it this way. Alright, so the smart battery. So I've got a question. Is the smart battery still just objectively better than the other two batteries in every way? I'm gonna get it anyways, but is it just objectively better? Because my recollection is that it is 100%. Okay, so we'll wait for the smart battery before we set this up. Except for plug slugs and solar panels. Okay, well, we have neither of those things to worry about here. Alright, so the next thing I need to do is actually get the gas out of this room. So let's set up some gas pipes. Which, okay, sandstone. Let's see, how do we want to do this? Eventually, I'll probably want to pipe the hydrogen out of the room, but for now, I think this will be fine. I'm thinking if I want to balance these or not. Well, let's see. We'll hook them up like that, and then I can just kind of... just do something like... whatever. I don't care. I'm just going to do something like this, I guess. I know I could use a bridge to jump that gap, but I'm just going to do it like this. Probably performs better anyway. So we'll get our oxygen out there, and tentatively, maybe if I want hydrogen, I will get it out there. But for now, I'm just going to split it like across these. I don't even have to split it evenly. I could probably just like run it through whichever way it works out best. So I'm just going to do something like this. It doesn't matter. As long as the hydrogen's getting used, it's not a concern. I mean, I guess I could. You know what I could do, actually? Hold on. I could just have the overflow hydrogen go somewhere else. So let's see. How do I... I'm gonna think how to do this. Like, if I put these in sequence like this... This is probably not the most high IQ way to do this, but that'll make sure that any overflow hydrogen goes here, and it literally always gets used for power first. And then I could turn off the hydrogen generators, I think, right? If I have too much power. So let's see, automation wire. Yeah, so I could turn these off if I have too much power, and then I could store the overflow. For now, I don't know if I'm going to do that. I'm going to put the batteries in this room, was what I was planning on doing. Just for now. I could put it anywhere. I've got the heavy watt wire, but for now, this is where I was going to stick the batteries. And then as for the heavy watt wire, I probably should have put it up on the ceiling, because that just probably looks better anyways. Or maybe here. I'm probably gonna have to trash this nature reserve. I don't know, whatever. I'll just stick it there for now. I'll have to deal with the consequences of this later if this ends up not being such a good spot. So we'll just run it. We'll run it along the floor. I'm gonna have to move that wire. And then we'll run it like along the ceiling. Or maybe... Yeah, it just has to go out this way, and then I'll just replace this tile here. So that will hook this whole thing up to the grid. As for this wire here, I'm going to move it down a bit. It is infuriating that you literally cannot use heavy watt wires to operate powered airlocks. There's just no way to do it. Awesome. I can run heavy watt wire through pneumatic doors if I build the door after the wire. Is that new? I don't remember ever being able to do that. So I can't do it while it's not built. Or here. Is there one on the ground level? Build the door after the wire. I need to wait for them to build one of these. Is it like only the bottom tile? Or are you... Okay, are you just wrong? I can't find a spot to test it. It's the overlapping bug. It's like having a temp shift behind a mesh tile. Look, I don't... Maybe it was possible at some point, but I absolutely cannot build it here. So, whatever the case, I probably wouldn't do that anyways, because I don't want to have, like, weird, janky builds that are super hard to, like, mess with. It works if you're running the game laggy and quickly place them. Okay, yeah, we're not gonna be doing that. We're not going to be weaponizing, like, game lag to accomplish shit like that. Like, there's a universe where I might try that at some point, but right now I am not interested in, like, weaponizing the lag. Oh my god, how long has this thing been here? This is not what I expected a grub to look like, if I'm being completely honest. No, you just keep doing your thing, Wiggler. Overlapping buildings and rockets. That would be a compelling reason to do that. Let's see here. Okay, so they need to be able to dump materials again. Repairs apparently having breathability issues. I'll deal with that in a moment. And what other issues have we got going on here? They have food, so we don't have to worry about that. They've got food now. Oh yeah, I was building a bathroom and then I completely forgot, and I built the sink in the wrong spot as well because I'm an idiot. I completely forgot I was making a bathroom. Right, that's what we were doing this whole damn time. You love grubs. Eventually, I will figure out what they do, but I've never messed with those before, so I have no idea how they work. Okay, so I need to dump these out as well. At some point here, I will take the time to set up a proper storage solution. By that, I mean quantum storage piles. Control groups are great. I don't know what a control group is. Okay, so it's medicine. Why is it in medicine and not plumbing? In what universe do you associate a sink with this? Well, this universe, apparently. Okay, this is going to be a problem here with these storage bins. I knew I shouldn't have put them here, but I did it anyways. Honestly, I should just put them down here. Okay, yeah, we're just gonna dump them down here. That's what we'll do. Just dig this out and put some ladders here or something. Okay, we'll do that. And then I'm gonna put these bins down here. They're already going to be in the water anyways, and we'll deal with the problem later. Okay. Eventually they'll be done with that. Requires emptying. Can we please not have anybody else peeing on the floor, guys? Just empty that out while I set the rest of this up for you. Okay, the piping. So what do we need to do here? We're gonna have a couple toilets over here. Think out that far? Whatever, I'll add more pipes if I need to. Okay, I want to do the same thing I did on the other planet, where I have this kind of, like, sustain itself. I mean, I could always set up like a proper system here where I like fill this up if there's not enough water in it. Maybe this is the opportunity to do that. If you press Control and then a number, you can save camera position and recall with Shift 1. You think I'm gonna remember that I have hotkeys for that? There's no way I'm gonna remember hotkeys for that. Like, I know what you're talking about, I think. It's a feature I'm never going to remember that I have. I probably should do it, but like, I'm just gonna be like, I'm just gonna move my cursor over to wherever I want to be every time. Is this really the best place to catch your breath, dude? And maybe at some point it'll get good. We need lights as well, so it's just gonna be 2 toilets and 2 sinks. Lights, are those in furniture? Okay, let's see here. Like this. That's gonna be. I'm like in my head measuring this out. Okay, yeah, that'll work. Put it there. And we'll do that. I don't think we even need this wire because I don't think I'm gonna filter it here. I think I'm gonna set the water filtration down here and just have a trigger to do it when one of these is like too empty, and I'll just run the water from this system down through here so it's more centralized because we have a lot of piss water on this planet and I want to process all of it in a better spot. Okay, I hate how cursed this whole wiring setup is. At some point I want to move this entire floor down 1 tile, but for now it's going to be gross and hideous and I'm just going to have to look at it until I take care of it. You know, let's give them some luxury. Let's make this look nice. Corner trims. Nothing says fancy like having these things in your bathroom. No, I can't do that with the door there. I'll get rid of the door real quick and set up a proper ceiling. I'm sorry, wait, are we that low on? Okay, it's just down here that we're having problems. I might want to start pumping air in from the other base again. Is this thing not running? Oh, that's why there's no air down here. Whoops. Oopsie. I made an oopsie. Door has to not be constructed to wire runner over it. Why am I still looking at this? Okay, so you would build the door. Cool. Alright, thank you, Clay. We're not going to be using that. Alright, anyways. Let me do this real quick. Yeah, we need to solve this problem probably sooner than later, but let me just do this first. They're going to love this bathroom. Like, these corner trims are really going to bring the whole thing together. Please don't show the decor overlay again. Oops. Whoops, I slipped. Flashbang. Oopsie. Yeah, this room is kind of nice. What a lovely shade of red this is. Gorgeous. Alright, I should probably stop doing that. My guys are dying. So they can't get to the wires. Give them a... I think that might be enough for them to get to all of those. If not, I'll have them go in from the ceiling above. And even build that room. Well, look, I added a skill scrubber and a water cooler to it and a potted plant. Look, this is the only hanging plant in my entire base that hasn't died yet. Isn't that great? Like, it's beautiful. Works for airlocks, but only the manual one, it appears. Okay, I'm not gonna mess with like overlapping building jank. I would rather just not like depend on mechanics like that are like weird one-way operations that don't work the other way around, because then I just have to set it up again if I have to reconstruct something. And oh well. Let me go ahead and set the doors to be open on this. So this is, I never checked this, right? Yeah, okay, they just sit on this thing until they're not stressed out anymore. Honestly, this probably would have solved Gene's problem, and somebody in chat even told me to do that, and then I didn't do it because I'm dumb. So at some point I'll probably build one on this planet as well, but they're having a few fewer stress issues. Okay, we got plenty of oxygen right now, so I'm going to go ahead and turn this back on for now to like stave off the most imminent problems, and we need to see if we can finish this off. Pixel pack's going. I don't know what a pixel pack is, by the way. This is beyond me, so I'm not familiar with this particular bit of content just yet. Alright, so this is all hooked up. We can build this now. We have our vents. We'll figure out what to do with them later. Let's see now. I'm checking all the overlays to make sure I have this up and running, or good to go rather. I didn't configure the sensors yet. I need to do that. So decor items, that's not until way later. Okay. I will not worry myself about it any longer. Okay, I think everything is set up here, so I just need to configure these. So we got oxygen. This one is for hydrogen. So it sends a true signal if it sees the gas. So if there's hydrogen gas up here, and we have a certain pressure of what is presumably hydrogen gas, and again, if this doesn't work, I will just have to go back in and kind of retune the whole thing to make it work correctly, but hopefully this will do the trick. Let me sweep up the remaining items that are on the ground in here. What pressure do I want? We know that it'll overpressure. Actually, this might be fine. So send a green signal if we're above 1,000. And then for this one here, you know, let me tighten up the numbers a little bit more. So 1,500. Why did that? I pressed enter. Okay, I deleted it the first time. Good job, play. So I want to make sure that there's like a lot of hydrogen here. Like it's really unlikely that any oxygen has managed to float up into this room. Is what I'm trying to avoid here. What is that? What is pre-built behind this? What is that? Is this... Or is that part of the... Is that an unbuilt wire, or is that part of the structure? What the hell? Yeah, what the fuck is going on with this wire? Why did I do this? Is it just not connected? I think this is just a visual bug, right? Is this just the build overlay is just stuck on the screen for some reason? It looks like it's fully built. Okay, it's a visual glitch. I wonder if maybe... Well, no, it's actually just... It's just the build, like, unconstructed overlay, I guess, is here. They really haven't been fixing the bugs in this game, have they? Okay, as long as it's a visual glitch, I'm not going to worry myself about it. Alright, so let's see here. I need to set up a switch. So automation switches here. I want the ability to just turn this place off. I don't want to have to add another AND gate. Let's see, I might have to do that though. Let's see, how's this going to work? I hate how big the fucking AND gates are. Always Moore's Law. I forgot what that is. Please enlighten me. One of those meme laws, isn't it? I'm trying to think about so chat, what I'm trying to do here is see if I can turn the whole system off. I think I need another AND gate. Alright, so we're just gonna have to cram one in somewhere. And unfortunately you can't flip the building at all, so I had to do something grody like this, I think, to get it to work. Wrong guy. Using a NOT gate for everything. I feel like I should know what the name of this is and I don't remember. Okay, it's not even a meme law. I thought this was like a Murphy's Law, like spin-off or something. There's too many laws. Why are these people coming up with all these laws? Alright, I'm just gonna stick this here. Delete that wire. Actually, I don't have to delete it. I can do this now. I can just separate the wires. Alright, I somehow accidentally deleted the AND gate. Alright, so put that there. So what I want to do is I want to run this one over the top, that one down, that one there. I do want to delete that, but not the AND gate. And then I want to have one more with a switch on it, which, if I recall correctly, duplicants don't have to operate these fucking switches anymore, right? I can just click a button and do it myself. Because having them come in here to turn off the pump that is to be turned off when there are duplicants in here kind of defeats the whole purpose. This is the future right here. It's so stupid that a duplicant had to come in here to do this the whole time. Like, I hated that shit. Okay, we'll leave it off until we're ready to go here. Okay, guys, I really need you to sweep that stuff. Are these full again? God damn it. Sluglet. I mean, honestly, okay, if it's gonna be on this planet. Oh god. De Morgan's Law, that's the one. That's the thing about negating, like, and and or statements or something. Yeah, even I had to learn that. Like, if you're doing computer science, you gotta learn that at some point. Extremely useful way to simplify, like, Boolean expressions. Not bullying, Boolean expressions. Can I just... Yeah, this is just here to stay. This little, like, ghost is gonna be here forever. I'll get used to it. Okay, so I could turn off the hydrogen, which kind of inherently is going to bottleneck the whole system at some point, because... Let's see, what happens if I turn off the hydrogen? We're gonna have a bunch of hydrogen gas up here, which is fine. It'll help distribute the heat from these, if nothing else. There's a Boolean calculator for wedding table. What the fuck is a wedding table? Which makes you excited for no reason. I don't know what a wedding table is. I'm trying to think what happens here. So let's say I switch this. We stop pumping we stop making hydrogen. And the oxygen pressure is going to turn on. I should probably just stop all the pumps instead. I should just stop everything, honestly. Or at the very least, these two together would be fine. I want to stop the pump immediately in case they breathe out in this room. And then I want to do this. That's what I'm going to do here. Okay, I think that'll work. That'll achieve what I set out to do. Seating charts for weddings. As someone who has never had a wedding, is it actually that fucking bad to organize a wedding? This is a walk of life that I have never experienced and have never had to deal with in any capacity. But apparently it's a nightmare because everybody seems to imply that you spend like the first year of your goddamn like just like basically the year before the wedding is just planning for the wedding is the impression that I get from this nonsense. Or is this a hypothetical like math problem? Why do people do wedding? I don't know. Look, if I find the woman of my dreams and I want to get married, I'm going to tell her like, yeah, we're just going to have a wedding with like our immediate family and some friends. And we're going to go to like a Chuck E. Cheese's or something. Like, we're just going to have fun and we're not going to have this like blown out, over dramatic bullshit where you have to plan for like a goddamn year in advance to get a bunch of expensive ass like a full orchestra and a bunch of props and shit. It's like, nah, we're both going to Chuck E. Cheese's for our wedding and it's gonna be fun. And if she doesn't want to go to Chuck E. Cheese's, then that is not the girl for me. It has been so long since I went to a goddamn Chuck E. Cheese's. We could be the weird adults that are there, just like the only grown-ups in the goddamn Chuck E. Cheese's. Maybe we'll have like a nephew or something to have an excuse to go there. At some point in my life, I want to do that again. I want to eat their shitty cardboard pizza and relive my childhood from the 90s. And I can't think of anything that's more 90s than a Chuck E. Cheese's. Or a Peter Piper pizza. I don't even know if half of these franchises exist anymore. You can DoorDash it. Why would... I mean, I guess if you really want the cardboard pizza, you could DoorDash the Chuck E. Cheese. I'm waiting for them to remove all this stuff. Holy shit, they are filling these so fast. They are filling these chests like insanely fast. They literally have nothing else to do. Why are they not just taking the priority 9 crap that I have in here? Oh, you know what? I know why they're not taking it. It's because I didn't update the filters on these ones, did I? Okay, let's see. Bring those. Not liquefiables. Bring that. Yep, that's why. I didn't update the filters on this planet. Bring those. I guess if we get polluted mud, that's fine. Okay, I think I got everything. Now they should bring those over. Okay, that explains a lot. Put the bins closer to the site. Don't think I'm gonna need to do that. I think I figured out what the problem was, because now they're picking them up. Okay, we're good. It has a party pack for like $28 that has pizza. I mean, what else are you gonna get from them? It better have pizza. As well as toys and a gift card to the arcade. What the fuck is the point? It's great for when you forget a kid's birthday present, and now you can be the cool uncle who gets to take the kids to Chuck E. Cheese after the party. I mean, that's cool if you take them there, but what the fuck is the point of door dashing the Chuck E. Cheese? I thought the whole idea is you just take them there to begin with. I don't know, maybe I'm missing something about the proper experience, but I guess you got some value out of that. Okay, so how's the gas looking in this room? I'm thinking about what to do here, because initially we're going to have the wrong distribution of gases. I need to like prime it before I put any gas in here. So what I'm going to do initially is I'm going to disconnect this gas pump here initially so it can't even operate until I've like primed the room. And then I think I don't have the water pipe connected either, but I think we're good to go. I think we're gonna go live here with this. I severed it in 2 places because I was apparently that paranoid about it starting up without me wanting it to. And then for now, we're just gonna dump the gas out here. I'm gonna want to run these pipes somewhere else. Actually, I could just do that now, I guess. Run the pipe through here. I don't know where I want to put it. I'm never gonna widen this tunnel. I'm just gonna put it where the ladder is for now. Deal with it later. I could probably hook one up with this as well. How's the gas pressurization gonna work in here? Let's put an airflow tile there. This is going to be emptied out sooner than later, I think. To dig this out. Gotta head out. Alright, see ya. Thanks for being here. Regular in-house party, and you also need to order pizza. I mean, I guess if you want the pizza, like, it just... I don't know, maybe they really like Chuck E. Cheese's. I don't know, I thought, like, the arcade was, like, the whole point of going there. I didn't give a shit about the pizza, really. I mean, it was alright. I'm just a dumb kid. I don't know what good pizza actually is. I still don't know what good pizza is. I've never been to New York. I ain't been to New York. I don't understand, like, quality pizza. I have no idea what I'm doing with these gas vents. Whatever, that's fine. We're just gonna leave it like that. You like to use power shutoffs for master switches instead of automation. Occasionally, automation is too complex for a switch. I mean, that's kind of what happened here, but the automation switch was smaller and you could build it behind stuff, so I just didn't want to try to insert, like, any power cutoffs. I mean, you can put the power cutoffs behind some stuff too, I think, but I don't remember which ones. Power shutoff, can that? Yeah, this one can't be, so, like, it would have... I wouldn't have had room for it. I would have had to stick it like over here or something. So I'm okay with this. New York dollar slices and Chuck E. Cheese pizza have a lot in common, and that will upset a few people. Well, I live in Arizona, so I don't think this state is known for anything except producing tumbleweeds and heat waves, so I'm pretty sure that I'm not going to get upset about anything you say about New York pizza. But there might be somebody in chat who will be upset about it. A sweaty, like, try-hard New Yorker who would not like what you're saying right now. Well, we got our New Yorker right there, and apparently it's true, so maybe I don't know anything about dollar slices. Or maybe you're not supposed to get dollar slices. Maybe those are bad. I know nothing about this subject. Okay, so how is this going here? Yeah, what we're waiting to have happen here is for the hydrogen to kind of make its way all the way down here, and then I'm going to turn on the pump. I want the hydrogen to have to take this path up. Eventually, this polluted oxygen will find its way down, so I'm just going to leave this for a while. It'll bottleneck at some point, but then we can just turn on the hydrogen generators and the problem just magically goes away. I think I have the batteries researched as well. What are we booping at? Toilets. Oh my god, not again. Did somebody pee already, or is it, like, just about to happen? You're having the time of your life, aren't you? Duplicants urgently need... Just use this one, it's right here! Oh, they're gonna pee in something. Whatever. Deal with it later. I got distracted again. This is what I was working on, so let's see. So this is an output for the piss water. This is gonna get a little bit convoluted. Or wait. Which of these is output? This is an output. Okay, so I'm gonna run the piss water pipe like, I don't know, here. Yep, that's good. That's exactly what I meant to do there. So let's see, we want to run it in like that. I didn't really think any of this through, so these pipes just don't make any sense. But I just want to get rid of the piss water for now and put clean water in there. So we need a clean water pipe. That'll be this one. This doesn't make any sense the way I'm doing this. Whatever, I'll figure it out some other time. Okay, so we'll do that. We'll run the clean water across this gap. This makes absolutely no sense. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, so we'll run it up there. And like that. That should do the trick for now. Okay, let's get rid of these. Apparently they weren't able to reach this one, like, tile there, so let's get rid of that real quick. Saving on metal for airflow tiles, nice. Hopefully none of that oxygen gets trapped. Yeah, it could probably happen. Though I think gases can, like, swap places on the way down, so... You know what? We're gonna find out whether or not I did something wrong later. For now, let's just see if we can fix this problem. They finally built this. So I'm going to just move all of that. How much water is in here? I think they can mop this, right? Yeah, they can mop this. We're almost done, guys. You almost have functional toilets. Just give it a little while longer. Let me get more granite. I want to put the trim on the ceiling as well. Where the hell did I get granite on this planet? I found a little bit somewhere, and I have no clue where. I know there's a material overlay, but I can't read any of the materials on it, so it's not going to help me find it any faster. I have no clue how I got granite. One of the pre-built structures must have been made of it. I want that decor. Whatever. Nobody has to know. Just sedimentary rock for this one. Actually, oh, sandstone is. Oh, I didn't even know sandstone counted as decorative. Never mind. I didn't even need to do that. Where's the ceiling trim? There it is. I didn't even have to use granite for that. Can I swap the material on this? The granite is a little bit better, but not enough to justify using it. So we're gonna swap that out with sandstone. Get that 10% decor. We're really min-maxing it now. Half is decorative, but decent. Well, don't they have some base decor value? Yeah, it goes up to 5.5. I don't know if the game rounds it or not, but it goes up to 6 in this case, so I don't know, maybe it's completely a waste. No, never mind. Okay, there it is, 5.5, so we still get something out of it. You don't know if it'll beat the heavy wall wire. Look, they can't see the heavy wall wire. Look at how beautiful this damn bathroom is. Oh, not that. Look at how beautiful this is. Once I get rid of the pee-pee pit down here, this place is going to be beautiful. This little spot though, right here, I'm really feeling this spot right here. So stop looking. Look, just look at this right here. Just this area right here. That's all you should look at. Don't look anywhere else. This place is gorgeous, and you're not going to convince me otherwise. You know what I could do? I could give them a carpet. Do you want me to do that? Do you want a carpeted bathroom? That would look gorgeous. I can't think of any reasons not to do that. Am I going to change the direction? Yes. Absolutely. Good suggestion, chat member. I will, in fact, change the directions. It is done. Alright, how's the water looking? They have not finished building this yet. Hopefully, I set up all these pipes to go in the correct direction. I think I did. Okay, guys, build a toilet. We're almost there. Just bear with me for a little while longer. Alright, we don't need to deal with this anymore. We can get rid of that. I could just dig this out so they can get to it from the bottom. I want all the crap out of the bathroom. This is going to be the most beautiful bathroom anyone has ever seen. Retco Ranch and ammo suits. Let's not get carried away now. We're still working on various other problems. Oh yeah, these guys are making hydrogen. Oh god, there's so much to do. So much to see. I don't have time to take the back streets. I made the room too big. Alright, we gotta move that over a little bit. Alright, You finish using that now. Excellent, good job. How are the schedules looking? So we have 6 people on this planet. I need to move someone to the bottom schedule so that only 2 of them are using the pisser at once. Let's see, Gene. I think I'm gonna move Gene to the bottom schedule. Actually, I'll move Camille. Whatever, I don't think this matters that much. Okay, that's a pretty good distribution. Could toggle the grooming station off. I mean, they got a lot of eggs in here. Glum. Are you glum? Its needs aren't being met. What are your needs? What do you mean? I don't know what its needs are. What's wrong? Oh god, they're gonna make smog slugs because I'm not dealing with the goddamn hydrogen. You know, it would be really useful if they would tell me what the problem is. Needs groomed. Is that it? Maybe there's too many of them. Look, I don't know. We gotta come back to this and like automatically remove the eggs. I don't think the solution here is to turn off the grooming station. I mean, temporarily it might be. But I want to actually deal with like how to automate that properly. Because they could also double as a food farm. Okay, just dump more crap in our quantum storage pile. Why are they unable to move the mud? I thought I had this in the filter, things that are allowed to move. Apparently I didn't. Okay, well I can move the mud now. With tame plug slugs, the output power is the same with groomed and ungroomed, they just need to be fed. Oh, okay. I just kind of assumed that mattered. I can't imagine what in the world they're doing here to disable this building by coming over here and pointing a remote control at it. Whatever, they'll do it at some point. Okay, back to what I was doing. I was really stinky. I need to put one of these... sand. We have sedimentary rock is the one we have 1 billion of, right? So of course it's at the bottom of the list. There we go. Reduces their ore consumption so I won't be empty. No, that's nonsense. I would never run out of a material while I'm not looking. That would never happen. Impossible. Absolutely absurd to think I would make a mistake like that. Oh good, I still can't build that without actually having a corner there. I might eventually build something over there, but I can just swap it out when the time comes, so we're just gonna do this. Dig out like that a little bit, just so I can get around the back if I need to make something real quick, and that should be fine. And then they're gonna have the nicest bathroom you've ever seen. It's well lit, it has these beautiful ceiling trims that I don't have any blueprints for because I'm a peasant, I'm a Philistine, I don't have nice, like, decorative items. I just gotta set this up, which for some reason I can't place until they're done with this. Okay, you could stop having food poisoning now. You know, whenever you're ready to stop being diseased all the time. Filthy, wretched creatures, these duplicants. What did that build out of? Why is it still built out of granite? I thought I changed it. Did I not? Maybe I didn't click the button to change the material. Okay, now they're gonna do it. I don't know what the problem was. So red. Look, it's leaking in a little bit, all right. But look back here. Check this out. You know what I'm gonna do? You're gonna be like astonished by how good this bathroom is gonna look in just a second. So like, just hold on to your pants because they're gonna fly off the second you see this. Oh, this is gonna be great. I can't wait to see what he makes here. And we're gonna put a flower pot in front of the door. This is gonna be the nicest bathroom anyone has ever seen. And if they're not even gonna make it to the toilets, they can just pee in the flower pot on the way in. It's perfect. It solves everybody's needs. There's only one alt skin and it was a Christmas special. Okay, well, I mean, that's not too far off. It could happen. I should be multitasking right now, but I kind of just want to watch them doing their thing, if I'm being completely honest. Every now and then, it's nice to just actually see things working correctly. Wait a minute. Oh, I know what I should be doing. Drywall. All right, let's see. Which of these things just screams public restroom? Probably the rainy print, you know, just to make them feel it. Maybe we could put some clouds on the ceiling. Oh, this is gonna look so bad. So we're gonna have a cloudy ceiling, and then it's like raining in the bathroom. Like it's wet. Oh, look at that. That's so good. What did I just build all that out of? Sedimentary. Do these even have the decor bonus? Oh, they do. Oh, shit. Hold on. I gotta cancel all these. I need to make them out of something with decor. Just tacky wallpaper is going to complete the experience here. Cancel errands, background buildings. Okay, they only got to build 2 of them. I'm just gonna, it'll be faster to just deconstruct these than menu through the shitty UI. It's a good bathroom with all the tiles. This is going to be the place that people go when they're feeling like just sad and like upset by how ugly these heavy wires are. They're going to go to the bathroom. They're going to want to see this bathroom. It's going to be so good. Alright, I'm gonna actually put the cloud... I'm gonna 2 tiles of clouds and then the rain below that. Let's see if this looks any good. Oh yeah. What does the decor morale buff say? I don't... Would you be okay if I just didn't look at that? Because I think we're both going to be sad if I look at that. Right, you know, okay, Severin, how you feeling? How you doing on decor? Average decor this cycle. Yeah, this is not looking good. That is going down fast. Oh my god, that is going down. Okay, now it's going up. You step into the bathroom and it looks good. It just goes back down. You get it 400. Yeah, the average is all we're targeting. We just need the average decor to be good. Oh, let's go! We made another morb! Yo, it's perfect! Oh, this is beautiful. This is gonna be so good. You know what? I think it looks weird with the clouds like this. Hold on, I'm gonna swap these ones out for more rain. Okay, that's what we're going with. That's the build that we're going with. How's that sound? Is that meteorites? Okay, yeah, it's the snow meteorites, apparently. Yeah, there's a cap on the penalty. I wonder how bad you can make the decor, just in general. Like, the quantum storage pile is probably not looking too good. Actually, theirs is... I mean, it's a very small penalty, like in this one area. We got negative 246 for that. How does it look at the main base? I've seen worse. 400. Those are rookie numbers. Okay, let's see here. Awesome seed. Honestly, I should start thinking about getting more duplicates at some point here. Maybe at least get like 1 during the stream. So are any of these guys any good? What do we need? I'd like to get like at least 1 during the streams if somebody can name it. Ideally, somebody who hasn't named a duplicate already. But let me see. What do we need? Like, what skills are we lacking in? I think it's easiest to see that here. So up in the main base. IDing doesn't matter. None of this stuff really matters. We don't have a doctor. Temp for the meteors? Well, there's snow meteors, so hopefully less than 0. I don't know about the slime meteors. I can't check because that's not what was falling. We could use another miner. We could use a doctor, and we could use a builder. I know there was a builder in that selection. I mean, like, anybody can do digging. We just need to be sure we have somebody who can dig out hard terrain. Okay, so ideally doctoring. Doctoring is not crucial, though. I could teach like just a random duplicate doctoring for like whatever weird occasion comes up, but it's a feature I've like never really had to explore. We have ranching taken care of, so I think really digging and building is the priority. Most people can operate, anybody can farm, anybody can cook. We really need it, though I'd rather have our better chefs do it. Atmosphere seems a bit thin. Yeah. Okay, it might be time to turn this on. Let me pick our duplicate first, because nothing says like gas problems by getting a duplicate who's going to breathe first and then figuring out the problems. So let's see, what are we going to choose here? Decorating, we don't need this guy, even though this guy looks like Guy Fieri, but unfortunately that's not going to be the right pick. So I don't really need this. I kind of just want to go with this guy. And has increased medicine. Alright, we got Turner. That's going to be our choice. Alright, so in a moment here, I'm going to unlock the redeem. Again, I politely ask, anybody who has already redeemed a duplicate name, just don't do it. Just leave this guy until somebody who doesn't have one names them. Like, just indefinitely. I'm going to politely ask that we do that. I mean, I can always just not do the name if I know that it's somebody who's already named a duplicate. In fact, that's what I'm going to do. Like, if I know that you have a duplicate, I'll refund it later, in case you weren't paying attention or something. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. But wait for somebody who does not have a duplicate to redeem this, please. I'm going to turn the redeem on now. I don't know when the Twitch delay is going to show it. Please don't waste everybody's time by redeeming this and forcing me to like reset the timer on it. Do us all a favor here. So if anybody wants to name a duplicate who hasn't done it yet, we have a redeem now that you can use for that. Whatever name you want, just don't violate the terms of service. That's the only rule behind these. And if nobody names it, it's just going to sit there until somebody does. You know, we could pimp out this bathroom too, now that I think about it. Yeah, why not? You know, let's make this bathroom look beautiful. And then let's go up here. How's this looking? Okay, this is, you know what the problem is? It's the fact that the oxygen is all getting output into this area, so I can fix this actually. I just need to run another gas pipe. So let's see here. Where do I run this that it's not going to cause problems? We'll have half go over there. We'll run it like this. I am just going to like completely like improvise this. Like I do not have a plan for this. I'm going to get rid of that pump there. And I'm just going to have this gas pipe just like output in a couple spots around the base. Maybe not all the way down there. So like right there maybe. This is one of those things where I think the problem kind of solves itself over time if I don't do anything about it. So let's just get rid of this. We don't need this here anymore because we're just going to get the gas from the pump system. Did they fix the splitting gas pipes problem where you have to use some weird BS thing? I'm not sure what you're talking about. I don't think they changed anything about the gas pipes, so like... I mean, ultimately, if you want to be really careful with this, I think you use like the gas valve to set off like a specific small quantity of gas. But I'm building the base around overpressure. So basically, this one is going to have a bias because there's one gas tank that's half here. And then the other two halves are split, or the other half is split in two here. And then it's split again here. But like, I'm dependent on overpressure to kind of solve the problems of like non-uniform distribution of my gases. It doesn't split evenly with sub-split, so you have to use a bridge to get a full 50-50. I'm pretty sure it plays round robin unless one of the sides is overpressured again, but I don't know. Why don't I'll consult. I'll defer to the experts to tell me whether or not that's something I should be worried about right now, but I don't know what you're talking about off the top of my head. There's probably some jank that I just didn't run into enough to care about it, really. The hell? Oh yeah, I forgot they have that. How did this even get in here? I guess I must have let an egg in. I forgot that they're like jumping animation. It's just this cursed ass like leg stretching animation. Yep. Awesome. Oh cool, just leave your filthy eggshells, your detritus in the bathroom. If you could please do that for me, bug. Alright, so let's see, decor. We should have plenty of granite in here. Furniture. When you see me sitting there, I'm just thinking, like, which tab is this in? Do that, make the ceiling trim out of granite as well. This is gonna look great. There's a bug where the gas will skip a split if someone builds a gas pipe somewhere too. Same with water. I don't know what this is, so you know what? We'll probably discover it by accident, is what I'm guessing is going to happen at some point here. Alright, so I'm not very uniformly pulling from these pipes, but I think like the other pipes, the other gas pumps will pick up the slack. I can always have like an overflow. I'll have to rebalance this later, like as these problems arise. Okay, I'm clicking on this. And let me show this on stream. I don't know what this is, but I'll figure it out. Okay, what are we on about here? So let's see, what have we got? 100%, 50-50. This is normal though, right? This is fine. I mean, there's nothing to be done about this. Like, you just have to work around this problem. Like, I'm saying I'm aware of this problem, and I'm just going to let gas overpressure solve the issue. Because once this gets overpressured, the gas would back up, and then 100% of the gas would get to this intersection. Like, it's a problem from the standpoint of you have to deal with it if you are, like, not overpressuring your gas everywhere. But, like, eventually, as long as I have a surplus, it will be dealt with. Like, eventually these will overpressure and it'll cascade down to the next one. Yeah, manifold is the word for this. Like, this is a manifold issue, which when I play Satisfactory at some point, I don't know if I'm going to stream it, but I'm sure I'm going to learn all about manifold problems. But as is the case, I think with like Factorio, right? You make manifolds in Factorio, and just what happens is, like, as long as one of the buildings like backs up, it'll then overflow to the next building. So as long as there's no reason why having a backed up building is a problem, it's fine. The problem would be is if these three vents were like less important than these three vents for some reason, these ones are going to get deprioritized, and then you have to just work around that. But this is one of those things where I don't expect the developers to do anything about this, because they gave us a gas valve. So you can set up a gas valve here to have only like 10% of your gas go this way. So like, I'm okay with this. Like, I understand this being a little bit tedious if you're like kind of low on oxygen and you're having trouble getting the furthest one to have oxygen, but this is just essentially, this is a real world problem too with like air conditioners in real life, where like you have to like change the ductwork specifically to make sure that it distributes evenly to the furthest ones, or otherwise all of your like cold air from your AC or the hot air from the heater is going to just vent out at the nearest one. So like, this is a problem that exists in real life too, and I'm okay with the game emulating that. It's just a thing you have to deal with. But I didn't know that there was a bug associated with that. So if there's like a glitch that causes these to not prioritize uniformly, that's something that I want to like know about or understand properly when the time comes. Hopefully I won't run into it. But yeah, this is not a bug. This is just a byproduct of the way it's going to work if you chain these like this. This gets 50%. This gets 25%, this one gets 12.5, and then this gets 12.5 is going to be the current distribution, but when they back up, they should be completely fine. That's my expectation. Could fix using this. Hold on. Okay, I'll show this one too. Like, I'm trying to be informative as well. Like, again, this is not the first time I've played the game, just the first time I've done this DLC, so I'm going to show these screenshots on stream. So if we go back to this. Okay, so this is a prioritization thing where I believe the building gets the bridge gets priority, right? This is like known jank in a sense, is the best way that I can describe this. Like, this is just using buildings for prioritization, because every game tick the buildings will draw from the pipe before the pipe will continue to the next input. So like, it'll come in here, it will prefer to take route 1, and then when this building is backed up at its output, then the fluid will be allowed to flow down here and go to route 2. And you don't need this bridge here as long as you have an intake structure at some point here. Bridge priority is another one of those things where it's kind of... I don't know if I wouldn't say it's necessarily an emergent game mechanic, but it's more or less like the tools that they gave us allow us to solve the problem of prioritizing flow without them needing to like explicitly create a building that does this. So it ends up working fine. Like, I'm also familiar with this game mechanic. This was a base game mechanic. So, like, this is completely normal to me. Okay, what do we got here? This is for even distribution. I mean, this would distribute evenly even without the bridge, right? Or am I not understanding something about this? Unlike satisfactory, they're more throughput than you need. Well, unless you try to have like one singular pipe pumping the whole base. I feel like gas pipes sometimes have problems, but fluid pipes are usually more than you need. But this accomplishes the same thing as not having the bridge, right? Like, I'm not sure what this accomplishes, really. Like, I don't think the distance matters. I think as long as the pipes have directionality, which they do, they're both directed towards these inputs. It's an input to an output, which is confusing, but these are both inputs. This should 50-50, right? Like, this will split 50-50 in this situation. And I don't think you even need the bridge to do that. I think it'll split 50-50 anyways. I'm not sure how splits before it would affect it. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with what problem this particular, like, bridge would solve that wouldn't otherwise just not occur by not having the bridge at all. I don't know, let me know. I mean, I would like to know these things at some point here. Don't leak your strategy. I don't know what your strategy is. I won't leak it because I don't know what it is. Or unless I accidentally said what the strategy is without meaning to. We don't need this ladder here anymore, so let me get rid of this real quick. We'll deal with the rest of it later. If I go to the first screenshot, that was the one where it split off 1 billion times. And each split is a bridge. Do you have a picture of, like... And it splits evenly. Okay, we're going back to the screenshots. I'm confused now. I don't know what I just tabbed out to. I'm thoroughly confused at this point. I thought I understood this nonsense. Okay, back to this. So if I go to the first screenshot and each split is a bridge, then it splits evenly. Okay, you're resetting. Let me think about this. So you don't have to do it for the first one. So if you were to put a bridge here, 50% of wait, I'm not seeing. Okay, let's build it in the game. Let's mock it up in the game. I'm still confused at this point. What game mechanic we're talking about here. So let's mock this up in the game. So here's our hypothetical situation. Let's just do it with pipes for simplicity here. All right, so we got a long pipe and several outputs like so. So we're recreating the problem that we were having earlier. Something like that, I guess. So the problem with this situation here is this one gets 50%, 25%, and then 12 and 12, or 13, or whatever the hell you want to round it to. And you're saying that if I do... Oops. You're saying that if I replace all of these with bridges, I will get a different result? So let me mock that up and see if I understand what you're talking about here. So the first... We got that one, that one, that one, and that one. Theoretically, we could chain this forever. So what happens here? 50% goes here, 50% goes here. I don't understand how this solves the problem. What am I missing here? I don't get it either. Yeah, I don't get it. How does this change anything? Is there some game engine jank associated with this that makes it not work, like, logically? Because this is what I'm not getting. 50% is going to go to this, and 50% is going to go to this bridge. Then 25%, 25%, 12.5, 12.5, and then 12.5 at the last one. I do not understand what problem this is solving. I'll leave that there for chat to catch up, or if you have, like, another picture to show me. I fully accept that I might be missing something here, or there's, like, game engine jank associated with it. I just, like, legitimately don't understand. what you're talking about right now. I would like to know. Yeah, it still splits, right? So I'm not sure what this changes. Alright, so meanwhile, while it's going on, what is going on in here? Max gas pressure. Are we... Wait, what's going wrong here? Why are these not pumping? Disabled. Okay, I think this is still going to take a while to stabilize. These are getting disabled because they don't have high enough gas pressure. These are going to only overpressure to 2. There's definitely a bug where splitting gets skipped when you're building pipes while it's choosing a direction. But does that not stabilize eventually? Like, of all the problems I've had with this game, I don't feel like I've ever had a persistent, like, distribution issue with pipes where it was doing something, like, inherently, like, unintuitive. Like, it eventually would stabilize to what it was supposed to do at some point. I'm not sure if that's what we're talking about either. I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to up the pressure on this thing a little bit to get it to, like, more aggressive. Why does pressing enter not fucking submit the thing? Am I missing something here? I type the number in, I press enter on my keyboard, it goes back to the other pressure. Am I missing something that's causing that to not work? Just bad UI? How do I make it not do that? How do I type in this box? Help! What do I do? Reselect the building. Okay. Devs, please. Enter. 1500. Keypad or numpad enter. 1500. How do I change it? Help! Okay. I deleted the whole thing and retyped it and it worked. Be careful if you aren't typing in the box, you might also disable the building. Well, I didn't disable the building. I don't even know if you can disable this building. Enter is also the disable hotkey. I don't think it does anything on this building. It works on that building. Yeah, I don't know. I don't understand. This game's UI is dog shit, apparently. Okay, well, I had to delete the whole thing and type it in again to get it to accept the text. I do not understand why at all. Max gas pressure. Why is this, like, taking so long to stabilize? Are you sure it's 2K? Is it 18? Or wait, oh, I'm an idiot. I set this to the wrong value anyways. But, like, are you sure that's what it is? I need to set this lower to get them to pump more readily, but... Are you sure it's not, like, 1800? Does it say anywhere? I don't feel like it's 2K. I think it's 1.8. It's gotta be 1.8. Yeah, I don't think it's 2K. Gas vents are 2K. Alright, I'm gonna assume it's 1.8 going forward with this. Alright, so I have lowered the amount that these are allowed to operate at now. I have not checked this planet in a while, so how are things going here? Okay, this sucks, but that has always sucked down there. They've got this. It's producing a lot of stink gas, but that's just kind of inevitable at this point. Plenty of breathable air up here. I have not been doing anything with the hydrogen. I need to mop this. Uh-oh. 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 That happened finally. Okay, we might as well just do this whole thing while we're here, honestly. I don't care if I lock some materials out in space. We'll come back and get those at some other time. God damn it, these actually did get damaged by the meteorites. Alright, well, it's going to be a constant upkeep until I could properly secure this with bunker tiles or whatever the hell you need for that. Okay, I don't think there's anywhere else that is, like, impending. And luckily the vacuum in this game is way weaker than it would be in real life, so this air, like, takes a really long time to rush out of the base. So I think that's going to be fine. Meanwhile, we need to mop all this. Okay, we got some regular water down here. This place is a mess again. You know, at least they have a really nice bathroom. Look at that. Look at that bathroom. Oh, gorgeous. The prettiest bathroom anyone has ever seen. And then you step outside and just everything is awful. Okay, they moved all that stuff finally. I can put a vent tile here. All gases are like a sludge. Yeah, it takes a very, 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 very long time for like a single tile of vacuum to actually drain an entire structure like this. Like, it's insane how slowly gases move in this game, for better or worse. Well, this fridge is having a good time. Okay, I came over here to just check and see if I was having any problems. It looks like... Okay, yeah, these are growing. They just harvested recently. Food is fine. Somebody has food poisoning. Sever, can you stop having goddamn food poisoning? Wash your hands. Come on. Okay, I had to read a wall of text. When bridge input is attached to any section of pipe, it always accepts the resource packet if there is room in the output pipe for it. Okay. This can be used to prioritize resources down one path. Yeah, that was the priority path picture. We saw that one. Until it fills up, and then the overflow continues onward. An example showing the difference between splitter with and without bridge. Which example was that? The intermittent consumer receives a full line of gas in conjunction with the priority. I think I need the picture to understand what you're talking about. The water is stinky. This is just the priority splitter again, though. It's just an animated version of the thing we looked at a moment ago. I think. So we were looking at this one. Or not this one. Oh yeah, this one. This was the priority splitter. It prefers route 1. And this is the same thing. Route 1 is this endpoint right here. Otherwise it goes past to route 2. Versus this one, which is a 50-50 split. So you can use this to prioritize another endpoint. Like, if you want the far endpoint to be prioritized, is that what you've been trying to say this whole time? Like, yeah, you can use these to prioritize the far endpoint. Okay, that is not the same thing as like a bug. Like this, yeah, this is basically. It's jank, let's be real. It's jank in the sense that if you just go into the game and you expect your pipes to just magically work, you will run into this problem. But it's an intuitive solution of the problem, in my opinion. Like, I'm completely okay with this mechanic because it's a very simple game mechanic that leads to the emergence of a lot of different options. And you can always, like, actually set up valves. If you really need gases in a specific area, you can set up valves to get exactly the distribution that you want, but you can on the fly very quickly whip up a solution for it. So if you wanted priority to go to the pipe in the back, this is the solution that you would use. It's a slightly different version of what I had built here, where I move all these liquid bridges back like one tile like this. I think this is what we were like talking about here. And what this accomplishes is that the bridges are prioritized over the natural path of the water or the gas. So it prefers to take this bridge, and then this one, and then this one, and then go to this one, and then it will go backwards. So this is the first priority. When this is overfilled, second priority, third and fourth. That is what is accomplished with this. This is something, this is how I understand this to work. As opposed to, let me set it up again. As opposed to this version here, which does nothing as far as I could tell, unless I'm completely missing something. Or no, this is the same thing, hold on. How did I have this set up? Where were the bridges? The bridges were output onto it like that. So if the bridge is shifted over by one, there's a few ways you could do this. But like, this is the one that I had built before that you were saying does something, but I don't think it does anything special. This would just split them the same way that it would as if you didn't have the bridges at all. That right there, that would just split as if you didn't have the bridges at all, as far as I understand. Like, this doesn't inherently have any difference as opposed to these ones. And to be clear, this is the exact same thing as doing this here as well. So it doesn't have to look quite as wonky as it does. But these are the same thing. Accidentally deleted one of the bridges. I'll get rid of that. One. I apologize for anyone who does understand this, but I'm trying to like clear up all the misconceptions here that we're having. And like that. So that is what I had here. This is the exact same thing as the version where the pipe goes through like this. It does the same thing because the game doesn't care about like the directionality of it, how it curves. Oops. So you could literally have a pipe that just does this, and it would get the same prioritization as any of these other ones. There we go, like that. That's the same thing as I had before. So I think we have this, though. I think we are at least on the same page. Well, I guess Soviet is, and I don't know, like, if you can find any, like, example, any working example of this problem, and how it makes any difference to do it like this, I mean, let me know. Find a link to it, but I can't think of anything. I can't think of any inherent advantage to doing this. I don't see, like, what this accomplishes. Because this is the exact same thing as just splitting the pipes normally. You have tried. I mean, I don't have a setup to look for that. I want to see your pipes if you don't have a full grasp. I mean, I would be able to figure out what it does at some point. Build your gas pipe tree and then we could watch it. Like my gas pipe tree or this version? I mean, I guess I could build this version just for the hell of it. Let's get rid of this. We don't need that anymore. I mean, I could build this version of the gas pipe tree to see if anything intrinsically different happens. Not liquids, gas. Here we are. Alright, let's go ahead and build it. Let's see if we can reproduce that. Well, let's watch what it does now. So every other one is going to go into this vent. So they go down. They're taking turns. That's what you would expect to happen here. My dupes need O2. They should be fine now, right? Yeah, it's increasing. Like, we're pumping it down here, so it is increasing as this goes on. I think this problem is going to settle itself out. So we're gonna solve both of these problems. So we have like every other like bubble of gas. So we're expecting a 50-50 split. This one is gonna go that way, and it's gonna go down. It's gonna go that way, gonna go down, that way, down. They're round robining like they're supposed to. And then they're all gonna go down here. So what you're saying is something inherently different is going to happen if I build a pipe there. And I build a pipe. I don't want to build it right there. Let me make another mock-up just for this specific case. And right there. So we'll just watch these two here. So you're saying that something different will happen if I do this. On splits. Yeah, that's... Well, it's... Okay, so it is outputting onto a 50-50 split. This is the thing where I'm saying this is not going to do anything differently. One goes down, one goes to the right, one goes down, one goes to the right. This is what I was expecting. It's still 50-50. Down, right, right, down, right, down. This looks like it's round robining. It's doing the exact same thing that it was before. And then the ones that get down here... Down. The next one should be right. I'm waiting for a few more to come through, but I'm not seeing it. I'm not understanding this. Down. And right. I don't know what I'm missing here. I mean, this forces directionality onto the pipes if you had, like, multiple inputs to them, but I'm not really seeing, like, what this accomplishes here. I don't know either. This is doing exactly what I was expecting it to do. It's the same thing. It's just doing a 50-50 round robin. If I had 3 outputs from this, it would split 3 ways. So, like, it's just hypothetically... Wait for the save lag. So if I were to just, like, stick one of these over here or something, just give them some gas here. This one should go 3 ways instead. Bug. No, we don't need to test this. Look, I don't want to sit here and say no, it is impossible. Like, no, Soviet, there is no way this is possible, because this is a buggy game. I'm about to stop here. Like, if we don't see the behavior that I was talking about, I'm gonna stop, like, digging into this any further. It should go down, and then the next one should go left. And then it should go right again. And if we see that, I'm going to put this to bed. Left. All right, if we have one go right, I'm going to say that this is settled. And it went right. I don't know. I don't know what happened. I don't know if you ran into a bug. I don't understand what the problem is here, but this seems to be working precisely as I would expect it to. Now, as far as the gas pressure is concerned, I probably do need to prioritize one of the lower vents, honestly, so let's apply some of our knowledge here. So we know that we don't need these here. So I'm going to deconstruct the gas bridges. I am going to put a gas bridge, like, down here, I think, to prioritize bringing gas down to the bowels of the base. Where's the gas overlay? There it is. I just want to stay in this overlay for a moment while I build this. Why can't I select the gas bridge while I'm in the gas overlay? Why? Who made this? So I have to go to the normal overlay to select the gas bridge, to deconstruct it, to then go to the gas overlay, to see what I'm fucking doing, so that I can build another gas bridge. I am selecting it, just doesn't have a tooltip. Why does it have a tooltip? Whatever. I accomplished what I was setting out to do there. Come on. Guys, it does not take you that long to remove this. Alright, so I'm going to do that, and that is going to produce our prioritized, like, splitter setup. And we don't need that one at all. It's not a gas pipe, it's a bridge. Yeah, but you would think I would want to use the bridges at the same time that I'm messing with the pipes. Okay, it is selecting the bridge, but it's not showing it when I click on it. That is extremely unintuitive. That is, yeah, very good game design. Those are the words I would not use in this situation under any circumstances. So it actually does select it, but it doesn't show it on the tooltips, because normally you can't select them from this tile. But it doesn't show it here either, but you can select. Devs, why? Why is it like this? Who made this game? I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on with the gas split. If you can show me, like, the bug or something, or even a bug report, then I would be interested in knowing what problem you were having, Soviet, but I'm not seeing it right now. This is working as I would expect it to. So we're going to move forward with this for now. And if this ever comes back, then maybe we'll learn something new about it. I kind of want to clean this area up, because you cannot... Actually, you know what? No, never mind. I don't have to clean this up. They could breathe down here. I guess this vent is giving them enough pressure. You're done? Alright. I mean, if you ever find something, let me know. I'm curious. Was this, like, actually a thing? Oh my god, these are really good at husbandry, but I don't think we need more duplicates. And no one has named the one we have right now, so that's still out in the open. Anyone who hasn't named a duplicate, we have a redeem for that if you want to give them a name. If not, I'm just going to leave it open, like, for multiple streams until somebody names it. Grab Gossman, really? You think so? I mean, that's good ranching. Mouth breather and bottomless. Okay, so you're memeing, is what you're saying. You're saying don't grab Gossman. It's like 2 dupes for the price of 1. Yeah, okay, let's not do that, man. Let's get the poplet. I don't think we need more dupes right now. I'm just gonna drop down some of these resources here. Okay, I need to focus. We have idleness on both planets. These guys are actually filled up on food. Maybe I should start taking duplicates. The problem is I have nothing for them to do. So I mean, a surplus of food is not really a bad problem to have at this point. It just means I need to probably speed up what I'm doing. Okay, so let's think. How long have we been streaming? We're gonna end kind of soonish, probably within an hour. Let me think about what I want to be doing here. What should we prioritize? I don't think we're going to be launching a rocket today. So I think I need to, like, come up with some domestic, like, tasks that I can have them work on for the remainder of the stream. So let me think about what I want to do here. Because we're basically wasting time and resources keeping them alive when they're not actually doing anything useful. Like, you're just chilling in the farms with yucky lungs. How much sand do we have? We have a pretty decent amount of sand, and they're making more, it looks like. Okay, yeah, they're working on sand. I should probably be getting rid of the stink gas, like, as much as I can here, because there's really no reason for it to be like this. So, where do we not have one of these? I can put one, like, probably, like, right here. We could stick one of these bad boys, like, over there. Nobody's really going up here, so I'm not going to bother with this area. There's a lot of CO2. I'm going to have to skim this at some point. Yeah, I have excessive food, which is a weird problem to have, but I mean, this game is... We're not playing Don't Starve, we're playing Oxygen Not Included, so... Different problems. I think I'm just going to stick one of these down here as well. Yeah, just put one, like, right here. Okay, let's wire all those bad boys out. Get that one. That one. And that one. Okay, so that should slowly cut away at our stink gas problem. I got an achievement, apparently. What did I do? Red light, green light. Oh. I'm not even noticing when I get these. That was because I set up the oxygen, like, thing or whatever back at the home base. So how are we doing on breathability? Not that one. Okay, so it sucks down here, but it's okay here. I think it's improving, and we should occasionally get some oxygen in from up here. Power use, really? I mean, I guess we kind of have enough scaled our power solution, have we? Oh yeah, I keep forgetting. I want to make the batteries. So what are the stat combinations here? So this battery, it holds 10K, 40K, and then 20. So this is halfway through. It's about 2 of these. The power leak is way lower, and the heat is way lower. So this is just... Maybe there's an argument for the jumbo battery because it has higher density. But as far as, like, the efficiency of the battery, this is way better. And we don't have any, like, space problems right now, really. I'm just going to slap down a bunch of these. Get rid of that vent. That's going to be in the way. How's the daily summary? I forgot that's even a thing in this game. I don't... Where do you even see the daily summary? Is it this thing? Why am I looking at this again? You're asking how's the daily summary. I'm not sure why I'm looking at this. Is there something I should be concerned about here? Like, we got some stonks going on here as far as I could tell. Including, actually the germs are, you know, the germs are also going up, but... Quick colony summary. Okay. Yeah, this. Yeah, this just goes back to this thing. What about it? I mean, we got stonks here. It's stonks all the way. Well, except for rocket missions. Did you see what you wanted to? Am I allowed to know what you wanted to see here? What the hell happened here? Oh, somebody must have been, like, binge eating or something. I'm not sure what else would have caused this. Huge power spike on the energy wasted. I mean, how do I even know which of the 2 bases did this? That's where you started taming them. Okay, so I have a lot of wasted power on that planet. I mean, yeah, we're not using the power there really, but I don't know what else to do here. Like, I think the problem is our supply exceeds our demand at this point. We have too much labor, we have too much power, we have too many calories. So, like, I'm aware of this. Like, I need to branch out a little bit and do more things. is kind of what it comes down to. I hate the fact that these fucking things require you to put a wire on them to get rid of this icon. There you go. Stop crying. My god. I'm using them because they're more efficient. The calorie spike is due to rot. Oh, okay. Does that count as like a consumption spike for some reason? I don't know. This game is weird like that. Get rid of that. Okay, I think we're good. Let's see, these are at 50%. I think I have to use an automation wire if I want to toggle these, but they're just going to be on all the time once this is done here. So let's see, how is this going? Okay, I think we got what we wanted out of this, so I can turn on the hydrogen pumps now. I have to do the ritual to be able to type in this box. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to type. Okay, so we want that and that. I think we're good to turn it on because this is about to get overpressured with hydrogen here. Yeah, I'm sure the suppress notification mod fixes that. At some point, we'll come to that. It makes sense that would count for calories removed. I guess it doesn't matter if they eat it or not, just whether or not it disappears forever. Okay, this eventually is this ever gonna go away? Is it gonna ever float down low enough, or is this thing just gonna be here to upset me forever? I kind of want to send somebody in to make another pump just to get rid of this one tile, or maybe I could clean it as well. I could put in a filter for a moment. The problem is I risk them. Well, if they don't go up here, I don't have to worry about that. I'm gonna put a filter in there just because that's upsetting me to see that in there, and I don't think it's ever gonna get pumped out. So let me go grab one of these deodorizers, and I think it'll snipe it if I put it over here. And we'll just have this in here, like in case it's ever needed for some reason. Or maybe, you know what? No, I shouldn't keep this in here because they'll run in here when I don't want them to. Because they're gonna pick up the clay every now and then if it comes to that. Let's see what we've got here. So they got some CO2 that's going to get pumped out. There's no reason for them to go up here, so they're not going to drop anything I don't want. They'll never clean up the last bit due to rounding. What do you mean? Am I about to be very disappointed? Well, let's see. Let's see if it goes over there. We have 13.1 grams of polluted oxygen. It's gone. I think chat got trolled. It's gone. I don't see it anymore. Deconstructed. Are you saying it's holding the gas? All right. That's upsetting for a different reason. So all I have done here is I have moved the gas into a spot where it's harder to get rid of it. Let's just pump it. Let's just get rid of it. Okay. So it's not that it sits floating in the air, it's that it holds onto it for some operation that needs to be completed. We're just gonna remove it. This is upsetting to me. I'm just gonna pump the hydrogen out too if I need to. We're getting rid of that. If any polluted oxygen winds up down here, it'll get grabbed by the pumps eventually, but there was just that one little bit up here. I've been clay trolled. Okay, we good now? I think we're good. Now we just gotta wait for the pump to turn on. Disabled by automation grid. I'm just gonna cut the wire for a moment here. That doesn't work, does it? Right, I have to delete the wire. Okay, we're not quite done yet. Get rid of the wire. It's gone. And stay out. That'll learn you. Boy, I'm glad I had to go through all that to get one bit of stink gas out of this room. A normal person would have just not cared about this. Not me, though. I'm special. or breathe it in and delete it. You would have just left it in there. That's why we're not the same, are we? Why is there chlorine in here? Oh god, one of the puffs probably did it. Well, that'll be fun. That's just gonna be there for a while. Awesome. Just in case, I'm gonna put a deodorizer in front of that door just as like a preventative measure. I'm looking for a deodorizer somewhere on the ground in the base, and I am blinding it extremely hard and cannot find one. There it is. I'm just gonna slap this bad boy like right in front of the door. Hopefully we don't have to deal with this problem anymore. No power. Why is there no power? What did I do? Did I break something? This was never hooked up. Okay, well, that's awkward. Never pick a flatulent tube. I probably won't. I don't want to deal with that. They'll run into a room like this, make a piece of natural gas. No, I don't think we're doing that ever. I'm not picking those. Like, I know better. I've learned from my mistakes ages ago not to do that if you want to have a clean gas environment, which I absolutely do. I do not want things where they don't belong. Okay, this is... Okay, they still have a pitcher pump, though they have to go into the water to use the pitcher pump, unfortunately. Oh god, this is a mess. Insufficient resource. I want to see the hydrogen, like, working properly. I think we definitely need to look into settling another asteroid at this point, and, like, kind of spreading out our, like, duplicants and resources, because we've got, like, nothing for them to do here, really, except, like, collect garbage. Making submerged, self-powered oxygen machine, whatever that's called. Making submerged spawns is a pain. I don't know what that means. Or do you mean, like, you make it in water or something weird like that? It sounds kind of cool, but I'm not sure how that solves the problem unless they don't fart in the water. I guess I don't really know how that works because I've never played with those duplicants because it sounds awful. You focus on the water shortage. We don't have a water shortage. We got a bunch right here. I mean, yes, we will run out of water at some point. I'm going to have to figure out what to do with this mess of a biome. Okay, salt. There is salt on this planet. I'm dumb. I'm gonna have to figure out what to do with this mess at some point here, but I'm thinking, what is the most, like, pressing matter that we have to deal with? And it's probably the fact that we are still somehow running out of air. So what's going on? What's the bottleneck here? Why is nothing happening? Disabled by automation. What do you mean? Did I accidentally turn this off? Okay, I must have turned it off at some point while I was dicking around up here. So it's still disabled. Why is it disabled? Hydrogen gas, yes. Signal pressure, not high enough. And I want to keep them equalized. But these are overpressured. I think I'm just getting punished by the gases being really, really, really slow to equalize. And I know I have this weird airflow set up here, but it's to reduce the odds of oxygen getting up here. But I guess my question is, how aggressively do gases, like, distribute themselves vertically? Not specifically a Hydra, but it's in the same classification. Hydra Infinite. I don't know what these things are. I like your funny words, Magic Man, but I do not know what a Hydra storage is. Is there any possibility that oxygen could end up where this pump is if I just turned all of these into vent tiles? Like, I'm not sure, like, how reliable this is, assuming neither of these pump unless they're both at, like, sufficient pressure. I'm just worried that letting hydrogen get too close to the pump could potentially cause an issue, but the lack of airflow here is causing issues. You know what? I have one fantastic way to find out. One fail-safe way to know whether or not this is going to cause problems. I mean, I could always put a filter on the pipe here if this becomes an issue. Also, hi Drac, I don't remember if I acknowledged your presence or not. What oxygen not included sounds like to a non-Oni player. Yeah, throw it in the chat if you know the video. I love some shitpost videos about games like this. That's spooky. Oh, I don't like. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like it doing that. That's exactly what I was worried about it doing. Okay, so I do need to have like a kind of like crusty like limiter on the throughput here. Now, there's got to be a better way to do this. Maybe I move these down since I'm not using this space anymore. I don't want to rebuild all this crap though. Maybe I leave that one. Yeah, that right there is exactly what I was worried about. Like right above these pumps, I think they're able to provide enough gas pressure for the oxygen to actually get up there. Okay, I'm gonna wait on this. And we got the video, so let me see, how long is this? I don't know if I'm gonna watch this on stream or not. I kind of don't like to make streams around watching other people's content, so I'll watch this off stream. You got the link in chat if anybody else wants to watch it too. I'm hoping it's a high quality shitpost. So let's see, back to this here. So I wonder if this is going to be a little more stable. Let's go ahead and turn this on. Is that on? Can't even tell. Yeah, okay, it's turned on. I can't tell which of these settings is on because they couldn't be bothered to put a color code on it. I mean, I guess it's in the UI on the right, though. Okay, so our gas distribution looks fine. Empty pipe. Whoa, what? Oh, right, I never connected it to the main water storage. Oh, because we don't have one of those. It's this. Okay, I need to set this up then. And water pump. Yeah, we're gonna have a problem with this sooner than later, I reckon. Because this thing is gonna, like, burn through all of my water supply when I'm not paying attention to it. Okay, both of those things are going to function as a water supply. I don't know if I need to prioritize either of these. Or rather, these are... Actually, no, this is a consumer, so that's gonna consume it. That's gonna consume it. We need to get rid of this so the pipe order isn't weird. Because we don't have any water over here anymore. Okay, I think that'll do the trick. And I have to pay attention to this, because when this runs out of water, we have a problem. And I need to do something about all the salt water up here and all the piss water, and we're not gonna have the time to do that today, so let me try to wrap up, like, the most pressing issues for the day here. Let's just sweep up all the crap here, though, so I need to turn this off in case they breathe in this area again. They don't have room to sweep any of it away, though, so let's do that. I really need to automate this. I'm gonna keep saying that until I do it. Okay, this guy has spots that it can, like, get on the grid. I mean, Discord chat. I mean, you can put it there too if you want, but I have it copied, so I'm not gonna lose it anymore. It's up to you if you want to put it in Discord. It's for anybody who'd want to see it at that point. I'm just saying I'm not going to watch it on the stream. Like, I will watch videos on stream if it's like actively learning something, but I'm not gonna like watch somebody else's video live on the stream really, unless it's like extremely short. It's 2 minutes long, so we're not gonna do that right now. It has the feel of stolen content to me to just live stream other people's videos. It's basically React content. And React content is awful, and even if it's something as minor as this, I don't want that to be me. Like, we'll watch videos on stream occasionally if it, like, suits whatever it is we're doing here. Oh, this is just gonna be... I'm gonna get that now. I'm gonna dig under this. It's bothering me to see that there. Okay, I'm clarifying that for anybody else who might have expected me to watch it. So this is good. They have no reason to come in here. So I'm gonna block off access. And let's see how this works. So the whole thing should be turned on at this point, so it's just disabled because there's not enough hydrogen gas pressure up here. What I need to do here is I need to figure out like a reasonable pressure that allows this to work correctly. So the problem is these guys are hitting max gas pressure, but then the air pressure down here isn't high enough, so I think we need to lower the numbers a little bit. So I'm going to lower both the 1400 maybe. Or I'll leave this one high perhaps, because it seems like these are the pumps that we're having trouble with. Because these are not overpressuring due to there being too much hydrogen. They're overpressuring because of the oxygen up here. So I need to pump oxygen a little more aggressively than hydrogen. Yeah, they're still overpressurizing. At the top, it's like almost 1800, it looks like. And then down at the bottom, it's just not quite enough. Yeah, this is what I get for not looking up how to do this, but it's a learning experience. Let's see if we can lower it a little more. I have to retype the whole goddamn number to get this text box to actually accept my input, which is awesome. Okay, how about this? I really should just lower these electrolyzers. The pipe is empty now too, which is definitely not helping. Or was it always empty? Maybe it was always empty and I was just reading the overpressure setting. Okay, hold on. Which of these is not going to catch on fire? This one's too high. I think I need another one. I kind of need another one down here anyways. I don't know why I don't just dig through that floor, honestly. Like it's doing anything important. This is kind of gross here, but I don't really have a better solution to this. And while we're at it, let me fix up the wiring here. I don't really need this anymore. There we go. That'll be a little bit of a better distribution. Is the input attached to the input of the AND gate? I hope so. I think. I don't know. What are you looking for here? These are both AND gates, right? Yeah, these are both AND gates. This is the wiring. That's what we're working with right now. So like, I mean, they're not triggered by anything except this switch. This switch also turns them off, so I can just turn the whole thing off when anybody's coming in here. But these pumps will still technically run for a little while. It just doesn't matter, and I didn't want to make another AND gate. They'll never turn on without the switch, yeah, which is what I want. That's intentional. But then when the switch is on, they'll be turned on, and then the hydrogen pump will also be on if there's enough hydrogen up here. At some point, I will probably look up how to make a proper version of this. God damn it. How did it take damage? Did we already get a nugget of oxygen in here somehow? Oh my god, it immediately happened. I need to move the damn things down. You know what we're gonna do? We're just gonna put up with it. We're gonna just tolerate it for now. I have to rebuild this. I gotta do something different. I tried and I failed, but we will come back to that another time. I'm not gonna rebuild this. So we are occasionally going to have someone come in here and fix it, and maybe the situation will stabilize itself at some point. Maybe I should lower this just like a smidge more. So I need to get some water in here and see like how it stabilizes. The wrong element damage. I wonder what element got in there that broke it. Alright, so they got water now. Okay, there should be plenty of water. Because each of these is using... Actually, how much water are these? Yeah, okay, they're using like 1/10 of a pipe. So we have plenty of water to support that, and we should be fine on these guys as well. Hopefully. If not, we'll find out later. I think it's just that the hydrogen gas pump or whatever is just a little too close to the source of the oxygen, at least for the janky-ass setup that I have. You don't know how this is supposed to work. This is one of those things where eventually you break down and you go onto the internet and you just look up somebody else who figured this out correctly. Oh, if you mean how my wiring is supposed to work, I don't know what to tell you. Here it is. It's just if we have enough pressure and we have the right, if we have enough pressure and the right gas and the switch is on, then turn on the pump. That's all it's doing. And then the switch also just turns on the electrolyzers. That's all we got for this. Oops. I mean, this is mostly functional. It's producing power occasionally. I don't think we're gonna ever get to the point where we don't need the power that this is producing. Because they shouldn't even be running on the hamster wheels unless these batteries get too low. I'm gonna call this good enough. This gets the seal of adequate from me. All right, so let's see. What else can we do here? This, unfortunately, is not good enough. It would work flawlessly if the pump was higher. I think so, too. I can't raise the pump, though, so I want to lower the electrolyzers down one tile, and that is most likely good enough if I do that. However, I'm not set up to do that. So what I need to figure out here is, why is this thing not operating 100% of the time? Because it's not like our pipes are backing up. We are just straight up having trouble outputting enough gas because we ran out of algae again. Is this enough to keep up, is the question here. And I feel like it should be, because we have 9 duplicates in this particular base, and they use 100 per second, if I recall correctly. And we're outputting a lot per second. We're outputting like 18 or 1900 or something per second, right? It's like, this should be working. Like, we have enough for like 19 duplicates. I don't know if any of these guys are mouth breathers, so we should have more than enough oxygen for both of our bases. Food. You guys are fine. What do you mean you're out of food? I could send food over, I suppose. So I'm not sure what the problem is. I'm going to look at it in a moment after it stabilizes and see if I can figure out what's going on with that. There's got to be a bottleneck. We're losing like a lot of valuable time. We half of that to keep it relatively stable. Well, how does that work? I thought, like, if I allow the oxygen pressure to be too high, it's going to compress the hydrogen past the pump. I thought they had to be at the same pressure to, like, keep the system stable. Too much pressure? I don't know, maybe. Let's see. Well, I mean, too much. I think it might be overpressure on these. Like, yeah, you're right. It's overpressure on these. I'm trying to figure out why these are constantly overpressuring, and maybe I do need to move these down. Oh god. Yeah, it's overpressure. I'm missing one of the safeguards. Oh god, submerging them so they can overpressure. Let's not do that. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna move them down. This is annoying. We're gonna do this before we end stream here. We're gonna move them down. So let's turn off the whole system. Don't think I should submerge them unless I'm ready, period. I am probably not ready. Based on the way that you're presenting that statement, I'm going to assume that I am woefully unprepared for the consequences of trying to do that. So we're not going to do that right now. Ratios of production. You make 8 times as much oxygen compared to hydrogen. Well, the assumption was that the pumps are going to consume them at a tentatively even ratio. My understanding about how gases work in this game is that if I have like 1.8 kilograms of hydrogen gas and 1.8 kilograms of oxygen gas in a tile, then they will never try to exchange places. Like, they'll equalize when they're like that. And the risk I take is that if I produce way more oxygen density than hydrogen density, the oxygen is going to push the hydrogen up into this little space here. And therefore, this whole system would turn off until the hydrogen filled back up and essentially equalize the pressure. So, like, essentially, if I set the pressure limit on this hydrogen gas valve to be like 200 or something instead, and I allowed the oxygen to push up here, the system would just, I guess, would it deadlock, or would it like never be able? Maybe it would stabilize anyways. God, I'm not sure. Just intuitively, I feel like something would go wrong if I did that. If I set this to 200 instead. The pressure pushback occurs at 3 times the pressure. Does it? I mean now I'm draining a bunch of the oxygen, so the oxygen or the hydrogen pressure up here is really high. I probably should not have put the hydrogen gas pumps. Yeah, you don't have experience in building vertical Rodriguez. You're making a disservice to Rodriguez for referring to what I've made here as a build that literally anybody would consider good enough to have a name, because this is my punishment for not knowing what I'm doing. Try not to apply real-world logic. Well, the thing is, I start off with real-world logic, and then if I get punished for it, I figure out what the actual logic is, and I do that instead. And I guess the thing is, I just don't know how the gases are going to equalize in pressure and like what problems are going to arise. It might not matter because I turn off the pump if this is not hydrogen gas. The thing that I do know is a problem is that oxygen is able to get up here like sporadically. So I'm going to fix that problem, and then maybe we can tune the numbers on this to be lower pressure and desperately hope that everything works correctly. New printables. Now what do we got? Food has decayed. I'll deal with the food another time. Well, I mean, I don't want these guys exactly spilling oil everywhere. Your suggestion is add more bridges. Excellent suggestion. I will take your feedback into consideration. Thank you. I'll just put that on the list. When oxygen is pressurized, check how it displaces CO2. I mean, it should just be shoving all the CO2 to the bottom. Like, I've seen this happen where if you have low oxygen in your base, your CO2 pit like expands up into the base. I just don't know exactly what the ratio is for that. Yeah, I'm getting the spicy tofu. Hopefully they'll eat that first. I don't look, I am not set up to process oil. I will worry about slicksters when the time comes. I'm sure I can find them somewhere. I think they're going to drop the water as an item, so I don't have to worry about that. I mean, honestly, it doesn't matter if I let water out into this room anyways. So let's go ahead and rewire all this once they're done breaking these. Come on, you're the builder. Actually, no, you're not the builder. I don't know what you're good at. There you go. Alright, redo that, redo that. And that, and that. Get rid of that. The pipe will actually drain on its own, so I'm going to leave it in here for a little while. Yeah, buildings drop liquid bottles, but not gases. I don't know this game. I don't know how this game works. I've never known how this game works. Alright, so let's see here. Let's deconstruct these. I want to have a couple sensors. The same ones that I have here. Again, these are paranoia sensors. If I actually knew what I was doing, I probably wouldn't need these sensors because you can make a build that more or less stabilizes itself. But I'm just a baby and I don't know what I'm doing, so I am setting up the sensors for this. I hate how big these gates are, but I'm just gonna slap it down there. And basically this is just me making absolutely certain that all the parameters are met before the building does anything that I don't want it to. Nubby, thank you for the follow. I am just a wee bab. Like, I have played a lot of this game before the Spaced Out DLC, but I was never good at building stuff like this at all. So what we wanted to be able to do was have airflow tiles in this spot, and hopefully this is enough of a gap that the oxygen doesn't make it up to this gas pump here. That is what we're desperately hoping for. I think, like, conceptually, I think this idea can work, but I just have, like, the numbers wrong. Oh boy, oh good, am I about to ruin something else? Or are you talking about how this whole room is filled with hydrogen at this point? It's just getting everywhere. Because I think the pumps might have been operating or something while I was letting oxygen out, and now it's just a mess. So let's see here. I didn't move the sensor, so that one is the same. This one is set to oxygen. Eventually they'll get around to building this. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to lower the gas pressure of both of these things to be considerably lower. Oh my god, I hate this UI so bad. For anyone who just joined us, if I change the number and press enter, it works because it's going to humiliate me in front of all of chat. You literally just watched it not work on this one. But on this one, I changed the number and it worked. There, now it didn't work. Now it doesn't work anymore. It just goes back. But if I delete the entire thing and type it in again, it always works. I don't understand. Doesn't Unity Engine, like, come with, like, a text input, like, field? Usually press Control A and then type. I should probably just do that. I honestly didn't even expect Control A to work, if I'm being honest. I'm just gonna let them dump the water in the ground. I don't care, they can mop it. I'll be fine. We already have enough problems in here. Why not make a few more? Just mop the water. Just clean it up. And then I want all the stuff swept out of this room, like right now. Just get everything out of this room so no one has to go in here. The G it puts in when it expects a number. So what you're telling me is the fact that their own game engine adds a goddamn G to the text field instead of just to the right of the field causes it to not work? Because I believe you 100% that that's what the reason is. Because this video game was programmed It possibly has some of the programming of all time in it. It's barely functional. So let's see here. Once they sweep everything out of this room, I think we'll be good to go. I don't think they have anywhere to dump the water, so I need to fix that as well. I'm putting G when it expects just number to add the G when I'm done. I've had this situation encountered like when I was working, like it was web design, and you have to make text input fields. And if you have like a dollar sign or something in the text input field, like it becomes a validation nightmare. It's like, you don't put it in the field. Like literally you can have it like cosmetically displayed to the side of the number, but do not put it in the goddamn text field. I'm not typing G, so I could change this number by doing this and then pressing enter. But if I click like in the middle of the number and change it to 820 and then press enter, it just goes away. Just goes away. If I do this and type in the G, I cannot type the G anymore. I actually can only type numbers in the field, and then it'll work. So if I remove the G and then enter the number, it always works 100% of the time. Otherwise, it sometimes works, and I don't know the difference. Yeah, $12 in a field. I think we pushed back on that requirement and ended up convincing the business to just have a number with no dollar sign in it. It's a stupid issue, and you don't want to be doing that in a text field. There are functions to have like a cosmetic like modifier to the field that doesn't actually affect it. The game is getting 120G when I click in the middle and just edit like that. I don't know how you've never noticed this jank either. It's blocked by my chat. Is it just like completely like you guys cannot see what I've been whining about this whole time? I can't move the chat box, so I don't know what to tell you. No, you can see it. It's just under the chat, right? You're fine. Yeah, Control A, and then it works. I'm looking at my own stream right now, and it looks like it's just... Oh, never mind. Okay, sometimes it's visible. Okay, whatever. I think you guys get the point. Like, it should have shown up enough times that you understand what I'm complaining about. No, I know what the problem is. It's because sometimes the text at the bottom, or sometimes your text wraps to 2 lines and it is visible, and sometimes it's not. How is Oni on the Stream Deck? I cannot answer this question. Hopefully somebody else can do it. Or Steam Deck, not Stream Deck. But yeah, it's visible if you type 2 lines of chat. Otherwise, it's not. You know what? I wonder, where should I put my chat for this game? Hold on, let's think. I hadn't considered this. This actually brings up a good point. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. Let's see here. Where do we want to... So if we stuck this... Type something in chat. Chat, spam the chat, do something. Let's see how this looks. If I stick it like over here... You think maybe it's not going to be in the way of anything important? Like, this will show up when I'm placing buildings, but I don't think anything important actually occupies this spot. What are y'all doing? Come on, spam that chat. I want like 60 lines of chat. Come on, I know you're capable of doing this. We'll cover whatever I'm trying to select to build stuff, but that's not an issue, right? Like, does anybody need to see what I'm trying to build? Well, let me see. So if I open this menu, for instance, I mean, so here's the UI. Like, where can I put the chat? Like, there's literally nothing I could do that wouldn't be in the middle of the screen. Like, this is the best I think I can do here, is just, like, this doesn't matter. You can tell roughly what these are, right? Like, this is not really disruptive. Put the chat in the middle of the screen. You know what? I'm feeling it, chat. Like, this seemed like a bad idea at the start, but now that you've mentioned this, I think this is probably the experience that everybody wants to watch. This is what the people wanted. Excellent suggestion. Thank you, chat member. Can we ban whoever suggested that? I feel like this is probably good. Don't ban them. Don't actually do it. Don't ban anyone. Yeah, I appreciate the spam, by the way. So let me see. Let me look at my own stream and see what this looks like. I don't think this is an issue because, like, yeah, it's a little hard to see it, and then I click it, and then I'm done building. I don't know. Yeah, let's pause the game while we do this. That's a good call. Banned forever. Yep, well, tragic. Okay, let's see. I know you spammed the chat a lot. Now I have to scroll up and read it though. So let's see here. Got some spam. I appreciate it. Yeah, we're gonna pause while we figure this out. You need to see if I'm building a tile or a snow tile. Okay, I don't think that's gonna be terribly important. Shift it right a bit. I mean, it's gonna suck no matter what, I think. God, there's, I guess, a little bit. Like, I could maybe get the names to be covered by chat. I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't see a good solution to this problem, unfortunately. This is going to be in front of something. No matter what I do, there's always going to be something with chat. Like, literally no matter what I do. This is, like, the worst case scenario. You think, like, up near the notifications, maybe at the top? I mean, I could just move it to the right. I could put it up here as well. It'll cover this actually covers a tiny bit of the UI, but it's not really a big deal. You're fine with the build menu being blocked. It is a little gross, but this, God, this is so close to the middle of the screen. Right below the build number. I mean, I could shorten the height of the chat to do something like this instead. But I mean, I don't know, people are talking a lot. I want the chat to, like, linger so that, like, especially if someone's watching a VOD or something and they're actually following along with the chat, they're not missing anything. Build menu is not important. My opinion is that this is okay. Putting it over the build menu, I think, is fine. I could do this as well, so the names are specifically on the build menu, but the text is not, but that doesn't help much. I could have the overlay be a little bit, like, thicker as well, but I think that's gonna mess with the... That's gonna mess with all the other ones. Yeah, this is kind of the best compromise I could think of, is probably doing it like this. Yeah, something like this. It's not ideal, but remember, this menu is not going to be open that often. I don't know, let's see how this feels. I don't know, it feels a little bit weird how far over to the right it is. I can make the background be darker. The problem is, God, I really don't like having that much space next to it. The problem with that idea is that that's going to mess with the other chat Streamlabs, like, sources that I have on OBS. So I would need to change that. I'm going to go with this. I'm just going to go with this. This can't be any worse than what we were dealing with before, because realistically, I don't have the build menu open that often, do I? God, I kind of do, though, because every time I have it open... Maybe I might need to make the chat a little denser. Oh boy. I apologize. For anyone who does not want to watch me doing this, I apologize, but this is important enough that I want to do something about it. How did I do this? How did I get the backdrop board? Is it a filter? No, it's not a filter. I don't know where I got that backdrop. How did I set this up? I don't even remember anymore. It's not in the interact. It's not custom CSS. I must have done it on the Streamlabs website. Yeah, lowered by 3. I mean, it's getting late anyways. I don't know if I scared everyone off by doing this. This kind of sucks no matter how you look at it. I might honestly just shorten the chat box. You know what? Oops, that's not that. I'm going back to this idea. No, I just want to shorten the height of the source. For this one. Oh, this is gonna fuck with all of them though. Something like this. Or like down here would be the best idea. It's very short now, so like only a few messages are gonna show up. I don't like this either. Every solution sucks. What do other people do for this game? Has anybody else figured out how to stream this game with a chat box? Or should I just put it back where it was originally? Well, it needed to move up so you can move the numbers. The question is, like, how often is this going to be in front of chat? Or rather behind chat, but making it hard to read. Like, there's no good solution. I could have the chat box over here, and you can't read it. Or I can have it over here, and you can't read it. Like, this whole thing stemmed from the fact that you were not able to read the numbers. But I realized that it was also really hard to read the chat, just in general. It was like this, is where we had it originally. So that if you didn't have 2 lines of text there, this was like impossible to read the damn chat. I don't want to do this for the rest of the stream. Maybe this is something to figure out another time. Yeah, it's a very information dense game. I don't want to like compromise by shrinking the game either. I think what I need to do is make the background more like just thicker for this particular game. I need to like have a thicker like black overlay on the background. And I have to mess with the CSS for that on Streamlabs, and I don't even know how to get like 2 versions of this. We're gonna just leave it as it is for now. So apologies for anyone who doesn't like the way it's set up right now, but I think it's almost worse over the base building menu because I actually have this UI open more often than the one on the right. I think small top left over here is probably the right solution to the problem. But for now, I need to make some changes on my end to get that to work, and I don't have a better solution for this. I could also like put it over here, perhaps would be another like spot it would fit, but I think this corner is probably the spot to put it. But I need to fight with it to resize it in OBS without messing up all my other games that are not UI heavy. So I'm going to make a note for that, and thank you for at least bringing this to my attention. I will see if I can come up with something later. Alright, I just got a note for it. Alright, sorry about that. Alright, we'll play for a little while longer so we don't feel like I've wasted everyone's time here. So we'll keep going. Let's see what else we can do here. What is going wrong in here? Pressure. Yeah, let's go just get back in the groove of things here. Just have it. You see streamers put it there. Anybody else have like a second or third opinion for where to put it? Let me see. Okay, I missed a couple messages actually. You'd be okay with it over the build menu if nothing else. Make it smaller, put it on top below vitals. You're saying up here, top center. I'd rather scoot it to one side or the other. God damn it, I need to stop dwelling on this. Maybe a build menu, make the background darker. I hopefully don't have to do that. I'm gonna do it right. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to figure that out later. Original spawn need to move up. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. The hydrogen is spreading. Let's stop doing this. So, how is this going? What problem has we encountered? I think we might be good to start pumping. Alright, so these are on now. That is still uncomfortably close, but it shouldn't be going up any higher than that. Let me double check real quick to see how these guys are doing. Okay, they're not in any crisis right now, so let's go back and see if we can figure this out. It's not the end of the world if oxygen gets in here. I know I could set up a filter. What I was really trying to do was avoid having to set up a gas filter the whole way through. Diagnostics and resources are exceptionally useful to help with issues. What are you talking about? What do you mean diagnostics? Or are you talking about something different? We're talking about the game, right? Not the overlay. Why don't I want to use a gas filter? Okay, 2 reasons. 1, sunken cost fallacy. And 2, it uses power. Those are the reasons. I don't know which of those reasons has higher priority in my brain at this point. But we've come this far. That info on the right that I closed temporarily. Oh boy. What did I have open while I was looking at this? I think I was clicking on one of these. I apologize. I don't know what I closed that you're talking about here. Do you mean like the status menu? Because there's a lot of things going on here at the same time. It was a while back. I mean, what was it called? What? Okay, I have a question, buddy. Why are you here? This is breathable. What was that Geiger counter saying? Radiation. I probably looked at the shine bugs. What is going wrong here? Go up. He's in a pathfinding loop. Oh, fucking hell. Go up there. You idiot. Yeah, he was in a pathfinding loop. He was probably gonna die on his own. Alright, we gotta figure this out, like, now. Oh, boy. Let's see. Let's crack open the emergency oxygen while we figure this out, because things are not looking good. Yeah, this whole area is just death right now, by the look of things. Where's death? Hopefully not. I got him out of there. He shouldn't die if he gets his breath. Okay, he's gonna get his breath. I might need to forbid them from going out there for now. I'm gonna forbid them from going over there. I need them to literally never go over there. And I need this guy to get back in the base right now. I cannot have them going over there because they're too far away from oxygen. He was stuck in an AI loop of trying to get this oxygen, not being able to pathfind to it, running up here, not being able to pathfind to it, and just running back and forth. I'm not sure which of these he was trying to breathe. It might have been this one right here. He was like trying to run towards it. Whatever the case is, I need them to not go over there. Alright, who's suffocating now? It's probably him again. Okay, go get some air. Okay, so we have air coming in over here. What else can we do? We have some up here. I might need to just forbid them from going to the beds as well. I don't think they're going to die in this area. It was just over here is a death trap. But luckily, I got them out of the AI loop. So there is enough air for them to survive off of for a little while. So let's carefully analyze what the holdup is on this. So we have oxygen. I was messing with the numbers. They're both set to 1,000, which is fine. Yeah, just wait a moment for it to, like, kick in. That's kind of what I'm thinking. And then it's going to be sending oxygen pretty much to the center. It definitely wouldn't hurt to add a couple more, like, gas vents, like over here, for instance. This area has pretty shitty airflow. So I'm going to stick one, like, all the way over here as well. Let's see, where else do we need it most? The bottom of the base by far has the most problems. We probably want one over here in this kitchen area. And what I could also do here is, we're not really distributing the gas very evenly with these two vents. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to connect this one here and set it up like that. And that'll also a little more evenly distribute it. And then this thing, sending gas to the other planet is not a particularly urgent thing to do, so it's going to be pretty low priority for the gas to go to the other planet here. This is just always going to be a mess. Maybe I could set up another one of these stations down there. But how are we doing over here? So is this improving? Like a little bit. It's kind of live now. The oxygen is still getting up here. This is the thing I was trying to avoid. At this point, I'm not too concerned about this machine, like, accidentally consuming oxygen. Because what's the hydrogen pressure in this room? It's not high enough. I mean, this might actually work. This might be enough. So are these overpressuring is the other question. So let's slowly watch what's going on with the electrolyzers. They are still overpressuring somehow. I'm seeing this one occasionally like throw up like max gas pressure over here. Why are they doing that? Is it 1500? What is the pressure requirement? Like I was told that it was 2K and then it was 1.8. But these things are still stubbornly refusing to output under weird circumstances. What is the actual maximum gas pressure for these things? Does someone know what the actual number is? Max efficiency is about 80%. So you're saying they're going to be like intrinsically limited by just the fact that the gas in this game moves so damn slowly. I mean, the uptime is looking decent now, but I see it occasionally stuttering. Every time the animation resets, that means there's gas pressure problems. Yeah, that's gonna happen. I'm just gonna live with that for the time being. Hopefully the carbon dioxide doesn't wind up in the hydrogen pump, but I'm just going to let this run. They will always stutter unless submerged. Okay, is that just how this works? Then maybe this is fine. Things are slowly recovering. Stupid battery just being overheated. The lower pressure will pull the hydrogen lower. Yeah, that's what I want to do, because I don't seem to be having problems with the hydrogen getting this low. So if I allow the hydrogen to accumulate up here at a higher pressure, maybe it'll push down into this area a little bit. God, I don't know. I'm just not sure how the gases equalize in this game. Yeah, I don't need 100%. I mean, that's why we turned it on, even though these are occasionally eating oxygen. Like, that's the reason it's turned on right now. Yeah, this is sporadically getting enough, and then it's pulling in oxygen and breaking the machine. This is what you get for trying to make something new here, folks. Check the pump uptime. Is that a thing? What was that sound? It's like a glitched ass like printer noise. Yeah, sure, why not? Congratulations, Burger. You got a suit. Because you're the first duplicate I saw. Drop the suit. There you go. Enjoy your new drip. Properties. This cycle. So I would expect these to be running most of the time, right? Like, not quite. 4 pumps is a little bit more than I need for this, but they should have like 80 or 90% uptime, I think. All the overlays sound filters. It really like messed up the printer noise for some reason. I don't know why. Okay, well, they're... I don't know if this is right or not. It feels like they're down more often than they should be. I'm not sure what is, like, wrong about this. I guess the other question is this good enough? And I think it is. I think this is going to catch up. Because it looks like the problem is going away steadily here. I think this might be good enough to not have to deal with it for the time being. Just setting up some more airflow tiles because this is kind of awful. Especially these areas have been having a lot of trouble. I mean, we had someone almost die over here. If the electrolyzers are overpressure and the pumps aren't about 80%, adjust sensor. Yeah, I think we might want to lower the sensor again. Let's try 700. Because these pumps really should be running most of the time. And these are still hitting max gas pressure, though I'm being told that apparently they'll just always do that if you don't do some janky, like, submersion setup with them. I'm assuming that the submerged electrolyzer setup consists of having, like, a full tile of liquid, and then a really, really thin tile of liquid on this tile right here, right? Wasn't a Geiger counter. I don't know, I don't think I have enough shine bugs to trigger that. I assume, though, that it's like 2 stacked liquids where the pressure out this tile is never too high, right? Like, that's what it is. And then it off-gasses, and the packets just get pushed off of this tile right here, and then you never actually have them overpressure. You were hoping this game would have gacha. I don't know, I mean, does this thing count as a gacha? You kind of... Every now and then you can get a new duplicate, or you can get sand, or eggs, or other such exciting things. And it technically does have the blueprint drops. That's kind of like a gacha. I would count that. They're all cosmetic, though. Unless you roll for women. I mean, I guess technically if you want that. I don't know, I haven't cared what comes out of the printing pod. I just grab whichever ones have the right skills. But I think the blueprints probably count as gacha. It was your stomach, it was growling. I mean, I'm sorry. You're just too enamored with the unrolling train wreck of my stream to go out and get food. Is that what it is? The truly captivating experience of just seeing what else is going to go wrong in this base. It took me until cycle 142, but things finally started falling apart for some reason. I think we're catching up, though. Like, what I'm kind of sitting here doing nothing. It's because I'm watching the oxygen levels in the base, and it looks like we're catching up, like, slowly. Though somehow this pump keeps grabbing hydrogen. Honestly, I don't know why I didn't just put the pump up here. That would have been the big brain play. We're gonna have to come back and do more with this later. We're gonna have to come back to this at some point. I don't like this. This was kind of like our first try. Like, but this is the reason why I didn't look anything up. Like, this is why I'm not looking at a Rodriguez or whatever to figure out how to make this. Because I wanted to see what I could do myself. What problems might I encounter by doing this? There's a couple things I want to do. One of them is I want to move the hydrogen generators out of this area and, like, restructure the hydrogen capture, like, here to be a little bit higher up. And hopefully that'll work. Better than second screen content. Thank you. That's very kind of you. First screen content right here. I'll put that in the description of my channel. That's the kind of content that we make around here. I think it's a matter of waiting at this point because the pressure was too low. This is going to fill up first, and then eventually the pressure is going to make its way out here. And I do have a couple of gas pipes over in this area that should eventually be getting pressurized. I think I'm going to get rid of this priority. There's the gas pipes. I'm going to get rid of this bridge here because I don't think we need this anymore. I want pressure to also go over to this area. I think lock that door. They need to go in here because these things keep getting damaged by oxygen getting up here for some goddamn reason. It never happens when I'm looking, but it's probably going to happen in a moment here. So never mind, it does happen when I'm looking. That pump tried to grab one right there. But yeah, I don't think I want to lock the door because these are just going to break. And the duplicates going in and out is probably not causing issues. I think I'm going to increase the necessary hydrogen pressure by a little bit. Okay. Alright, you all saw that, right? Like, it might have been behind a chat message. You all saw that. Huh? You saw me type 11 and get 7 instead. It literally took the input from the other text box. What the fuck is the UI in this game? Yeah, you wish we repaired when broken. Yeah, they'll just run up here no matter what. It literally reverted to the thing I had typed in this one here. They're not clearing something in the UI state. Like, this field here is not clearing something in the UI state, and it got, like, carried over. And that was like the fallback value. That was like the last valid number that it remembered, even though I had typed that number in here. I don't understand. There's no way this is like the native Unity UI that does this, right? Okay, I need the pressure to be higher. I guess the other problem here is that it might be reading oxygen pressure instead. Oh my god, I am getting extremely upset with this UI. Yeah, I feel like honestly these sensors here are causing more problems than they need to. We'll rebuild this at some point, I think. We'll go ahead and rebuild it, but that'll be for a future stream. Let me see if I can stabilize everything else before we call it on the stream today. What a mess this has become. You think the pressure is coming out? I mean, a little bit, but it shouldn't be too bad. I mean, I suppose I could just have one of these, like, vent out immediately into this area. Let's just go ahead and do that. We'll just put a vent here just so that this area is kind of pressurized. Not there. And that's probably causing issues, but I mean, ultimately the oxygen is not just like disappearing, it's just going into the wrong area. Why do you have food poisoning? No, you have slime lung. Okay, that's... I mean, this probably isn't helping anything. Whatever. I had to open this up to get, like, gas pressure immediately. I should probably block it off at this point. We'll need more of that getting in. I have, like, no infrastructure in place to deal with slime lung. They could be getting it from in here as well, but I think this is all CO2 at this point, so it's not letting any in. Oh, you think it's actually the other way around? It's coming in from outside? Because this is about the same, like, shitty pressure on either side of this door. Bees when? Well, that's from Spelunky. I don't know if there's any bees in this game. Did they add bees in Spaced Out? Are there bees at some point? I think there are bees in this game, if I recall correctly. So I don't know when we're going to be seeing the bees. But that's from Spelunky. That's not even from this game. Radioactive bees. Awesome. Okay, so it's still relevant. Oh, there's a... I wonder what this is. Is there still a cheese strat to see what this is without actually digging it out? I recall there was something that you were able to do. Betas. Okay, because like beta radiation. It's still possible. I don't know. How do I do it? Sure, why not? I remember abusing this before. I just don't know how to do it. Priority. Cool steam vent. Alright. Thank you. So I don't really care to go for that one. I don't see any more. Whatever, I'm getting distracted here. How's this looking? Oh, there we go. Look. Look, Chad, it's blue. It's breathable. Except over in the bedrooms. Which is not ideal. Can I get them more air in the bedrooms like now? I mean, we're not really oversaturated anywhere. I know I'm splitting this one really thin, but I just want to get oxygen in this area, like now. Where's the majority of this going anyways? I don't know if we need this one necessarily, though the bathrooms don't have anything going for them. I think I'm going to put one... I'll stick one like over in the back here. And I'm gonna remove this vent right here in this spot. Just to spread it out a little bit. The cool steam vent has good placement close to the spawn. Are you suggesting like using the water from this? I guess you'd have to condense it first. I had enough trouble like dealing with two gases right now, so I don't think I'm ready to deal with heat exchange as well. I want to do that at some point. Not today. I think at the very least we've stabilized the catastrophe that was about to happen. Somebody almost died. Like we did almost have somebody die, but so far so good. We have not had any duplicates perish. And this base is also looking okay, except for kind of this area, I guess. Maybe I stick one of these down here. At this point, I think they're used to just living off of stink gas. Like, this is just their lives. Like, they just live like this, and there's really nothing they could do about it, so they've just come to accept it. But I need a little bit more of this here. And they have plenty of, like, sufficiently dense air to breathe if it's getting a little bit thin. I was supposed to do something about the hydrogen gas here, and I never did. Am I habitual restarted? No. No, absolutely not. I'm playing this colony until it looks completely hopeless. That like I am not going to habitually restart this. I do not have restart Titus. There is a point where I will be like, okay, this is just not manageable anymore, but we have not reached that point yet. I want to move the hamster wheels. I'm just going to put them in here. I'm sure these guys won't mind. They got some cute fuzzy critters to look at. Yeah, we're about done here. I'm just doing a little bit of tidying up of this base. I was hoping that I would go to space today. Unfortunately, that did not work out. I don't know why they can't reach this. That did not work out. Way too many things happened and went wrong. Hopefully next time we'll get to actually like go to space, because believe it or not, there are more asteroids than Pasta Aurora and the Pisteroid, because there are at least these ones here, and I think you have to fly to these. Like, this is where we need to actually play with the rockets and fly to these. I did this like once the first time I played, like spaced out, and that was where I burnt out. I tried this and it was a disaster. I'm gonna learn all about this. But that'll be one of the things I hopefully do next time around. Yeah, pasta and piss. What a wonderful combination. Is this Spaced Out DLC? Yeah, this is the Spaced Out DLC and not the Frosty Planet one. I don't have that DLC. I want to keep it simple anyways. Do wheels interfere with ranch room? I think yeah, I don't think it interferes. I think you have to be able to do that for some of the machines that you would put in here. Wheels can be in power rooms. As long as we didn't lose the status of this. Okay, yeah, this is fine. It's still a stable, and I think these guys have a decor value. Yeah, they have a decor value, so it's very pretty in here, right? Flashbang. Okay, it's not pretty in here, but they're trying their best, all right? They're trying to make the room less hideous. They're just not powerful enough to do it. Unlike the bathroom here. Nothing could possibly be as beautiful as this bathroom right now. Like, it is incomprehensible how gorgeous this bathroom is. Because it is like the only place in the base besides the starting area that is actually tolerable to look at. I wonder if maybe, you know, maybe the duplicants like don't like the bad decor because this is what they have to see. Like, this is what it looks like to them. This is what their vision is. They just have to see this hideous, like, red glow everywhere when they're in a bad decor area. Like, we don't feel the world. We don't see the world through their eyes, and that's what the problem is. Though, to be fair, I don't think decor has ever mattered that much. Like, realistically, the penalty for bad decor is not exceptionally low. Because, like, what even is the downside to that? Where's that information? Where does it say what the... Let's see, they become stressed. Or do they just not get a benefit from that? This one's not even getting like a negative decor penalty. Oh, they're actually positive though. Hold on, is there anyone who has a negative? Here we are, what do you have? Doesn't even matter. I guess they just don't get morale. Oh, here we are. Okay, -1. There it is, that's what it is, morale. -1, I think, is the lowest it goes. So it's not like really a big deal. It's something to eventually look into. Maybe I can get my artist to make more morb statues around the base, but it doesn't seem like it's that big of a deal. I don't know. Okay, I think we need to wrap things up here. So yeah, we're looking really good on the oxygen crisis. I think we have included the oxygen. There's the name drop, folks. Yeah, it can go up really high, but it would be a lot of time and effort to do that right now. And I don't want to do that. My masterwork artist is on this planet anyways, and I don't want to make another one. It's something I would like to do at some point. Like, if this base doesn't spiral out of control, I would like to do that, but not right now. We are not critical in either base. This one has food, and if it runs out of food, I can send it over from the pasta planet. And everything else looks to be like sufficiently stable. Check temperatures. Yeah, that's the next thing that's going to go wrong. So on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z, if you want to know what's going to go wrong, like next time I stream this, it's going to be this. We're going to lose track of the temperature, and we're going to start having problems and have to set up coolant loops. That's going to be the issue we have to deal with. This planet is actually looking pretty good as far as temperature is concerned. Like, this is pretty reasonable. Though I ruined my wildlife reserve at some point when I wasn't paying attention, so unfortunately I'll have to figure that out later. Oh well, my biggest priority for next time is we're gonna try to go to space, assuming that we're not putting out fires for the entire stream. So that's gonna be it here, I think. Get rid of these. I apologize that I spent like the last half an hour of the stream trying to figure out where to put the chat overlay. I'm not entirely sure what I want to do with that yet at this point. Unfortunately, there's just not a good spot for it. I will probably put it up here and just reduce the size of it a little bit, and we'll see if that like feels right or not. Because I don't think anything else pops up in this spot. But I'll look around off stream and see if I could figure out like a good layout for it. Right now, though, I don't want to mess with it in OBS. This is not the time to do that. But I think that's going to be about it. So that is going to wrap up today's episode of Oxygen Not Included. I have no idea what I'm going to title this episode, but I'll figure it out in post. So thank you all for watching, and I hope you have a nice day. I hope this was fun to watch. Learn from my failures. Don't try to make your own oxygen machine. It wasn't even a self-powered oxygen machine. Just don't try to make your own oxygen machine unless you are ready for it to fail catastrophically. Learn from my mistakes.